streaming right now, Chris. That's the reason I'm saying.
No, not
right now is not the
now.
ideal time. It's better if he just gives the access to somebody. They can literally go through and do that, and he can continue on with his stream.
Yeah, no, 100%.
So
like literally all these people, you know, he just kind of like had to leave them all, and they're just kind of sitting in the limbo waiting.
Yeah. I know, and I wanted to set up a raid to raid it over, but
yeah, you remove the DVR,
No, don't
right?
do that.
No, the other video's still there.
Oh, it's still there.
Have you started a new one?
I hate people.
Yep. Right, I know, they're so stupid. It's so fucking retarded.
I don't know what. It makes
What did
Like,
that
get a
person gain from that shit anyway? Really?
Nothing. There ain't nothing
Not a
for
damn
that.
thing. Is that
It's
called
just so
trouble?
stupid. I don't understand the point exactly. What kind of notoriety or like what do they get from that?
Yeah, wouldn't they get banned for doing?
They
for
get
showing the show
they
something?
take pleasure in knowing they fucked other people's day up, bro.
I suppose, yeah. I guess.
They won't
I guess if they go and mass report and get a channel taken down, then I guess whatever. But I just think it's stupid.
how would
These days, man, they just don't care about no one but themselves.
Yeah, but to answer to respond, how would they get banned for that? Like, when on YouTube, the trouble's going to be on the YouTube side of it, and they did it over Discord, which the name on Discord doesn't correspond to what was shown on there. So how do they connect that and say, oh, you've got penalties here? It doesn't. JS is the only one who will suffer from that.
Right.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was just wondering, thinking out loud, how could they play it actually on YouTube and not get banned? That was my real question, I guess. They should get banned first.
Yeah,
okay.
That's why, because there's no correlation between what name they
What
show
they
up
did
as
and what-
on there versus what shows up on the video.
That makes sense.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just chatting channel is locked now. The people who are in here, but
Nice.
For future, I'm gonna rename Just Chatting 2 to like staging.
There you
Yes.
go. Yep.
JS, dude, I promise you, even if
Oh, wait.
I
Sorry.
can tell you, just check like some of these settings. Go through that shit.
You
And
know the way
set
that
it up.
Aiden does it is he just has it to where you can just join in the just chatting, but your video and mic is automatically disabled unless he enables it.
Yeah.
But that dude just had a profile picture up. He didn't even show a video.
Oh yeah, his profile picture was fucked.
Yeah, so that's the problem with that. But it helps definitely because at least then you stop the audio and then playing like an actual video.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's easy. Like you can have in this, like you can have your just chatting role or whatever you want to do that you stream with, and then you have like trusted people, like obviously Chris, me, King, Goon, and all of us. You know, we're not gonna come up here and do shit that's gonna get you.
Yeah, that
and a
was
new person coming on the server, you wouldn't necessarily give them that role. So you.
Well, also,
Yeah.
like you're saying, Jeremy, the account was just made, so they at least had to have had the Discord account for a certain amount of time. You can make it so they can't just
Worst
come
part
in
about it is that guy had
brand
all
new
that gay
account.
shit saved onto his computer. Like for him to put all that gay shit saved on his shit.
That's I'm gonna
That's the
make.
dumb part. That's what
I
mean.
looked
That's
into
the
the
dumb.
account. It's brand new. It's just a dummy account.
I'm gonna
Imagine having pictures like that ready to go.
I'm gonna make Goon, Jeremy, and King mods because they're usually hanging out in the Discord with me. No like responsibility or anything,
concur.
but just because you guys are usually
Yeah,
here.
no,
Maybe
man,
Yeah, I'm a leftist, so I'm untrustable. I get it.
no, I said I made you one.
That would definitely.
I thought I was left out the way.
Goon.
That's what you get for being left. You get left out.
Can we rebuild that? I don't know.
Based, Chris, based.
No, I mean, just like in your chat, Jess, I won't I won't be the best mod ever. Like I might miss something sometimes, but I definitely will keep fucking retards from doing that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, all it is, I'm not giving you. I don't. You basically
Right.
have access to everything now, but pretty much just if something like that happens, like I'm not super strict,
Right.
and I like people who disagree. And what I don't want is if somebody like Mel comes in, you just kick them because you don't like them. But
Right. No, fair enough. Yeah, no.
Right,
It's your
making me a
Discord, man.
mod, I can defend
I
from
was
that
gonna say
now.
you save that by making Goon a mod because Goon loves him now.
You know what's funny is if I did try to go up and fucking take that person off the Discord, I'm like, shit, I can't do nothing here.
yeah, I'm sure multiple people were trying to click and like get that person off, and that's.
I fucking I blocked all the audio and video on my end just because it was annoying. And that video was fucked, bro.
But
You got it off the
also,
screen in time for the video. That video was fucked.
so
Right,
now,
yeah.
chat, the room we're in is locked. So if you want to come in the show, you go into the join the show staging channel, and
Yeah,
Let us know you're back.
I'm into this room.
it also it gives you guys the ability to pull people into here. And so if there's a bunch of people in the backstage that we know, we can pull them in quicker. Because if I'm just trying to, or if maybe I'm talking or something or doing something else and I can't watch it, just pull them in if they're cool people,
Hey, you know what? When James
Yeah, you
decides,
can alter it from here on out.
when James decides to have random debates with old men and pastors and shit, now other people can mute it. Yes.
Right, exactly.
Ha,
Yeah,
ha, ha.
Jeremy, I don't know.
Very funny.
Jeremy, I don't know if you.
Not that I would want to, because that was fucking entertaining.
It was good. It was good content. But at first, I was concerned that he was talking to somebody we shouldn't listen to. So I messaged Jazz and was like, maybe you should go mute James on your server because he's talking to somebody right now about something I don't think we should hear. But it turned out all right because it wasn't anything important.
That's an asshole. I was just fucking up Grumple's whole stream.
Like I told y'all, it was just my friend that died. His grandpa. That was all.
Yeah. No, you told your grandma.
Yeah.
Grumple's like trying to play the guitar, and I don't know. I just start yelling over him.
Y'all should just heard me and my grandma having a private conversation, but.
And also, I don't
Grumple's
mind
like trying to play the guitar, and I start yelling over him, and I'm like, "Yo, James is talking to his preacher."
Yeah, I don't mind if after this stream, if somebody else is streaming and they want to keep talking in my Discord, I don't mind that. But yeah, that problem will come up where if somebody would have came into Grumple's stream,
yeah,
doing
he would have
that,
been screwed.
Nobody could have done anything about it. He would have just had to leave. And so,
right, not to mention that Grumple's would have been streaming on 5 different platforms at that time.
Yeah.
So he would have really got screwed.
Yep. Damn.
Well, now it's fixed.
Lefties make great mods. Anything hurts their feelings.
Oh me.
And women too.
I can confirm I'm not going to probably do much. I don't even get how Discord works. I only have it on my phone.
Yeah, and this is why people like StreamYard better than Discord, because it's
I have a Discord server.
I have found though that the Discord
stuff too, though they still jump up and do the same shit over there.
Right, but see on Discord though, I think Discord, like the audio quality comes through better on YouTube. Like everybody just sounds better on Discord, and like you have the free ability to have a larger panel of people. But I guess it is a little harder because you can't just throw somebody in back.
Yeah, but I mean, you feel free to. You can ask James on this one. The same shit happens over there on StreamYard and Streamlabs as well.
Yeah.
How many times have you been P-bombed, James? Oh, he's muted.
Must be.
I would say I've been P-bombed like 3 times.
Yeah, it's been a couple times. Yeah,
it's been quite a couple times.
For no reason.
It happens no matter where you're at.
It doesn't really matter which platform you use. That's always a risk. So I mean,
Yep.
yeah. Well, if you go look at it when you know, Easy has his way. He screens people before he'll bring them up on screen. Tomato has her way. She does it.
Mhm.
Yep.
And
I mean,
even
Jay,
even that
last time you
doing
did-
that doesn't guarantee you're not gonna get P-bomb, because I got P-bomb one time after doing that too.
Right.
That's crazy because
One
that's
time.
only the second time that's ever happened to me on here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Is how many times has that happened to you personally on your channel?
Was it not
And
the
I
same
know
person too?
the end slur isn't as big as the video. Like the video that dude showed is probably the worst
The
part.
end slur doesn't even fucking really
Yeah, that's
matter on
probably the
YouTube.
worst
You can get
part.
away with that.
It's the video that he showed that was too
Yeah,
much.
I'm not worried about what he was saying because, like, in the way he was saying it, it didn't even.
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah,
talking over it, and
Dude, I'm sure you could find literally hundreds of thousands of gaming videos on Call of Duty where there's kids in the background saying that.
But
Right,
yeah,
exactly,
I can tell you why it's been less common for you over all this time than it is for others, and that's because others pin the way to get on. They pin that to the chat. You don't do that.
Well, he usually does though. That's the funny thing is usually JS will pin my comment where I give the Discord link. He didn't this time, and then when I went in the chat after the dude did his little P-bomb thing, like I went in chat and I saw some random name, Lincoln or Link, whatever it was, just randomly trying different codes to try and get Nightbot to trigger Discord, and then I blocked him. I was like, okay, that's got to be this dude because who else would have been in chat trying to trigger Nightbot?
Okay, I didn't know.
Nobody unless they're trying to get him a cat.
see, I didn't
Yeah.
even see. I didn't even see that happening.
Yeah, because
So-
he did Discord. He did Discord with the question mark. He did question mark Discord, and they did exclamation mark Discord, and then it popped up.
Okay, and now I gotta go in and.
I was like, oh, okay. Dude knew that there was a hotkey to get onto the Discord link. That's how I knew right away. I was like, oh, okay, that's who it was. Because who else would have came in your chat trying to trigger your Discord than the dude who just came to try and derail everything?
Yeah, the person made that account on the 18th.
So, wait, that's a good point though, Blackout. He did come on to derail everything, and we have been talking about it for like 10 minutes. He's succeeding. We need to
Yeah.
move on.
Fair.
It's Easy's fault. I blame Easy.
No, don't blame Speak. Speak did nothing.
I'm just
Come
kidding.
on, Speak. Why you got these PP boys?
We lost 20 people.
Half the rate.
Yeah. Well, damn. Well, that's all right. Hey,
It's all
but
right. People will
Cat's
come
back.
Tater.
William's back. Rome is back. All
The Tater
people-
was here.
Yeah,
Shiva.
Shiva will find his way back.
Yeah, everybody will find our way back. Usually this time of morning, though, people do new people filter in throughout the night anyway. So they'll come back. Don't forget to hit the like on the way back, yo.
That's some bullshit. I can't believe you didn't know that Ethan and Hassan debated today, JS.
No,
Well,
I
yesterday.
didn't.
Nah.
No, I knew Sam Cedar. I knew about the Sam Cedar and Ethan thing.
Yeah, bro, he back to back though.
Who's Ethan?
And then at the end of it, Hassan's like, "You
Ethan,
need to." He's like, "You need to debate fucking God, I can't remember the name. It's some like fucking Palestinian scholar." And then Ethan's like, "Okay, I guess I'll be debating this guy too."
Talking about
Who is Ethan?
Ethan
I-
Klein from H3H3.
talking about debates. Andrew's debating Destiny next week.
Yeah.
Is he? I thought that was canceled.
That's
That
canceled.
rescheduled.
Destiny.
The one in Knoxville.
He literally had
I
a
can-
stream like 2 days ago.
I can
Yeah,
understand what he
same
was
as
saying.
Jeremy's saying.
James, where have you been with
Oh,
your
I
first
didn't know
debate?
that.
I can't hear you, Jeremy.
Because I was gonna go to that one.
I don't even know what James is saying. Who is he gonna debate?
He's supposed to be debating Destiny on the
I think-
6th in
Who is?
Knoxville.
Who's debating Destiny? That's the Destiny. was
Andrew.
what I
Andrew
heard.
Wilson.
Andrew. Okay.
Andrew.
But
I
I guess
think-
he's not, so I guess I'm not gonna be going then.
Last I seen, Andrew made a post on X about traveling, so I think he's still planning on traveling there.
Well, he also had a debate this week though, and what was it?
I mean, he was one of the people that didn't give a fuck, right?
Asheville. He had an
Andrew
Asheville
Wilson
debate this
position.
week, so he's already been out traveling.
Well, so
Asheville.
He was
Andrew
in Asheville the other day.
Andrew
Yeah, that's
raised
what I'm saying. Asheville. Yeah.
Andrew raised 20 grand for for travel and debate with Destiny, right? Then he did just go to travel to do the debate with
Apostate Prophet.
Apostle something. Yeah.
But he did a chill stream and debate. I forget what he called it. It was a chill stream and something where it was debate recap.
Yeah.
And in that, he stated that the Destiny debate was canceled, and whatever money wasn't spent on this trip that he just did for this debate with Apostate Prophet would be he was going to do a reverse grift on that until that's all given back out. That I mean, unless something has changed, that's literally what was said like 2 days ago.
Wait, so he said he raised the money for
He did a big massive.
he raised the
don't
money
really
for the
buy
Destiny one, but that's not
thing.
happening now, so he's gonna
Yeah.
pay it back.
Did he
Well,
say
I
why
think
it's
what
not
does that do
happening?
for us?
remaining because that the money he raised wasn't
I
just
thought they
that,
already
it
did
was
that.
also for this one that he's on now, or or whatever with this.
If you
debate.
watched it, Jeremy, did he say why it's not happening?
No, he did, but I wasn't fully engaged in
He didn't
that.
go into that deep of details, I'm guessing.
I don't know if he did or not, but Easy was also streaming at the time, so I was paying more attention to Easy and the shit he was doing.
That's
Thanks for
why
your-
I wonder what happened there, because I doubt Destiny would cancel. Andrew's one of the people that probably wouldn't just try to troll him the whole time.
No, he said he's going to try to set up another debate with Destiny later. But the trip, the travel trip up there, it's not going to happen now.
The trip to Knoxville. Is that what you're saying? He's
I was
already been to Asheville.
I don't know where he was going to debate Destiny. I just know that he stayed.
Probably Miami, because Destiny lives in Miami, if I had to
No,
guess.
Destiny's
Does
been
everything out of
traveling.
Miami.
I was
Yeah.
surprised to see. I watched the Destiny versus 9 MAGA supporters, and the first one on there was Jake from VO Pod, and I was like,
Jake actually wasn't the first one. You watched a different clip. Jake
Yeah.
was the second.
yeah, I watched the video from Destiny's channel, and
Yeah,
he-
but the actual footage and all that, Jake was
Yeah.
the second person to go up and debate him.
and I was like,
Yeah,
this voice sounds familiar. Is this
Yeah.
Jake? And then I looked at it, and I was like, that looks like Jake, but a little more chunkier. Like,
Right?
You know, they actually paid for his flights and stuff to fly him out for it as well, which is pretty
yeah.
cool.
And then I went to Jake's channel, and it didn't say anything about it. And then later then the moderator said Jake, and I was like, oh, that is him. And then I was at the gym when I was listening to it, and I was like, dude, if he can do this, I can do this. Like, no offense to Jake, but I was like, what? How do you?
Is that Jubilee? Is that Jubilee that does that
No, it
series?
wasn't. It wasn't Jubilee, but I was just like, man, like, how do you? I suck at networking. I don't know. I don't know how to network.
I don't know if Jubilee flies the people out there to do their stuff.
I
I think
UT's in Knoxville. Or you know.
Yes, you probably got to do a lot of dick sucking and coat pulling, if I had to guess.
And I'm not good at that.
I mean, I think Jubilee will bring out somebody big, like when they get like Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro. I think they'll bring like them out, or when Destiny did it, I think they flew them out as like the key person, and then all of the people, the challengers or whatever. I think they're responsible for their own travel costs to get there.
And also, if anybody's listening, I'm not talking shit about Jake. I'm just saying he's been doing it less time than me. He has less subscribers than me. So I'm saying like it should be doable, but
What he's saying is that Jake sucks so bad.
Wait,
that
like
probably-
rattlesnake?
I'm not.
Jake?
No. Actually, Jake did
No,
really
Jake
good
Paul.
against Destiny.
I mean, there's
I
a chance it could be
Video
as easy as to just like you send an email to them.
Well,
Are you talking about the
JS,
Australian guy?
JS, you know he's had Jake Rattlesnake on, and he's interviewed Andrew Wilson.
I know.
You talking about the
I've
VO
heard.
podcast?
Like Jake Rattlesnake, right?
I've heard
No,
all of
Jake-
it, and that's what I'm saying.
No,
I'm
dude.
saying if
Jake
he
Paul.
can do
Jake
it,
Ball from Jake Ball from VO Pod is not Jake Rattlesnake, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
I'm
know.
not
Then,
saying-
Yeah, I was curious.
I'm not trying to knock him. I like him. He's cool. I'm just saying if he could do it, I could do it. Is all I'm saying. And
Yeah,
but it's about networking, and I'm
yes, you can put whatever you put your mind to, you can do, boo boo.
yeah. Thank you, Chris.
I concur with that. That's some real shit,
The
though.
Western hug.
No kidding.
Yeah, I mean the only thing you would have to avoid, I think, JS, if you were going to go against somebody like Destiny or whatever, you can't make the statements. Oh, it can't be that. I don't believe in that. Like that's he's not going to take that as an argument.
Yeah, well, I
Well,
wouldn't do
my
that.
pussy hurts ain't gonna work either.
Like if he says something about racism, you're like, oh, racism's not a thing. I don't believe in that. Like he's not going to fucking take it. He's going to tear you apart on that one.
He didn't tear
Not
apart
yet.
JLP. He got kind of bodied by JLP. Like it's how you set up your, I don't know, it's you kind of have to set up your character, and I say character, but I don't mean that I'm playing a character, but like what you stand for beforehand and say, I'm going to put my foot down. This is bullshit. Like, stop talking like that. And Destiny even, so I asked Goon about the Dean and the Parker thing. So Dean and Parker had the Unfuck America tour, which just got canceled because of microaggressions based off racism on TikTok with a bunch of
That sounds perfectly reasonable, JS. That sounds
Dean Withers?
perfectly reasonable.
yeah,
Is
Dean
that who you're talking
Weathers,
about?
Dean and Parker had the Unfuck
saw-
America tour. It just got canceled because of racist microaggressions from the organizer because she was on a TikTok panel and she's black with a bunch of black women and they said she was doing racist microaggressions and it's like, dude, why do you guys
Face.
talk? And I watched Destiny's
He
reaction
was,
to it.
too.
And Destiny was saying a lot of the things I was saying, like this is retarded. Like, why are we talking like this? Like,
I just like to just say, fuck it, yeah, she was. That's what she was doing.
that's what she was
It was on
doing.
purpose. It was on purpose.
No,
little sly bitch.
dude, these people cannot win. These TikTok Zoomer kids. Oh, it's so
and
gay.
Dean Withers is like catching heat because he tried to middle of the roads the Hassan beef. He got himself like involved in it, and then middle of the roads did it. So now he's got like heat coming down on both ends too.
Who Dean with Ethan? Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's those types of people that are fucking with him. Because those are the types of people that reach out to event organizers and try to ruin people's lives.
Yeah, but you have a whole tour set up. People have bought plane tickets. People have spent money to come out to this tour, and you cancel it because of a microaggression,
bro.
a racist
These activists, they'll
microaggression. Like,
be like, fuck it, they're all racist. Bro, you have to watch the Ethan Hassan bait. There's a point where Hassan shows him a clip of this guy, and he tries to make a claim off of it, and he's like, Ethan just starts yelling. He's like, you disingenuous fuck. And he's like, here's the rest of the clip. And he plays the whole part of what he's talking about, and the guy's literally making the exact opposite point.
but I don't like Ethan.
Hassan's reaction to it though is he just starts calling Ethan racist. Like he just starts flipping out and calling him racist because he got proven wrong.
And this
like
stuff,
it's crazy.
like,
That's how they operate.
like these protests that are happening every weekend, and everybody's a fascist and a racist and a bigot. I'm so sick of it, and it's like these people are retarded, and like we can't have
You
this.
probably
like,
won't watch the whole thing. I need to find you the timestamp of that part because it's fucking crazy.
I might.
He literally is like, he shows him that it's the exact opposite, and then Hassan just goes, "Ethan, you're fucking racist! You're a racist!" and just starts screaming.
Yeah, and the problem is young men are like falling, and I'm like, dude, how can like Goon?
He's an effeminate woman too. The way that he talks. There's a point where Ethan goes, "You need to shut the fuck up and listen, Hassan," and he goes, oh my god." Literally like
Who's
a
raising
teenage
the young men,
child. Like,
people?
it's
But how can
crazy.
young men think that this is cool? Like to act
I don't
this
Their
know.
way?
moms
He's
are
pushing
raising
40 and he
them.
acts like a teenager. It's probably because they relate to him.
The mothers are raising the sons. And who are
Like
they
I said,
going to act
he
like?
acts like a
Facts.
spoiled brat teenager. Any spoiled brat teenager that sees him, they probably relate a lot with him.
And I'm not saying that it's cool to be like Fuentes and be like super racist or like no, but
You don't have
everything
to
is
Heard you say that.
yeah.
I heard you say that just now. I heard you say that. just now.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
thought
I get what
I
you're saying.
totally
Painting
heard
your
you say
nails and
that.
screaming
it's
at
like
the
we
screen
gotta
all
be
day.
radical one way or the other, and it's like why can't every now and this is why, and I don't even like Asmongold too much because he seems like he's very anti-Christian, but Asmongold is winning right now because he's kind of centrist. He's kind of like, we can make racist jokes and we're not racist. We can.
Well, we're getting a little bit of a return to norm where people are getting tired of radical points of views.
Yeah.
And Trump helped with that. He really did.
Sticks and stones. Sticks and stones.
But also Trump is also making it worse with the
With
protest with the
Yeah,
protests.
depending on how
every
you do it. What do you
week,
mean
like-
by making it worse?
Well, I mean, these people are losing their damn minds, and then that becomes popular to lose your damn mind over Trump and to.
What's your
go on-
definition
And then
of
Yeah, but I think
TikTok.
a lot of the political people are dying off though. A lot of it was astro grifted off of COVID.
Yep. COVID, they
Yeah,
grifted off of Trump.
COVID fucked everything up.
I wouldn't call some of those protests, yes.
Huh? What'd you say? Yeah, you wouldn't call some of them protests?
Where'd he go?
Me, myself, and I.
I'm not gonna jump on you, me, myself, and I.
Well,
I
no,
missed- I
sorry,
missed what you
doing like
said.
3 things at once. I was saying I wouldn't call some of those things protests.
Well,
What things though? We don't know. We didn't know what you were referring to.
Oh, I'm just referring to, never mind. I think I might be out of place here.
No,
today.
you're fine.
No,
you're
you're
fine.
good, bro. You're good.
My
You're good. I'm just
my
trying to get you
comment
guys
was my comment was just based off of what JS said on the whole protest ideal and I don't know,
Oh,
handling
you're
some
saying
of those.
some of these are riots? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think that. I think. Well,
I mean, a riot would still be a protest. It would just be one that is beyond the legal allowances of a demonstration that would be permitted, right? It's still a protest.
Yeah, that would be my question. Would be to JS
yeah,
I mean,
about
I'm
his.
not just talking about the people on TikTok. I'm talking about the people that are every Saturday they're in front of Tesla, and they're with signs and stuff, and then
Yeah, I think they all get like money from like Twitter and China. I mean, through Twitter, through like China and Russia or some shit.
Yeah,
a lot
That's my only.
the organizers
That's my
like
only
are getting
answer.
paid, but yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah,
are
exactly. I'm
getting
like,
paid,
where's this money
but-
coming from? Where are all these people
I
getting all
was
this time
thinking
off
that
work?
money
I don't
stuff.
have this
I really
free
was.
time.
But it's a lot of people. A lot of them aren't getting paid. A lot of them are people who are looking for a club and a place to fit in, and they're kind of the weirdos and they're kind of the outsiders. And this is the place to hang out and have fun on the weekend. We go to the protest and
Light shit on fire.
and then
Excuse me,
I see like young, like when I go to these things or when I see these things, I see like young men. They're like 19 years old, and they're like, they're regular looking young guys, and it's like, you're
Until what?
watching Dean Withers on TikTok and you're hearing this stuff and you're going to these protests. Like if you tell me I'm doing it because it makes money and I'm trying to pick up chicks, then I'd be like, pound it, dap, hit it up. Like I get it. But when you start talking like this and really thinking this way, like what the hell's wrong with you? Like it doesn't make any sense.
Their father has been absent
Not
from their
really.
life.
Did you ever have a point where, like, whenever you first started seeing debates and stuff, where you got like super debatey, and then you realized that was like completely gay?
Mm,
'Cause I think a lot of people, when they get introduced into the debate space, it's like that way for them. They're like, "Oh my God, this debating! It's so you can like own people and you can destroy them."
Somebody in the staging room, JS.
what's
But
up,
then I think like after
Somebody in the
like,
staging room.
Jack?
area.
then after you watch enough debating, you realize like a lot of debating is just like almost fake and performative.
I don't know who Jack is.
Yeah, he probably knew.
I learn a lot from these debates. A lot.
Should somebody go stage him?
Does somebody want to
Well,
go
like
over
with
there?
gay debates, it depends. There's like some people that go in there, they kind of have like their hearts on their sleeves. They're telling their real opinions. There's people on there playing characters. People on there literally playing characters like Abe Lincoln. Or there's people on there that like hold facade characters like
Yeah,
broadcasting
you gotta be able to sort
Really
this
just
shit
made
out.
that account.
You know what? You have
I
to
don't
sort
know.
the shit
I don't know
out.
if Jeremy knows how to pull him over.
Puffy is not a character, though.
No, Puppy's a cloud. He pees on everybody.
Yeah.
But do they know how? Do Jeremy and
No,
King know how
hold
to
on a
pull him
sec.
over to
That
here?
account was just made.
Jake Jittlejets, bro. This account
Oh,
looks sus.
Jack-
Yeah, no,
could
that
be,
guy. No, do not. No, that guy was the same guy.
That's the same guy.
Has to be. That account was just made.
So you can pull those up, me, myself, and I, and look at them.
I just looked into the profile and seen when he made his profile.
Hey, JS, if we Jeremy's trying to scream right now, but you should just drop the screen either way, just in case. If he pulls him over here.
Yeah, I don't even have it shown right now, but
Okay, good.
me, myself, and I is saying that's the
That's
same.
a little sus because they just made the
Good
account
people,
and it
Jeremy?
was something
Is that
about
good
Jet.
people?
It's a brand new account.
Is that
Yeah.
good people? This is the first screening process. Let Jeremy tell us what he thinks.
Yeah, I don't know. He says he wants up. He says he's Tyler from the chat.
All right, get the Discord off the screen.
Tyler.
Let's give him a chance. There's no point in having a staging if we're not going to give him a
It is-
chance.
It is.
Ha-
Right.
How do
Give him a
you?
chance.
How do you pull? How do you pull them over?
Just drag.
Or we don't.
Drag and drop.
I don't think they're directly linked. I don't.
Oh, you just drag
Do
and
they have to
drop it.
request?
Yeah, you just click their name and drag them up here.
All right, let's try it.
You
Oh,
can.
pretty
You're the
You know,
only
we
one.
can
people
also just
around.
not give him a chance at all.
There he is. He's here.
Jack.
Hello, Jack.
Jack, is your last name Mehoff?
Wait a minute.
Your audio.
That's
sounds
nice.
Your audio sounds
What's happening
like
when we're
garbage.
talking to them, Jeremy?
No, it wasn't that bad before.
He totally spoke. It was fine before. It was clear.
He's figuring it out.
He was fine. I'm telling you, he's
It's
fine.
the
with it.
same
look.
guy.
Yeah, I've got 3 new microphones, and JS can tell you my stuff.
There
There
it
he
is.
is.
Yeah, Jack is a
Stop
bit.
it. Hey, hey,
It's
hey,
not
hey.
on the screen.
It's not on
Yeah.
the screen.
Yeah, he's
Doesn't
off
matter.
screen.
Damn
He didn't
fool.
say nothing. So
God.
Anybody ban that guy?
Oh yeah, I should have done that just now, and I didn't. I
Couldn't click
disconnected.
that.
I disconnected
Keep
him.
them out the fucking call.
I
without
disconnected
banning
him before
I
I
can tell you
banned him.
because he's a Jets fan
no,
or
it's
something.
fine.
Something about Jets, Jiggles and Jets.
The
He was in the
greatest
same
streamer of all
Discord
time,
as
ladies
last
and
name.
gentlemen.
Me, myself, and I called it. You got to give him credit.
Yeah,
We give everyone second chances.
Well, I
we,
mean, yeah,
we
to be
gave him
fair-
a chance.
Well, to be fair, he answered who he was in the screening area. Jeremy did his due diligence. I mean, as much as we
Yeah.
could.
Yeah,
Not
that's
off screen.
fine.
That wasn't bad. That was good. We did good.
Well, no
Yeah, no
audio
problem.
came. There was no audio that came out. And
Yeah, he didn't do
video
anything. Yeah.
wasn't on screen.
He's
Hell
gone
yeah, the
now, right?
screen process worked. Imaginary shakes around the room, gentlemen.
Yeah, there you go.
Shock,
High five.
shocker, the internet troll can't figure out how to get his audio to work. I'm sure
The
he's
wrenches have won.
good work, team.
Yeah, there we go. There you go.
I had a feeling because I said something with Jets and Go and
Yeah,
Jay.
when Jeremy was
It just
talking,
looked
he
so
was really
sus. It was like the most sus looking account.
he
Yeah.
sounded really weird. He sounded really weird too, but
Bro, the photo. Like, the photo was
You know,
so
I mean,
fucking
that
uncanny.
other dude,
Yeah,
that other dude, the other dude, Jake, is
server as
fucking
well, by the
weird.
way.
I was wanting to reach out and grab the fool. I was getting mad. Upset.
Well, I think that was the whole reason for the
Definitely the
delay
same
is
person.
He was expecting that he was going to come up on screen on the YouTube.
Dude, what he showed was nothing worse than Wicked Wally posting your self promo tab. Holy fuck, dude.
I know. I
Big ass
Right.
booty.
oh
pretty bad.
man. Yeah.
Talking about being a Christian
pretty
man,
degenerate.
dude. You got like BDSM, Are You
I
Lonely?
know. I don't want to.
fucking ads in your self promo.
I don't disagree, but you know it's his channel.
It's your server, yeah.
I
do it.
well.
Your server, you
Yeah,
do
it
what you
is
want.
him.
No,
he can do what he wants.
I don't know. A while ago, when Eternal was in the Discord, and she made her picture, and I was like, "Whoa. I've got to ban you from the Discord if that's going to be your profile picture. Like, I don't want that stuff in my Discord, you know." And now he keeps posting these thumbnails in my self promo tab, and I don't want to kick Wally out or ban him, but it's like,
It's getting bad. I mean, seriously, it's literally one step away from her just showing straight up vag, man.
yeah,
Yep.
it's
I've seen her booty
as
more than I've
close
seen
as
my
you
wife.
can get. Yeah.
Like I said, it's like Are You Single ads on Pornhub. Like, literally, that's like what he's posting.
Right.
Are you lonely? Need
He
a
has a
friend?
plan, I'm sure. No,
Jerking off alone?
He's trying to farm the content of the clickbaity part of her with those retarded ass thumbnails. But I feel like the attention he's attracting isn't the attention he really wants in the end.
no,
He
all
thinks
we're
it is.
looking for is that
Give him
booty.
some views, but
Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
they're
that's
not
not the attention is. I'm not even
it
going
is
to comment to
good.
that. I'm just saying it's wild to have in your self promo.
right. Yeah. The thing is that he thinks it. I don't know. He
You
thinks
do,
it's gonna
you
help.
do Monday Bible streams.
Right. Exactly. You do Bible streams, and then you got
Yeah,
booty. You know,
yeah, and that's what I said to
booty.
Eternal. I was like, look, you know, I invite my mom to watch these Bible streams, and I'm like, yo, we're reading the Bible, and I'm making it fun, and you know, it gets edgy. I don't know. I sometimes I get too edgy, probably, and with a Bible
Oh, you're
stream.
shitting me. You get
Oh
edgy,
yeah. You
yeah.
go edgy.
I mean,
Really,
I
yeah,
can't
Jay.
help it. The Old Testament talks about damn
It's in your damn nature,
God
man.
infects
so edgy.
multiple races with hemorrhoids, and
Chris, hey, Chris is in the back, guys. How
What
do we
am
move
I-
somebody over?
like, I
Damn, you
can't-
dropped somebody else with that one. You're like, damn, I'm checking out on this.
yeah.
Where'd
Well-
Chris go? Did he leave?
Chris is in
Having a
They're
conference
in,
tonight.
they're in the state. They're hanging out in the staging channel now.
Oh, okay.
They're
Damn,
having
dude,
a
there's a
conference.
secondary group breaking out instantly,
Oh,
almost
no.
only
See,
an
this
hour
is
after
what
instating
we're
this.
sowing division. They're plotting on me in the
We're plotting
staging
to shut
channel.
you down, man.
No, I was trying to ask Chris.
They're gonna take
why
all
he
your
was
shit
down
away.
there. So, Jess, here's a question: Are you okay? Are you okay if I create a trusted role so like we can grant people like Chris?
Yeah,
and
give me
Jay
one of those.
the ability to just come in here without
Who's my
having
I'm
to
trusted. I can't fix anything.
Yeah, yeah. If you know how to do that, you can do that.
all the normal participants
I'll
in
do
the Discord? Yeah,
Yeah.
Jeremy, you got it.
And so then it's only new people who have never been in here before.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to grant the trusted role to literally
I
everybody.
want zero
You can decide who
responsibility.
you want to assign
Yeah,
that
new
role
people
to.
would have to stop at the get-go, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. Any
Brand
new
new,
person
brand new
wouldn't have to
people
go.
will have to stop and pass some kind of screening, whatever you set up. Is that
Right.
correct?
But there's the frequent ones who come up here all the time. Obviously,
Yeah,
you know,
like me.
we don't want to have to screen them or drag them up every time they join.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
If I do something, just run me off. I'm probably not going to do anything, but whatever.
So, okay.
Just
Go ahead,
don't
I'll create
All
that.
right.
just don't kiss your chihuahua on the mouth.
Hey, man, that's my baby. That's my baby. My baby. I look like her. She looks like me. I don't know
Yes,
what it is.
we'll understand someday.
My baby. My baby. She's so little.
Yeah,
Her
no,
head's
I
about
think a
the
lot
size
of
a
those types
rat.
of people are like the people that just like they get your stream randomly suggested to you, and they're like, "Dude, I could try to fuck this guy's shit up."
Yeah, that must be what it is. Just a random,
Yeah, it's like a TikTok.
random come across. Are you that, or I bet you they search for anybody live.
What are the odds it was the same dude that come back the second time?
Oh, I'm sure it
Well,
was.
definitely
That
was.
definitely was.
Yeah, it was definitely the same
100%
guy.
was.
Yeah.
100%. That's 100% odds.
No,
Right
the artistic styling of the photos was very similar.
there. Yeah, right. The way that the video
I
captures.
could tell you from their description of their profile name.
And it was the content. The content was the same. So
Yeah,
you
man, that was
definitely pulled from the same folder.
it was really shitty, if I may put it that way.
I was
Definitely
raised
the same folder.
I was raised atheist, as in not indoctrinated. That should be plenty evidence for my testimony. Kimberly, what? Well, I say
What
all
is
kids.
this name?
It's a crazy name, but Kimberly's been around before, but in the chat, but unprofessional rule to hold the channel owner responsible for what the viewers say. Yeah, and I think YouTube maybe kind of understands that people will come up on panels and do that.
To some extent.
If I have friends over and they leave trash, then I'm responsible.
You
for
have to
picking up the trash.
proactively be like, "Yo, we're gonna take that down. We're gonna get rid of that." Yeah.
Yeah. At the same time, that's what I was gonna say. At the same time, YouTube's gonna be looking for YouTube.
I wonder how many videos YouTube
I
streams
mean,
every
let's
day.
be real. Let's be real. I show speed showed me on stream, so
What
you can
did?
get away with that.
One of the biggest streamers showed
The biggest streamer on YouTube.
some
Never heard of
He
him.
had a dick slip. He was jumping around, and his shorts kind of just fell completely off his body.
Who's that?
I show speed. Everyone for a week started calling him I show me.
I show meat.
Never heard
How many videos do you think get uploaded to YouTube every day? Is it billions, millions, or trillions?
I've looked at it before. It's something like I think it's like
100,000.
like
It's in the billions, isn't it?
no, I think it's like a billion.
1 billion?
No. He said every day. I would say daily.
Every day, in a 24-hour period.
Probably tens of thousands.
No. I think it's like a billion a day.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a hell of a lot.
A day.
I heard another big streamer, give those numbers. and
One
It was
hundreds of thousands. Think of all the gamers too.
There's like 7 billion people on the planet, right? So literally 1/7 of the entire world population is posting a video on YouTube every day.
No, well, there might be one person posting several.
Oh
a
no,
day
okay,
Hundreds of thousands.
3.7 million.
per 24-hour period.
3.7 million a day.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
That's a lot, but that's
a lot.
much more believable. But then
A billion, yeah, that billion was way too high.
Well, that would add shorts as well. Remember that.
A lot of damn videos to screen though.
500
AI or
hours.
not.
500 hours a minute.
That's why I guess they shut you down so fast. It's like, no, ain't got time to look at that.
Yeah, it's crazy when you look into like the stats on like if you have 1,000 subscribers, you're in the top 10% of YouTubers.
Really? No shit.
or something. It's something like that. It was something like because when I started looking into it,
Hello, James.
when I got a million views, it was like if you reach 1 million views, you're in like the top like 1% of YouTubers. Like most people don't get to that point.
No, that's a lot, really. You got almost 6,000 subs
Yeah.
here. That's a lot.
And I think this is pre shorts, but yeah,
What your subs?
but I think I'm coming. I don't know. I think I'm close to 2 million views. I'm probably at like 1.5. I don't know.
That's a hell of a lot. Yes. Hell of a lot.
Yeah, but I've been doing it for 6 or 7 years.
Then that's not so impressive.
What's crazy is my most viewed video has over 100,000 views. Is what I would say is my worst video. Like it's like
Let the people decide. Let the people decide.
I guess. But there was the first video. It's the like second or third video on my channel, and it's ghetto. It's ghetto, but it got a lot of views, and I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
Have you ever seen Brian's whatever podcast, his early videos? Back when he'd go out on the road and prank people?
I've seen some of his old
some of that.
stuff when he would be at protests saying like big labias matter with a sign and stuff. Yeah.
Just trolling people and face to face. He was crazy funny.
Yeah.
That's what got him where he is. If where he is good, I mean, he trickles down to the Crucible.
Hey Chris, can you leave this channel and come back?
Let me see quickly.
Ooh. They're plotting against you, JS.
All right, it worked.
They're wrecking
How
your
to do
shit.
it. How to
Okay.
do it.
So now he can get
Nice.
in.
Thanks, Jeremy.
So JS trusted chatters. You put that, they'll be able to join this thing without having to be.
They're setting up new rules, Elder. You'll have to check with them, sir.
And that's a roll.
Elder's
So
trying
I
to get on
click
it
on
to get
them
in.
and I do rolls and I can.
You basically just give people that role that you trust, bro, and you just add it to their name.
Okay. Cool.
I'm already doing it to these guys because they're all regulars.
Yeah.
But I'm not assigning that. I'm not going through the whole list of users on your server and applying it. So.
Nah, fuck that.
Wait a minute. So did you get the both of my accounts, though, Jeremy?
Nope.
Nope, James. Because you show up in one, so that's what you get, bro.
How many accounts you got?
I got two because I got this one and I got my James Live Talk.
Are you
on this-
p-balling people, James?
James, I'm not scrolling through the users list through.
Yeah. Did you not hear Jeremy when he just said that?
Yeah, I know. He's looking people up. I know.
To the other account, I'm not going through the 180 something users that are here. So
No, nobody else.
I'm not adding them now.
Okay. I was just asking. I didn't know if you added both of them.
Yeah, James. Nah, you're not, James. So come
No
back when you're
huge deal. Like, don't take and get all bad and shit.
Yeah, mine
You're
might
catching
show up as alien back there, guys. I don't know.
You want to
It might.
switch to that account then and try to join here? I'll add it then, but I'm not gonna scroll the.
I'm not searching. he's not gonna search. I put you no role. Said fuck
Mine's
that,
just
James.
whatever's in the chat channel right now, I guess, for me.
Yeah, we got you, alien.
All right, thank you.
You good, bro?
Elderline's he can't even see stuff. The voice channel and stuff.
Elderline?
Elderline, yeah,
Yeah,
in
but
chat.
he's not been added yet.
Oh, he should be. Is he in here?
Now I can do this. Okay. Bathroom break. Chair time.
JS, you're gonna be all hooked up here in just a little bit, sir.
Yeah, I
pick
should have
you
been
up.
done this a long time ago. I just haven't had the reason to. But
You had 2 reasons to tonight.
yeah.
Thank you, Uncle Jeremy.
James, I got you set. Yeah, bro. James, you're set on both yours.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, Elderline can't even see the chat. That's good. That's for the best. We don't want you here anyway, Elderline.
Gotta make this here a $2 hoe.
I got you, bro.
Yeah, he got you. I'm gonna kick him right now.
Yes, Rome. That's exactly where you go.
It's 8:25. I still ain't gotta go yet.
Hey, James, you behave yourself.
Well, I ain't gotta go yet. It's only 8:25. I ain't gotta go yet.
Where you gotta go?
I gotta
Are
go
you
take
still-
care of some family stuff today because I'm gonna help my family with some stuff today.
Are you still coming through here on the 7th, James?
Do what?
You're not allowed to help.
Are you still coming on the 7th?
Yeah, I'll still show up on the 7th. Yeah.
All right, just want to make
James,
sure.
you got family mafia business you need to take care of.
Chair
No, I
chat.
gotta help my family with the washer and dryer because they're getting the washer and dryer.
I'm gonna do
Yeah.
big favor for my
Thank you. Are you crazy for the chair chat? I think.
Man.
What
Well,
washer dryer you getting, James?
we don't have a goal here, but I think we're at.
He's buying off a friend of his, so I don't know
Oh.
what kind of washer and dryer it is. Just know it's a washer and a dryer.
What do you mean there's no goal, JS? You got
Well,
a
no, I
$100
had a goal
goal.
on the other stream, and we're at $19 plus. William got a membership. Easy gifted 5 memberships, so plus that $2. I think we're like $60 away from the goal.
I gave 5 to chair earlier. You didn't say nothing about that one.
Well, I can't go back and look at it now.
I'm gonna go
Where's my
outside.
$5?
Oh, and
Jeez, what a
Jake,
jerk.
I forgot to say, Jake got a membership. Shout out, Jake.
Oh yeah, Jake Houston.
Jake
Not too
Hudson.
bad outside.
Yeah, James. Back in
Hudson.
during
Houston,
Black
yeah.
Friday, I bought a.
Who's done? Hudson. Hudson. I don't know how to say his name.
Yes, before the D. So it's Houston.
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 Huh.
Jake Houston.
Houston. Yeah.
I think it's Huston, dude.
Yeah,
It
he'd
could
be
be
having
like-
interviews on his channel. He's never asked me for an interview. What's up, Jake? Why don't you ask
Yeah,
me for
Fuck
an
you.
interview?
Fuck you, JS. Have you ever asked to be on? Yeah.
No.
Exactly. Yeah, you should ask more.
This is what I've always said, and maybe this is a personal problem, and this is why I suck at networking. I've always said I suck at networking, so my goal is to be big enough that people ask me.
Okay, well, I'm yelling at you now, or we can just do it that way.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to always expect people to ask you. You should ask people.
It's not gonna happen, JS. JS, I'm gonna break it to you right now, bro. It's not gonna happen.
Well,
gotta reach
I
out
should
to her.
ask somebody. Can you interview me
You gotta climb the damn ladder
on your
halfway.
channel? Like,
Well, not with that fucking attitude.
So JS,
Shiva asked me. Look, Shiva reached out.
I was gonna say, JS.
I don't know if I'm spoiling something I shouldn't spoil, but Shiva reached out and said he's doing a like an interview show, a one-on-one talk show, and we're set up. You set it up.
Yeah,
you set
but
up
not
a date.
everybody's
I'm
gonna
gonna
do
be
that.
there.
Oh, you just ruined it. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler
Oh,
alert.
there goes the thumbnail.
I'm gonna be on Shiva's show.
There
Boo.
goes the thumbnail.
Boo. Boo.
Nah, it's not that
Boo!
bad.
I think you said you're gonna be on his show too, Chris.
Oh, yay! Now it's cool. Now I like that show. Yeah, totally. That show's cool. That show's cool. I like
Don't
Shiva.
subscribe. Don't subscribe. You better
I
block
like
that
Chivo.
right
I
now.
like that potato more. Can the potato interview me?
Dude, the potato
Colonel
was
Potato. There we
based.
go. Colonel Potato.
I
Potato was
want the potato
based.
to interview
Nah,
me.
Dude, I
That
didn't
damn
even
Colonel
tater's
care.
Potato.
That's what you're wrong.
Yeah.
You know,
Chris,
that
they don't care
tater's
about
gonna
you.
be
They care
hard.
about
He's gonna be rough.
When I lost to the
It's
potato,
gonna be
I
puffy.
was I couldn't even be mad that I lost to the potato. I was like,
You lost to Colonel Potato. He did a great Southern accent, I think, though.
He
Trying to
sounds like
accent.
Kevin
Yeah, I'm
Spacey
sure.
on the House of Cards. Prove me wrong.
Jay, is Coffee beat the
Back on
potato?
that show, he sounds just like Kevin Spacey.
did
I think you guys are all crazy. The
did
accent was
Puffy beat
horrible.
the potato?
Yeah, Puffy beat the potato.
Yeah, he did.
Fuck Puffy.
But hold on, no, hold on.
Boo.
Yeah.
Boo, JS. Boo. Boo.
You better watch yourself.
Why did you
Like
speak
Puffy,
bad
like-
of Puffy?
You guys wait. One day Jason Starfire is gonna come on VK, and that's my liberal brother.
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck, bro.
Yeah,
He might have
Puffy
on a
is
red shirt.
Puffy McCloud of the Clan McClouds. I always think about Highlander every time I see Puffy up there. Think about Highlander.
Yeah, Puffy's the only one.
Puffy's not.
The only
Puffy's
one. There can only be
Timu.
one.
Puffy's Timu
There can only be
Tally.
one.
Timu Tally.
Timu
That's very
Tally.
He
Timu
is very,
Tally.
very much.
That's very rude, JS.
He's
You
very
tell
much.
Puffy you said that. I'm gonna tell Puffy you said that.
Kimberly said, "That's how I found this channel. I received an email that I was gifted a membership, and I don't even remember being in chat before that email."
Yep,
You had-
exactly.
No, you would have had to subscribe at least.
Well, maybe you, Kimberly, maybe you maybe you saw a video, because before I did streams, I did videos for 3 years. So maybe you subscribed from a video that I did a long time ago, or you
When did
watched
they
a
get-
video.
When did they get the email though? Because they don't have a membership now. Like was
I
this
get those
email-
emails from random channels that I get memberships for. They just pop up.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I know that I get a
never
lot,
gotten
think you have
membership
to be
unless I was
subscribed.
subscribed or interactive.
or a
with
short,
it.
or a short. I get a lot of subscribers from shorts.
Right.
I get a
Yeah.
lot of subscribers from my old videos. And then when those people come on, well, especially if you watch an old video of mine when I'm like homeless
but-
or something and you subscribe, I get a lot of people who will come on, they'll watch the stream and they'll be like, "Oh, this guy was lying. He wasn't actually on the streets, or he's not actually like that." And it's like, well, that was from 6 years ago. So I wasn't lying. Like, it's just,
Yeah. Are you saying you're allowed to get up out of your misery and succeed in your life? How dare
yeah.
you?
Are you allowed to progress in your life? I don't know.
No, damn, you can't do that.
That video that the homeless backpacker loadout video that has the most views on my channel, I still get comments to this day saying this guy's fake. He's a streamer. And
Well, do you know
it pisses me off. It's like, no, it's
why that video gets the most views? If you watch any of your videos, it like defaults to that video afterwards.
does
yeah,
it?
it does. Yep.
Yeah, it's happened to me like 40 times at this point. Like you'll end a stream and it just defaults to you homeless and doing your backpack shit.
Well,
Yep.
because it's the most viewed video.
That's why, because it defaults back to your. Yeah.
Like I had
It's
50,000
It's
views.
a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, I had 50,000 views on that video before I ever started streaming.
Right. Yeah. So
The one that shows up for me all the time is the I got a new crib video, like all the fucking time.
Oh
Does it?
yeah, that one. Yeah.
Like 3 years old or something. Like, what the fuck? Like, shit.
You don't get.
That's funny.
Why are you recommending me this video?
And
I've
I-
told
For me,
you
is
stop
that one of
recommending
the
it. It
music
still
videos.
fucking pops up all the time.
Do you
It's
get
because
the
Jay's got a new crib, Jeremy, you bastard.
do you get the you don't get the
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 product
wonderful new
reviews?
crib. OJS is here.
I used to do product reviews and I I almost want to do that with this. Well, go. So I did JS review stuff, and then I did JS review sharp stuff, which is where I was reviewing like axes and knives and and so maybe
Ooh,
I need to do JS reviews electronic stuff.
ooh, nah, that sounds cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, don't do electronics, JS. If anyone wants to review electronics, that'd be Jeremy. That'd be his
well,
thing.
I don't review shit. I hate product reviews.
That's racist, James.
yeah, but
How's
I'm
that? How? Wait a minute. How was that racist,
Yeah,
Chris?
James,
Wait a
it's
minute.
racist.
Whoa.
Because you're saying JS is too stupid to review tech products. JS can review tech products.
How is that considered
yeah,
racist? Because
but
technically, according to
then
the
I
idea
start
of
going
race,
into like the
Jeremy and
tech.
JS would be the same
Yeah,
race.
don't
James,
hold
you
I
know
yourself
would
that-
against
consider it
JS.
racist. It's systematic. It's systematic.
I am a techie
Systematic.
kind of like I'm into tech and I'm into nerdy stuff and
Yeah, don't hold Florida against JS. He can't help it where he's from.
I just
mean-
didn't have the money to like, get into that stuff, but I don't know. Like I have all these boxes like unboxing and I don't know.
Yeah, but James, don't question Chris. He's African. He don't do words good like you and me.
He don't
Yeah,
do
fuck
words
you,
good
man.
like.
Mm-mm.
That was racist.
That
He don't word
I
good.
was.
He don't word good.
Wait a minute. Huh?
I was waiting on Chris to call me out on that one. And he just fucking didn't say shit.
What am I supposed to say? Words are difficult, Jeremy. Fuck. What am I supposed to say? Words are difficult, okay? English is my second language, okay? What am I supposed to say?
That's racist.
Yeah, but he's a white South African though. He's not a.
I fucking set you
No,
up.
that's racist.
The one time I set you up with like,
Yo, why do I gotta be a white South African, James? Why are you being racist now?
Well, according to the idea of race, you'd be considered a white South African, right?
When you say African, you would think the opposite color, wouldn't you?
No,
James,
not
I
necessarily.
just can't deal with James. I just can't deal with your racism today, bro.
Tech stuff is hard because you need to be able to test it and have all the graphs on screen and like explain all like I don't know software and I like
Oh, you know hardware better than you do software. Okay.
well I've always been more of a hardware guy. I can take something apart and put it back together. I can take when I was a kid I used to just take apart my VCR or take apart my PlayStation or take apart my CD player and put it back together and the
James knows
hardware
what's hard and take somewhere, bro.
yeah, but
Yeah.
software I don't know like I don't even know how to run a benchmark. Once I put this computer together, I'm gonna have to ask Jeremy like what's the best benchmark, what's the best this, how do I do this, which programs
So
do
how
I
do you
need?
want
I
to do
don't
tech reviews if you want to ask Jeremy and he must
Well, I
do
don't
the
know.
Discord stuff?
In modern day I don't know hardware either. I'm learning now. I'm catching up. But I was into that for a while when I was younger, but now I'm getting back into it.
yeah,
But
well,
I think that's the battle, just keeping up with it.
piece of advice: if you're gonna figure out what best benchmarks and stuff are, don't just ask me. Ask some other people too.
yeah, I've got a what's this Sora test or
I know enough to know that I'm not the arbiter of all things awesome in computers.
yeah, I've been
Base
Zora. You know what the Zora demo is?
The Zora demo.
Yeah, it's for Adobe. It's for Adobe. It's the AI video editing stuff and animation.
Well, no, yeah, it's like a demo that basically puts your graphics card to the test and puts your system to the test.
They got a bunch of. I mean, you could do Cinebench as well.
Cinebench I've heard of, and then I put in my notes MSI Afterburner so that I can like monitor things. Is that good or I don't know. I'm just going off stuff I've.
It's just MSI software. There's a whole bunch of them you can do that'll do that. Like Ada 64s and other good tools for benchmarking and tweaking.
Yeah. Yeah, I just asked Jeremy the other day. I don't even know what overclocking is. Well, I kind of knew what overclocking was, but I was like, overclocking.
Amateur.
Overclocking is like taking the governor off your go-kart.
No, it wouldn't be taking the governor off. It would just be it literally is just advancing the settings to run the system or the component at higher than rated speeds.
Yeah, and you said that could damage your warranty.
Well, no, it does void your warranty when you do that. But there's an important difference here is like when you were looking at the graphics cards. I don't know if you noticed that, but those graphics cards are overclocked. That's what the OC in their product
Is overclock, yeah.
That's what that means, is that it's overclocked. But the difference on those is they're overclocked by the factory. So their overclocking isn't a void of the warranty. The other thing is when you're doing memory, there's actually profiles, XMPP, and I forget what the other one is. AMD has a different profile setting that they do. That's also actually overclocking of your memory. However, those profiles are official accepted profiles. So using those, while it is technically overclocking, they're supported overclocking profiles, in which case using them will not void a warranty either.
Yeah. There's still so much stuff I have to learn. Like right now I'm trying to figure out monitors. We were talking the other day, like if I have two 1440 monitors and then I have a TV that I just want to use for my Switch with an Elgato that goes into the graphics card, is that dividing up the power of my GPU into who's flushing a toilet?
You have to have a graphics port. Well, you will have. Never mind.
Flushing a toilet. I'm outside.
Wait a minute, Jeremy, so I don't mess it up.
Weird background noises that are coming through periodically, King.
Yeah,
Come on back, Jeremy.
Which I had to wash out myself when I was outside because of the wind.
But so if I have
graphics port there, Jeremy, on the computer and the monitor, that makes a difference. You have to have it to get your full resolution, I believe.
I'm gonna have I'm gonna have two monitors. One is gonna be a vertical 2K. I say 2K. I know that's not a vertical 2K and then a curved
2K or 1440p. Both are fine.
Okay, yeah, 1440p.
But he has enough ports on his.
But then I have a third TV here. This is an old ass TV, and the TV is going to be hooked up to my Switch, which is going to be hooked up to the Elgato, which is also going to go into the computer. So is
is the Switch going in order of connectivity? You said the Switch is going to the TV, but technically it's going to an Elgato. The Elgato will then be hooked up to the PC, right? But that's for capture. That's not for you're not doing video out to the TV, right?
Right.
Right.
I could use the TV as a third monitor, which is what I'm like right now. I'm using my laptop and the TV as two monitors.
Based on the way you're describing the connection, your graphics card ain't got shit to do with that because
that's what I thought.
We'll be bringing that in. That's just capture the video capture, which is what the Elgato is doing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not gonna actually use it as a third monitor. It's just gonna be if I want to play the Switch, I can play it on my TV, and then it'll go into the computer. It'll be an input.
Switch, not just HDMI port.
Did I say Twitch? I meant Switch.
Yeah, the Switch is HDMI.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of something else.
It's the
you know what I'm thinking about, Jeremy.
It's because he's using a capture card.
Yeah, I have a capture card. So when I'm playing Switch on stream, it's going from my TV to the Switch is going to the TV and to the computer.
What's you're not going into the TV though, you're going to the Elgato, and the Elgato is doing both to the TV and to the computer, correct?
Yeah, the Switch goes to the Elgato, and the Elgato goes to the TV and the computer.
Right. The Elgato is acting as like a splitter, essentially, but
yeah, it's a pass through.
One has because I don't think you have. I don't think you're connecting HDMI to the computer. I think it's probably USB or some sort of connectivity there. So you're going HDMI from switch to Elgato. Elgato then is connected to USB to your computer and HDMI to the television.
Yep.
Correct? Yeah.
No,
That's
it's well, no, it's there's 2 HDMI's plugged into my computer right now.
your current computer.
Or wait, 2 HDMI's. No,
2 of
there's-
them?
No. There's 1 HDMI going into my computer right now,
I don't say
And
damn, dude.
and it goes
How do
to
you know?
the.
How do you know your cable management is trash, bro?
I know.
Going
Yeah.
in or out of the
Yeah.
computer?
My cable man.
Well, I
is
understand
trash.
what's going on because those capture cards are a pain in the butt.
I saw you pick up your controller earlier, JS. It was a fucking mess.
Dude, the cables are a problem.
Looks like a
And that
spider
was
web.
the controller cable. One fucking controller cable was that bad. I can just imagine what the rest of your cables look like.
Microphone cable and a controller cable. And
No,
it looks
right
like a
now-
damn-
Right now, I'm using a laptop, and there's 1 HDMI, and it goes to the Elgato, and then the Elgato goes to the TV and the Switch.
But you only have one HDMI port out on your laptop, right?
I think I have 2.
You got more than one?
Laptops usually only have one out.
No, actually, I think I only have 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you got 2, damn, you. Why you
But I
building
use
a-
I use my
I
use my
capture-
TV as a second monitor. So I have two monitors right now. I have the laptop screen and I have the TV screen.
Yep.
But if I want to play the Switch, I got to move everything from the TV screen over to the laptop, and then I got to switch. I got to hitch HDMI on the TV to switch it to the Switch. And then I can watch what's happening on the Switch in real time, and it goes to the computer. But anyway, that I wouldn't use it that way. If I-
But the HDMI coming out of your laptop, that's not that's literally an output. You have nothing doing HDMI in to your computer. The HDMI connection that is an input is going only to the Elgato. The connection then from the Elgato is coming in as USB.
Yes.
Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but that's
No,
what makes
output
sense to me,
only.
because
Output
the
only.
HDMI port on the laptop is only an output. It's not an input.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
vote
yeah.
100%.
Yeah, so that shouldn't affect my GPU's performance.
No, it ain't gonna
Not
have
at
shit to do with your GPU. The only impact on your GPU itself will be the whatever's coming into the computer from the Elgato, and then you're displaying it on your screen. Because obviously your GPU then has to process that video to your monitor.
Basically, there's going to be 3 cords going into my GPU. 2 are going to be monitors, and then 1 is going to be the Elgato.
I don't know why that would be.
Because so right now, well,
I don't even know what an Elgato is, so I can't even speak on that.
it's a capture card. It's so you
Elgato's
can.
a capture card, but why is the capture card going into your PC? I don't understand that, like Jeremy said.
Well, no, it would go.
James, why are you yelling, James? Why are you yelling? It's because he's got to play his capture card goes to his PC so he can stream it live so we can see it.
Well, there's also USB. Wait, how is this hooked up? I don't even know how this is hooked up right now. There is an HDMI going from my computer to my Elgato.
Yeah,
And
but
then,
in order,
and that's just so I can use a dual. I don't know.
can't your Elgato plug up to your computer USB? That way you can stream your console to your computer USB.
At least
In
to
order
my
to stream it to
understanding, Elgato has HDMI input,
There's
HDMI
3
output.
cords in my there's 3 cords in my Elgato.
Depends on the.
Yeah, then it's got like a little port for your USB, because I got an Elgato.
There's a
Elgato,
cord.
you need input and output.
There's a
Input,
cord from my
output to the
Switch to my Elgato,
And USB, yeah.
Okay,
Input, output, and USB. I got an Elgato myself.
Yeah. Input, output, USB. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. This is nerd stuff. We're purging viewers.
Yeah, I'm about to fall asleep again.
Well, viewers, hold on tight. We're just going Nerdville right now.
Elder Lion, what's up?
I'm
He only came up here because he wanted to
Not
see
impeachment, Josh.
just chatting rules.
I got told I couldn't come in, so I tried my best to get in.
I'm thinking I want to do a stream. And calm down, everybody. Before I say this, calm down. I want to do a stream called.
Oh, hey, what's up? Into your boat? No, I'm just kidding.
I want to do a stream called. How would I name it? How would I title it? It's something like "Convince Me of the Trinity" because I want to be convinced, and I'm like.
So
Oh my god,
yes,
dude, this is revolutionary. This is gonna change
Man, how long
streaming forever.
has
Hold
Yeah.
on. The prompt in
Fuck, dude.
Wikipedia, the Trinity does not exist. Change my mind. That's what.
I don't want to do it that way because that seems like negative.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't-
trying to name it in some way that it doesn't follow the Stephen
I'm not
Fowler.
I'm not trying to piss people off. I'm not, but maybe that would be more to drive clicks and drive
Exactly.
views.
You're
And
gonna
stuff.
drive a lot. Yeah, you're gonna drive a lot more traffic to your channel if you.
What you have
But
to
I don't
do
want
is you have to have psyops. We have a low enough amount of viewership right now to talk about it. You gotta get psyops like me and Blackout to join in to completely disagree with you that you can.
I
just
don't want it
scream
to
at
be
us.
set up as a debate. I don't want to debate people. I want people who want to come in and really have a conversation about this and like. And
But it's not. I don't think that's going to work, JS, because especially when it comes to the Trinity, so many people are so emotionally tied to it. Nobody's going to be able to come here and have a conversation. They're going to want to.
Yeah.
Hang on though.
Four times. It could work sometimes. You're gonna have to do debating sometimes.
Well, but I think I get this, and correct me if I'm wrong, JS. But so if he goes in that particular title that you're saying, King, that makes it with a kind of a debate premise, and that he's basically saying, this is how I believe.
Yeah, that changed my mind.
Expecting them to come in and change their mind, and then he has to act as the opposition to that, and then they've got to basically go through the convincing.
Yeah, because change my mind basically says debate with me about it.
Yeah, instead, what I get, and correct me if I'm wrong, but basically what JS is saying is, what I think a better title would be is, I want to be a Trinitarian. Because what he's wanting them to do is to convince him why he, or of the Trinity,
yeah,
and whatnot, and like, because he wants to actually have that value, but he doesn't have it right now.
Yeah, for a while I was.
I want to be a Trinitarian, but why should I? That's
exactly.
The
You
title.
want somebody to come in and convince you something that you want to be.
It's not that I want to be. I want to be sure. I want to know. And so, and if it's like, because for a while it would have been change my mind. The Trinity is wrong. Change my mind. And for a while I was on that. And like, and I studied that for like 3 years. And then it's like, if somebody comes in and they start attacking me on it, then I'm gonna start like, I'm gonna try to Ginsu them. I'm gonna be like, okay, well, what about this? What about? But I'd rather, yeah.
See, that's gonna be you though. Like I already know. If you start getting pushback, your questions are gonna turn into debate. You're gonna start grilling them like you are cross-examining them. Just because you just naturally as a person, the way that you are inquisitive about things comes off like you're trying to debate them.
Yeah, it's tough.
So I don't think you're gonna get around that, especially being in the debate sphere.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. I'd like to have some some like conversation. I just want to like talk to some people who are really educated about it. Educated. I sound like a liberal, but I want to talk to some people who really know what they're talking about and be able to ask them questions live for other people and figure this out and get to the bottom of it without it being like confrontational. And it
without there being contention. But the
Yeah.
problem is you're trying to have somebody convince you of their world view or their belief. And the only way to do that would be for them to come in kind of hot and give you some contention to your current world view.
Yeah. And
Well, hey, could I invite a friend of mine to
Yeah,
this
because if you guys don't argue about it, then
Yeah, James, sure.
if you guys don't argue about it, they're just gonna come on. They're gonna tell you their perspective, and then you're gonna be like, I either agree with that or I don't agree with that, and then that would have to end there, or you guys would have to debate about it.
But I also don't want people. I don't want like the Orthodox people or the Christian people to look at me and they see this as, oh, this guy is anti. I'm not anti it. I just I'm trying to understand
Well,
it.
title it something that shows that you're open-minded to it, then.
Yeah.
During our conversation, helped me with my positions on Marvel and DC.
How about your name for your show would be "Help Me Understand the Trinity"?
That's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah.
Because then you're not asking them for their world belief. You're not saying what your world belief is. You're just saying, "Help me understand it." I'm not trying to fight you on it. I just want some kind of understanding of it.
But you're right. If people start getting combative with me, then I'm not gonna accept that. Like I'm the type of person that is like I'm gonna reject that just because of the way that you're talking to me.
Or exactly. Or what if they come in with? Hold on one second, Jim. What if they come in with all the basic talking points that you've already combated in your head? The only thing you are going to be able to do is be like, nah, but I've already thought of it. So in a way, it's going to turn into a debate because unless they come through with something you've never heard before, you're just going to rattle off your contrary to what they're saying because you've already thought about that.
Well, I mean, you could be more direct. You don't have to be like change my mind, but you could be like, I don't understand the Trinity, but I want to. And
right. That's why I said.
Why did Steven Crowder have to ruin it? The fact of the matter is it really is a change my mind. That's what he's wanting to do.
Yeah, exactly.
It is a change my mind, but
well, it is. Well, it is, and it's
The
not.
context of change my mind usually means that you're getting into a hyper debate space with debate bro shit.
But the problem is my mind was changed.
But there's a thing is JS
I had a conversation.
But JS actually wants to understand or take in the values.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. By concept, what he wants is the Change My Mind series, but Steven Crowder never ran it that way.
That's the difference in that. Whereas when you see the Change My Mind segments that like Crowder and things like that do, he don't
exactly. People are gonna
change. He's got it set. He's already built in.
They go off of that context. They're gonna read "Change My Mind," the Holy Trinity, and they're gonna be like, "This is a debate thing for the Holy Trinity."
Right.
Yeah. That's why I said. That's why I think "Help Me Understand the Trinity" would probably be your best bet.
Yeah, that does sound good. Yeah.
Because he fucked that whole term up. If you put "Change My Mind," they're just gonna think that you want debate bro shit.
Exactly, because then the people, that's what I was just going to say, the people clicking in on your video then are going to be like, oh, he wants help, not he's looking for contrary to opinion.
I just want to ask, who came up with the idea of that? Oh, that was me who had that idea.
What idea?
For the title that everybody now just said it should be.
Wait, King said that idea.
No, he didn't. King said change my mind.
Oh.
And I said, no, I have to, what the fuck, what did I just say? Help me understand the Trinity.
Right, which is literally what I said like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. Something like that, but
Oh, man, I invite invite a friend to this conversation whenever you have it.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, you can talk to him. He's
It's
a
right
pastor,
now,
so
James.
I
I mean,
mean,
get in right
it's
now.
probably easier for you to talk to him than
James,
anyone else because he's a pastor.
James, it's not allowed. He's gonna have to go to the staging area.
No, I'm talking.
You will have to
No,
put
I'm
your
talking about
pastor
whatever he
through the
has.
staging process.
But seriously though, he's a friend of mine. He's a pastor. It's probably gonna be easier for you to talk to him than anyone else. Because if I explain to him that you're like me, because you're like me in a lot of ways when it comes to the Trinity. Like
you're
he
talking
can
to.
talk to
You are
you
like
because I've
James in a
talked to
lot
him
of
a
ways.
lot about
I'm
the
glad that James
Trinity.
finished that.
And we've
I was just saying, I'm glad he finished that sentence with like on the Trinity, because otherwise it was like James in a lot of ways, Jess.
Yeah, well, because apparently this is like the worst heresy. Like,
Yeah.
it's the main heresy, and like, you know, you're not gonna change my mind on free will, but free will is
my
not.
alarm went off. So what y'all say? I didn't hear all y'all said to me.
Nothing, James. What was important?
Yeah, but if I'm, it's like, I don't know.
So is it more heretical to not believe in the Trinity or not believe in God at all?
I would probably say they'd probably be considered both as heretical because
the same thing.
yeah, it's kind of the same
You will
thing.
get you'll get
A lot of people would
more.
argue that denying the Trinity is denying God.
Really? Yeah, it's both heretical.
Denying the Trinity.
No, but you'll get more hate. You'll get more hate from Christians for denying the Trinity than you will for being an atheist.
True enough.
Yeah, 'cause that's like saying like
there's two
that's like
different
saying like
gods.
Jews
You don't believe in
would
the
be
Trinity,
like on the
Yeah,
table.
and
Then
that's the idea, is that you don't believe in the same God as us, which is when I first came to Utah.
What did you just say? You said if you don't believe in two gods.
I said it would be like saying Jews are on the table then, because like if you say that like you don't believe in the Trinity, but you still believe in the same God with us, you could extend that to you don't believe in Jesus Christ, but you still believe in the same God as us.
Jesus Christ is God, so how?
So that's
No.
why, and then people say the Trinity is God. So if you deny the Trinity, then you're denying God. That's why it's considered as bad as a heresy.
No, what it is
It depends on how you define Unitarian.
a Christian who talks to an atheist is going to be like, well, I'm already going off the premise this person doesn't believe in God, this person doesn't believe in Jesus, so I'm going to show them love and I'm going to try to help them and guide them and blah blah blah. But if a Christian meets a Christian and they say, I don't know about the Trinity, then it's like, oh, you're not really a Christian. And there's more hate that comes from your own side than when you're on the opposite side.
Well, but that comes down to two things, though, right? Because you're making if you claim to be a Christian and you don't believe in the Trinity, essentially you're kind of making two arguments there, and it's one, as a person claiming to be a Christian, you're arguing one, that the Trinity is not correct, and two, that you're worshiping the same God as the Trinitarian.
Or you're telling all the Trinitarians that they're wrong.
Which they're probably wrong. You know, because there's only one pathway.
But then that would be two. That's still making.
I think my analogy was like decent, because like what Jews are technically doing is denying part of the Trinity. They're saying Jesus Christ is not the Son of
essentially
God.
They are, but they're denying Jesus Christ in general.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You will see a lot of people from there, if I had to guess, making those arguments. Then they would be like, it's no different than.
Even if we took Trinity out of it, they don't think Jesus was the Messiah or the Son of God or any.
I know. I'm just saying, if they think it's all equal, then it wouldn't be any different than denying the essence or denying the Lord itself. If it's a Trinity, they're all equal. So you're denying every part of it if you deny one part of it.
But I wanted to.
Well, that's saying that it was a Trinity, though.
Elderline, you said if you don't believe in the Trinity, it's like believing in two gods. How does that work? I don't understand that part.
Oh. Well, first of all, then you'd have to believe that truth is created. Then you'd have to believe that like a lot of the things that Christ is just created, which means that there was nothing. Which means all the things that Christ claims to be would mean that all those things were created and that there was nothing, literally almost nothing, before him.
Right, but what I would say is
there was God before Christ, and then God created Christ, and then therefore He created everything else.
All the aspects of God that are, it's hard for me to explain. I still got NyQuil in my fucking brain, but I already lost where I was going.
But I would say that I don't believe Christ was created. I believe he was with his Father before all of time. It was the Father and the Son.
Right, because then doesn't God say we created light? He talks in the third person when he's saying we created this and we created that. I mean,
see, I don't know if you
Well,
can
what
do
I'm
this
saying
without
is,
it
what is-
becoming a contentious debate.
Well, what I'm saying is, how
Oh,
can
of course
something
you
be uncreated?
how can what?
That would be my point. How can something be uncreated yet still be around?
Because
Unless it's God.
he's the son. Because he's the son of God.
Yeah, and if he was
Because God,
never created,
because God, because it's God's will. Because it's God's will, it's God's way. That's the way that God wrote it. He wrote it so that his son was always at his right hand.
Yeah, and then
So
I
then he was
think the more disagreement's going to come when I say it seems like more of a duality, and then they're going to say that I'm tying into like Judaism. It's more of a Father and Son, and the Holy Spirit is just the Spirit of God. Like,
Well, the Holy Spirit is the Spirit of the Father. It says that in John.
right? The Holy Spirit is the Spirit of the Father.
Yeah, and Jesus is the Son of the Father.
Right,
I mean,
but he's not exactly. But Jesus isn't the Spirit, and he isn't the Father. So he's the Son. Like that's what I mean. Like that's.
I don't even know if I'm going to do this. It's just something I've been thinking about because it's like I know it's.
No, I think you should, JS. I enjoy the
conversation. I really like to invite my friend Steve. I'd really like to invite him.
Yeah,
I enjoy the conversation, even not being religious. I enjoy the conversation because this is one of the things that I find is one of the major things that all Christians kind of wrestle with in their head, even people who aren't fully Christian. So, like, how does this make sense? And it's one of those.
Yeah, for the first 30 years of my life, growing up in the church, doing Bible studies, going to Christian school, it was always something in my head that was like, but this doesn't make sense. And then when I heard that there's people that don't believe in the Trinity, it all clicked. And my life got better because of it. Once I started seeing it that way, things got better in my life. So what Christians would call the fruit started growing after that point. And so it's like it's tough for me. But then when I say these things and Christians get so like it.
Yeah, bro, it's false fruit. It's demonic fruit that you're eating.
That's
what they say.
It's the fruit of Satan.
And
That's what they say.
And a lot of the time, you
Yeah,
think
it's
you find a
tough.
mistake, especially for me. Like I don't actually don't like you because you don't believe in this. It's kind of like the best way I can express it is like a kind of like a fatherly fear that I'm seeing somebody being so mistaken and that it could hurt them in the long run.
Yeah,
That's
and that's what
that's
I'm
where
thinking is what if I've been misled and what if this idea is the wrong idea and I'm seeing benefits from it, but that's all a deception.
But if the Trinity and being a Trinitarian is like so paramount, then why is it that the masses follow it? Did they not say that the road would be hard? Like it wouldn't be
the narrow
for
path.
everybody. It's a narrow path. So if believing in the Trinity is the only way, like then why does everybody believe in it? Why is it so widely adopted?
Yeah, and this could be a thing that I do this, and by the end, I'm like, yeah, the Trinity's wrong. Like
well, the narrow path is a reference to having like a bunch of different things to help you go into, it's not about just one aspect of one thing. It's a bunch of things that you have to do. It's not just
There's
one.
there's
You
also
hear,
no
you
getting
can
away
be
from that
mistaken about
feeling.
some things that just
Right,
I don't
but
know.
right,
Or
but
some
part of
People
that.
are
like
constantly
Hold on.
nervous about the idea that they never did or believed in something that was all along wrong.
Right, that's what. Yeah, the path, that narrow path, has to be grounded in something, and by my take on this whole thing is, if you're not a Trinitarian, according to everybody else, then you're not a true Christian. I've heard so many people say that you're not a true
Yeah.
Christian. You don't believe in the same God as me, or like you said, you believe in two gods. So that right there, like that you're gatekeeping on it. You're saying unless
Well, I mean
you
specifically with
believe
JS,
this,
the way JS
I don't know if
puts
it's
it.
two
you're not going to be
gods.
accepted.
That idea of God's misunderstood, though.
Oh, okay. Let's go in the Hebrew again.
All right, James, we're not going to get into that.
Going to the Hebrew, yeah, the
Hey, we're not-
Hebrew.
Well, I mean,
James,
even the
James,
Orthodox
here's my
Church,
It's so misunderstood because
the Orthodox
about
Church will
Elohim,
say
James. We're not going that.
it's a divine mystery. It's one of the
Yeah,
divine
I mean,
mysteries.
I don't.
That's
I
bull.
mean, as far as I know, nobody can
I
directly
don't.
tell you how exactly the Trinity works in super precision. It's not something that's like
But then that's
you
the
can
same thing.
explain
That's
it
the same
with
bullshit
a logical example.
that's the same thing that all the science people then would say is, well, I can't tell you exactly how it works, but I mean, you just gotta believe, bro.
Well,
Yeah.
it's more of a that the God the Father is just completely unknowable to a certain extent, except through the Son.
I agree.
So it's difficult to explain to you to what the Father is when nobody like how can you know? You can only know what Jesus has told.
Right. So then
You
exactly.
have to understand how JS ends up where he's at, where he then's left wondering, is the Trinity even real?
Right.
Yeah, and
That's the logical extension of what you're saying, is to ask at least that question. You might decide it is, but you would ask that question.
and maybe it's almost like it's something in me that is like I I see if a lot of people hear me say things, they'll be like, "Oh, he doesn't believe in the Trinity. He's not really a Christian." And it's like I want to talk to these people and say, "This is how I see it. Is this wrong?" And I think if I really explain myself, they're not going to say that I'm wrong. Like they're going to say, "Well, that's kind of how we see it too. We just use different words to describe it." And
Well, a
then
lot of people think you're like going down a line of quiet. It's more about what the conversation represents. A lot of people see
right?
you questioning something like this means that you're leaning down the path of becoming less religious, that you're going to stray away from Christianity.
right. And it's actually the opposite.
Right. You're asking this question to strengthen your Christianity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But yes, exactly what Goon's saying. The majority of the time when this question is brought up, it's on the contrary. People are
Evolution and stuff.
yeah, fighting the faith, not strengthening the faith.
Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. One of these days I'm going to do
One
that.
of
And
these
when you,
days.
But
when
see,
you
I'd
do,
like
though,
I'd like to
I'm gonna invite my friend. When you do, I'm gonna invite my pastor friend.
yeah, I'd like to talk to him and I mean, I know it's a big get, but and I don't even think it would go well, but I'd like to talk to somebody like a Jay Dyer. Like maybe I'd call into his show one day, but I listened
Well, my
to
pastor friend knows a lot about the Hebrew, so he
Well,
could
I
help
wouldn't.
you.
I wouldn't
Know about the
recommend
Hebrew and the
going to
Greek.
Jay Dyer because he's going to be because he does a lot of people every day. So he's just
right.
the second that you say something, he's just going to be. I'm not going to deal with this.
Yeah,
Just,
and I listened
don't
to
wanna deal with
his
3 hour
conversations.
conversation and just give over.
Yeah, so that wouldn't work. But I listened to his conversations with people and I'm like, and I got to look at it from his perspective. Yes, he's heard this 1,000 times and he rolls his eyes and he goes, "Ugh, oh my God, here we go again. I've explained this 1,000 times." But it's like, I don't want to call into his show and ask him these questions and then you start rolling your eyes and getting aggressive with me, and it's like,
Getting dismissed. Yeah.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
that West guy.
That's all going
From
to come
what I've
down to
seen
how
of
you
the-
that's going to come all down to how you respond to what is said, though, because like
And
Yeah.
honestly, if you're running a show like that,
what I'm gathering from this just in this conversation here, where you're talking about what you would like, what I'm actually picking up in what you're saying is really all you're looking for is an affirmation in what your understanding is currently, because it kind of seems more like you would much prefer to convince the Trinitarian of your ideology while he's sharing his with you, kind of a thing.
No,
And I say that
if I'm
because-
wrong, I'd like to be shown where I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, but I say that, but you have this conversation. You've had this conversation multiple times with us on here with Elder Lion, who doesn't have your understanding, and he's telling you how you're wrong in his worldview, and he is a Trinitarian, or at least I believe he is, based on the way he speaks, and whatnot, and yet you don't accept that, and you just argue against it. So
Yeah.
it seems to me like you just want to have this same discussion with somebody new, and until you find somebody that just says, you know, you're right. I have converted my ideology to align with yours.
Or he wants, or he's looking for somebody that'll challenge him enough where he'll stump enough a little bit, then he'd be like, okay, well, I guess you give me enough reason to become Trinitarian again. I think that's what he's doing. I think you're looking for an excuse to become a Trinitarian, but you want somebody to convince you of it.
Yeah, I think it's more that. I think it's
Because
more. I was
logically-
raised Trinitarian, and then I got led away from it, and now I want somebody to bring me back to it.
Then the problem is though, JS, is that logically you're gonna know that it's not gonna fit. Because that's just somebody else. Somebody else bringing you back.
yeah, you want someone else to
And
give
I guess
you the
I guess
answer.
the real answer here is I need to go like read some educated people, but you know, I want to make it like a stream, and you know,
Make
do
it entertaining.
I can send you a video.
do it publicly and make it entertaining, and also, but not make it like, you know, but yeah, I could just go read more books, but but I don't know.
I mean, the way
Or just read the Bible and see if you can get it out of that, but I highly doubt you can get it out of the Bible. So
I don't get
see
it
it
out of
saying
the
in the Bible.
Bible.
I mean, the way I see it, you've already made up your mind, JS. At this point, you can't be wrong.
But I made up my mind before, and I've had my mind changed. Like,
You just want somebody to out-logic you. That's it. You just want somebody to give you some type of argument that you don't know how to refute, and then you'd be like, "Good enough." So then, when somebody
I
comes in
think you're
challenges
curious,
you,
Jess.
I mean,
I think so. Then when somebody challenges you as a Trinitarian, you could refute. You could then use that same argument and
Benefit
be
of
like,
the
"No,
doubt.
no, this is the argument." Because all the other arguments that people bring you, you always have a way to combat it. You always have a way to go over it.
Yeah, well, watch
You
this,
just haven't heard of one that will stop that.
King, watch this.
I actually agree with Jeremy. I think that like he's looking for like evidence of the Trinity, and I don't think there is like evidence.
Yeah,
It's like a belief.
I mean, no, I'm just saying,
There's
JS
no
is
physical
behind up
evidence,
here.
there is
Just
logical
watch this real quick.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's no more evidence than there is of God itself. That's what I mean.
Yeah, 500 witnesses or not, it's hard to believe that somebody came back to life regardless.
Yeah, but just watch this. Hey, JS.
Yeah.
Who won that UVC debate between you and Bricky?
Which one? Which part?
The entire UVC battle between you and Bricky. Who won that?
I did.
Share.
Right? Who was the judges on that? Literally, both King and I. And
easy.
Yeah, but it was 2v. It was 2-2, and then William decided the last round. where I was playing devil's advocate.
That is fair. You are correct there. You're right.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, he took it
Now,
out of our
granted,
That is
one
a
of
good
those
point.
rounds, King gave it to Britt because I said something about damn Minnesota or something. I don't know what that was.
Atlanta
I
10,000
guess
like
that may be fair too. That his judging could be put into question on that.
Yeah.
And Easy didn't make. Well, I don't know if Easy made his known on that or not.
What was
Yeah, no, he did. He did. He went with Bricky that one too.
actually,
Logo on that one.
to be honest, I don't think he made any. Like let's just focus on the dinosaur pyramid thing. I fucked up the opening and
Didn't mention how dinosaurs built the pyramid in your opening.
yeah,
Not one.
and so that was missing. A better example would be shit. What was I just thinking about? Oh, the two Teriyaki debates last week. I think I won both of those. Like
I didn't. When did those happen?
it was on VK.
Was I not there? Where was I at for that?
I don't know, but I debated Teriyaki twice on VK, and I think I won both of those, but the chat said no. But if you're oh no, a better example is the debate with Stepfire about free will on Sarah's channel.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was very close, but I still think I won because he got me on one thing. There's one problem that I still have with this idea that there's no free will, and he brought it up and we talked about it, which is if how can we sin if God determined that we're gonna sin? How can we sin? And that's a tough one for me. And I've told him this, but he doesn't acknowledge that there's contradictions in his too. And so I'll go ahead.
Well, no, you take a very broad claim because I'm going to tell you.
When have you lost a debate?
Never.
There you go. Like, see.
Well, this is the thing.
That's why I don't want it to be a debate.
This is something I don't think you see when you say that there is no free will. Is you're taking a way more like all-encompassing opinion than what you need to do.
Yeah, but it's.
I mean, compatibilism is that hardest.
I don't think he believes that.
But I'm not
I don't either. I've been away for a minute. I don't think he believes this.
Here's my point: is
I do believe it, 100%.
I don't believe you.
Say you have never lost.
1,000%.
And in order to have your mind changed, you have to accept that you're currently wrong in your position. You will not accept that you're wrong on the position.
Right. And I support you,
Yeah,
JF.
and that's why I don't want to make it a debate.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a debate or
You're
if
wrong,
it's a
sir.
discussion. The simple fact is you've made up your mind on the position. And even if it's not a debate and somebody's just to convince you of this thing that you want to be convinced of, you've already made up your mind. And in order for you to actually accept and be convinced of that, you have to accept that you are currently holding the incorrect position. So you've already got to concede that from the start, or concede that you might be wrong and be willing to accept.
But the fact that I even want to do this, I'm acknowledging that I'm acknowledging that I may be wrong.
You're acknowledging that you might be wrong, but you're not willing to accept that you are wrong. And that's the point I'm making. Is
exactly.
I don't think that you can be convinced. I think you've already convinced yourself. You just want to have the discussion for somebody to come up and bring more points. For you to either.
Well, I don't believe I convinced myself.
Your ideology to affirm you, or build more fuel to argue against.
What would it take to convince JS? What does it take?
An argument he can't defeat.
Right. And that's impossible if he's not willing to accept the defeat.
Yeah, and so
one would have to be questioning their own.
So like with free will, there is an argument I can't defeat. But
Well,
the problem is
go ahead and share it.
the problem is, and I talked to Stepfire with this in private messages. I was like, you need to acknowledge that there's a problem you can't defeat either. And so what I told him is basically free will is just philosophical gobbledygook. It's kind of like it's kind of like simulation theory. I like talking about simulation theory, but we can't prove it right or wrong. So it's kind of like this is just like a mind game. When when I talk about free will, it's just a mind game. It's just a fun thing to talk about. Like, to me, it doesn't matter. But
And
the
I think that's
Trinity,
where we get lost here.
the Trinity matters to me. Like, if I'm
You
wrong,
view them both as just like solving a problem but creating more, like both of the answers.
But
Yeah.
most people are very serious
Yeah, I
about their free
agree.
will
All
thing.
things true.
So I told him, he gave me the knowledge question. I think I had a planned answer for that. I knew he was going to ask me that, and I had an answer for that. And I think my answer satisfies me. How can you know things without free will? And then the love question, I think I had a planned, well, I know I had a planned answer for that. I knew he was going to ask me these questions, and I had answers prepared for them that in my mind, it answers that question. But then you get to the question, well, how can you sin if God already knew you were going to sin and God made you to sin? How can you sin? And that's a tough question. And I've told him, I don't know. I don't know. I struggle with that. But you also
you
have
associate
a
external
problem.
you associate external things with the
Yeah,
internal
the
thing.
problem, and the
You
problem
really
that you
do.
have with the same problem that you have as well. Like, they're both unfalsifiable. Like, you
Right.
can't
Right.
physically prove one or the other, so it doesn't matter. Like, so you bringing that up in the debate where it's true for both sides, it doesn't actually do anything.
Exactly.
mean?
Yeah. And so when he brings up that, and then so he asked me, how can God forgive you for a sin? How can God what did he ask me? I almost want to pull it up in the Discord, but he asked me, how can God forgive you for or how can you repent for a choice you made? And then I said something like, why does God need to forgive you for a choice you didn't make? And so I just flipped it. Like, you just flip it. And if it's the same, either way, there's still the same problem. Like,
Well,
Well,
I
yeah,
have a
the
question.
problem that I have with determinism, is that it equals to one of two things. Either he created people just to torture and kill, or he created people, or everybody's going to heaven. Literally, it's one or the
There
other.
you go. There you
No.
go.
Yeah,
not,
Brother Ron
and
just nailed it.
or
and
he,
my thing is, JS,
Held it.
if you truly don't believe in free will, JS, why do you push people to become better? Why do you want to see people become better?
Yeah, why even bother?
You don't
Nothing
believe
you
in
do
free
matters.
will.
because if I can influence somebody,
But you can't.
it,
They're already
no,
predetermined.
you're right.
Right?
Because
Yeah,
Well, you
no,
have to influence them, so then they don't have free will if you need to be influenced to do something, right?
And see, this is why I hate the whole modern
but if
determinism
that's
debate.
part of the
It's
plan,
just evolved into
Yeah,
basically
imagine
free
like
will.
imagine your life is like there's roles and there's an actor who's gonna come and he's gonna turn you to God. JS wants to play the role of that actor, the one that plants that seed. At least that's
Yeah.
how his worldview would work if he believed it was predetermined.
It's not even that I
Somebody's
want to.
going to do it. It's going to happen.
Oh no,
But
I'll
like
take he's deeper on this.
he'd prefer to be that person.
It's not that I want to, it's that I have to. It's that all the words that I'm saying right now, I have to be saying. Like,
Everything I have done or will do is not up to me.
yeah.
That's where you come from. Your
Yeah.
decisions, choices have no effect whatsoever.
Yeah, I think
On the end. On
this is
the
what
end.
he said, well, how could you make the choice to do right or wrong? And I said, and also, Goon, for your question, do we make choices? There is no choice.
Exactly.
There's never a choice.
According to you, JS.
Yeah, sure. Not according to me, but according to
Well, according to what you believe, I guess.
yeah. We think we make choices, but really the choice has already been like there is no choice. Like when I think if I choose to pick this up right now, like I didn't actually choose to pick this up right now. I picked this up right now because I'm trying to demonstrate the choice.
variables.
Like it was gonna happen. Like there's no other way it could have happened. So I forget what he asked me. But yeah, that was I honestly think Mosman did better, but
No.
I don't know. Bud's argument with whoever he was talking to that we picked up and overheard on accident kind of got me thinking and a little questioning about some of the religious things.
That Indian guy convinced me to pick up the book again. I'm not gonna lie.
No, bro, the whole
kind of backwards. I really do.
get obliterated when or what was it? What happens when you die, Bud?
Come on in, James. Where you at? You're muted, James.
He's eating his mayo manwich.
You get annihilated. If you don't make it to heaven, you get annihilated. You get
he
destroyed.
said
That was a crazy perspective.
If you don't make it to
Thank
heaven,
you
you get
very much.
destroyed. Annihilationism. Because that actually lines up better with the Bible if you study the Bible and you study what Revelations talks about. Plus, you also understand that we don't have eternal life either because of the fact that because we didn't eat from the tree of life and everything. We ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, so the tree of life.
he said something about Jesus' sacrifice, and I said Jesus didn't die for you to have free will. And he said, no, he died for our sins that we are not capable of committing. And I said, or he died for the sins you aren't capable of freely willing yourself to stop. Like,
Hey, actually, JS, you just stumbled upon something that was true.
yeah. What if you could freely will yourself? If you had free will,
But this is the thing.
as a
there's
Christian, why
different
don't you
idea.
freely will yourself to be perfect? And I think it sounds like
It don't work that way.
something that people will brush
This is the
over, but
idea.
huh?
Well, this is the idea: is that there was no.
I don't want to
that
get
we
into
were
free will again,
basically.
but sorry, go ahead, keep going.
What I was trying to say though is that before Christ came and died, is that we didn't have these morals written on our hearts as Gentiles, so none of us were able to really choose or know or understand these things until Christ died, because he reconnected us to God. So there is that, like, you are technically right in that idea to that point, but there always was a will. You could always kind of, and this is more of just an assertion because I don't want to debate this right now, because I think Stepfire kind of gave my best arguments for me, but shit, this fucking NyQuil, I already forgot what I was saying.
This is how I
should have taken.
I don't care what the audience says. I don't care what the audience
Southern
thinks.
white woman had.
The way
Go ahead,
I
Steve.
think I lose a debate is when somebody says something and I say, "Damn, I'm wrong." That's wow. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, you got me. And part of that is in the free will debate. There is a part that I can't deal with, that I don't know how to answer that. But at the same
when God
time,
says our will be done is different from our free will. I have to say that. Our free will is an instant choice. That's it. Internal only, not external.
Well, it's still. Never mind.
We can't will ourselves to have wings and frog legs and shit like that. We just can't do that.
yeah, this is I'm not. Nobody's
I
making that
have a
argument.
huge.
Yeah, yeah,
no
you
such
did.
thing as a perfect
No,
will
I
in this
didn't.
world, though.
No, I never did.
You made something like that.
No,
I'll do it.
the panel straw manned me and said that I was making that argument because they didn't
Whoa,
understand what I
whoa,
was
wait.
saying.
Wait.
But I never made the argument that we could just do whatever we want. We could just fly right now. I could just fly. I would never make that argument.
Oh, that's why I actually engage with this conversation with you, because you don't make that argument. Because if you
Yeah,
did,
I would never
I
do
would
that.
laugh.
Come on.
I'd just
I hear
laugh
it,
and
Dad. Every so often I hear it. You associate the external with the internal.
No.
Free will is internal only to me.
Free will is there is no internal only. No, my point is that
only thing you have control over is yourself.
My whole point is that the metaphysical is more powerful than the physical.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would never make that argument, and I never have. And
straight up, no, you
when
don't.
people accuse me of that, they're straw manning me, and they're not understanding what I'm saying.
I don't.
And that happened. That happened on that panel. Everybody on the panel was like, "Oh, you're saying we could just grow wings?" No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's not exactly what I mean.
Instead of accusing me of what you think I'm saying, why don't you ask me what I'm saying? Because that's not what I'm saying.
I wasn't on that panel.
Excellent.
I know, but that happened on that panel, and you're doing it right now.
Well, I'm not meaning it that way, Jeff. I hear it.
I'm not Brick Jonesy. I'm not gonna say, "Why don't we just
No, you're
grow
not.
wings and
No, you're not.
fly?"
I'm just saying you put more on the free will thing than we humans. It's I can't even explain it. You give it too much credit, too much power.
Let me tell
No,
you
I don't
what-
give it
what
any power.
Free will is what free will actually is just the ability to make a bunch of good choices and only good choices. That's what a free will is.
That's
So
what I
we
think it
don't.
is.
Free will
So
is
there's
free will is the ability to choose to be perfect.
But that's an external effect.
Well, what I'm saying is that it's not really something that we have completely. We can make good choices, so we can have aspects of a free will, but we don't. What is it called? Most people confuse what free will is with self-determination. Like self-determination is just the ability to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why the one mistake I made in that debate is I didn't pin Stepfire down on his definition of free will, because later in the panel he said free will is just the ability to make a choice. And I do know that is not what free will is, but
Semantics are important.
yeah, but anyway, this is why I say it's just a fun thing to talk about to me. It's
I
not.
feel like "Are you crazy?" is correct, and sometimes you do make the flying argument.
Thank you, Goon.
Yeah,
When have I made the flying argument?
Okay, so like whenever you say,
somehow,
here, let me explain it to
Or
him.
you're gonna say when I
After
say
playing
people
Dragon Ball?
should be able to be perfect.
No. I'm gonna say, so whenever you talk about, like, if I put a gun up to your head and I tell you to do something, you're talking about a physical restriction from somebody else, and your argument is that for my will to be free, I'd have to never have a gun pointed to my head. And you can make that same argument with the flying argument. For me to be free, gravity would never have to impede me. I'd have to be able to fly.
He's doing a much better job than me.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm
That's
saying.
what he's
I'm
saying,
saying
exterior to interior too. He's saying like you're saying you should be able to control an exterior force. He's saying you can only control the interior force. That's the free will.
I'm saying that the interior and exterior and metaphysical force is inescapable. There is no time when it's not acting on you.
Yeah, but then you are making to be free, you have to have zero restrictions argument.
Right.
Which is the flying argument.
You're making the metaphysical flying argument.
Yeah, if you want to say, yeah, okay. Yeah, but yeah, I guess if you're saying What I'm saying is, the only way you have free will is if you're God.
God's will be done. If he
Yeah,
says,
no, and I think
my will be
that
done,
is like
Right.
a position you could take. It's just
Right.
sometimes
Not your
you,
will.
you're saying you're
Not
not
my
making the
will.
position, but then sometimes you do.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I would
I
actually
see
say
what
that
you're
is,
saying.
in my opinion, that was the biggest mistake you made in the Step Fire debate, was switching between like biblical relations to how there are predestined things to going to what is the essence of freedom, because they're two different questions.
Yeah, but it was in my opening. Is all in my opening, and then in the.
Yeah, and I get it. And you're interested on both levels. You're interested on the scientific level for like atheists, and you're also interested on the theological level.
I think ignoring the open conversation when it got muddled, in the cross exam, I used the Socratic method to show that the way he answered those questions, there's no way you could get to free will from that. But after the cross exam, when we started talking, and he would ask me a question, I would answer the question, and then we would just go in circles about that question. Then it got muddled, but
I'll give you this. I feel like you were answering a lot more questions than he was answering.
Yeah, and
well, this is the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
He had a path he wanted to go down and no other one.
Everybody has free will. You don't have to prove everybody has free will. You just have to prove that somebody has it somewhere. That's all he had to prove.
No, because if it's free will and only some people have it sometimes, and we don't determine who has it at what times, then it's not really free. It's a limited will that only applies to certain people at certain times. That's not free will.
Well, to me, I don't think that I think most people don't have free will. I think that the only people that have free will is the saints. If you want to talk about like self-determination, yeah. I think
Okay, but how do
everybody has
you decide if you're a saint?
Nope.
So then it's
God
not
does.
free will. It's a limited will that God
Well,
gives
it's not
to
even that
people.
God. It's a connection to God, though. It's not so much.
I would agree with that. If he would have said, if he would like, if it was about consequential will or limited will that only applies to certain people at certain times under certain situations, I would agree. Yeah, but it's not free will.
All right. Well, under my I don't think Stepfire was making the argument. This is just my argument that I don't think free will is.
But he
the
kind of
ability
did.
to make any choices at all
He
times. I think
acknowledged.
it's just to make good choices.
This is the same thing I did with Mosman. It's the same thing I did with Stepfire. I tried to show that if it is a limited will and you don't determine where those limits are, then it's not free. And that's why I won the debates. And that's why free will is incoherent. It's
I would say they could even
really
win if they
free.
could show you somewhere in the book or somewhere like decently cited where that will is limited. But
If
there
you
is
if
no
you acknowledge
explanation
that
to them.
if you acknowledge that I have free will, but only at some times under certain situations, but I don't determine when those situations happen, and I don't determine when I have free will, then you don't actually have free will. That's what I'm saying.
Yep. The worst part is half the time you don't get to talk about.
But he does not interfere.
Yeah, our choices are all based off of our upbringing and what we've experienced and what we know, and we apply that to.
But that's not free
I
will.
think God is letting us just go through our decisions, make them, whether they're good or bad, right or wrong. He knows the end, your end. He knows that, right? But he is not going to interfere with your life. He's not going to correct you every second.
But if he already if he already determined when the end of your life is, then he is interfering. Like he is the.
I don't see it that way.
He is the cause of
what God.
He knows the beginning from the end. But
well, yeah,
the only thing you have control over on this planet is your body, yourself.
So you make up your own definition of free will and determine we don't have it? No,
No.
I gave the two most common definitions of free will. And then I gave my definition of free will, which is a slightly altered version of the most common version of free will, which is the ability to make choices outside of influences. and I add or consequences. That's the only addition that I've made in my definition, but he didn't
The
compete with
argument
my
you're
definition.
making too is just the ain't nothing free argument. Like nothing
Yeah.
is technically free.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is that if
Come
there's
up here,
any
Eddie.
if there's any sort of limit that you don't determine, then it's not really free.
No, we don't have that luxury of making no.
And then the other option is the ability to have done things differently. And I think that gets dark. That gets dark real
Red is
quick.
a prison there.
It leads to repentance.
Yeah.
But you also do believe in a level of predeterminism, though.
And this is what another thing I said to him in the debate. I was like, we're getting wrapped around the word determinism. And maybe it's the same thing, maybe it's semantics, but I think predestination, I don't know. I prefer.
A lot of it did feel like nobody's seen the Final Destination movie.
Yeah, I'm predestined. Whatever I do, I'm predestined to do. Like, it is predestination, and it's
Like the people that were saying like you couldn't have free will while also having a predestination. I felt like I was just like the whole time I was like, have you never seen Final Destination? That's literally the whole movie.
Well, it's like in
they're using their extremely limited free will to try to get away from death, but death is always chasing them, and it catches up eventually. It's literally
in the Bible readings that I'm doing, I'm not trying to like turn things into a free will conversation at every point, but there's a lot of things that point to it. So in Samuel, the Israelites choose a king. Well, in Deuteronomy, God says one day the Israelites will not want me to be their king. They're going to choose a king. So if God knew that was going to happen 100 years before it happened, and then it happens, they couldn't have chosen differently. That's it. It happened the way it was supposed to happen.
They could have been a blue million choices made different in between those times, JS.
And also,
So
this
what?
too, and also the way that I've read the Old Testament, I'm like halfway through it, going through the Septuagint now. This is my second time reading it, but the way that I read it is it's just like him warning of consequences for their actions. Prophecy is the warning them of the consequences of their actions and the promises that if they follow his word, what he'll do for them.
Yeah, but he tells them directly what will happen. Like, this is going to come to pass. And then it says, and like, this came to pass.
Yeah, it's like if I told my kid, right, that if you keep, I don't know, throwing something across the room, eventually I'm going to stop giving you that thing to throw across the room.
We just read on Friday morning, Samuel tells Saul, hey, tomorrow you're going to wake up and you're going to go out and you're going to find these prophets, and these prophets are going to tell you this, and then you're going to do this, and then you're going to do this. And then the next chapter is Saul went out, he found the prophets, and the prophet said this, and he said this, and they did this, and it came to pass, and it came to pass, and it came to pass. Like, the way it's
Can I send you down a line of questioning on this?
Huh?
Can I send you down a line of questioning on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think God exists outside of time and space?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you think that God's just telling people what happens?
That's
what happened did come of free will, but he's just telling them what their free will leads them to do. Because he exists outside of time and space, so he knows what their free will wind up with them doing.
But it would only be free will if they could choose to do otherwise.
They could have, but they didn't.
But I don't think they could have. And that's the
That's
problem.
what I'm saying, is like he might not be laying out a destiny. He could be laying out the idea of just telling you, this is what you do because you decide to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
So when Isaiah writes about Cyrus freeing the Israelites from the Babylonians, 300 years later, there's a guy named Cyrus who reads this book written by Isaiah, and he says, well, I guess I need to go free these Israelites from these Babylonians, and he does it. I don't think there's any way it could have happened. I don't think Cyrus could have been like, I just don't want to today, and proven the prophecy wrong, which would have made
So is
it
your
all.
question more around the ideas if somebody tells you this is your prophecy, if at that point you're able to finally change it?
Yeah, it's like the movie Arrival when the aliens show the lady that you're going to marry this guy and have a child with him, and your child is going to die. And what does she do? She marries the guy, and she has the child, and the child dies. And I know it's a movie. People say, "Oh, you're making a reference to a movie," but art imitates life, and this is if somebody could show me what I'm going to do tomorrow that was all knowing and all powerful. If some all knowing, all powerful entity showed me exactly every step I was going to make tomorrow, I don't think I could choose to do differently.
But how do you make the logical jump there that they have power over what you're doing tomorrow?
Well, because it's an all knowing, all powerful entity that tells
Well,
me
can you
this
perceive
is
the
what
idea of
is
like
going
seeing?
to happen.
Could you perceive the idea of someone who can like tell the future, like
Yeah,
someone who's like a
if God
fortune
was
teller?
not all powerful, then what you're saying would make sense.
Right.
Well, if a fortune teller like tells you what's happening tomorrow, does that
Fuck
mean
a
therefore
fortune
they
teller.
must be God though? Does that what that?
No,
Because
if
you're
a
implying
fortune
if
teller,
someone
if a
tells you
fortune
what's
teller,
happening tomorrow,
if a
There's a
fortune
difference.
teller tells me I'm gonna die tomorrow if I walk into a meat grinder and I don't walk into a meat grinder, what does that
There's a
mean?
difference.
That means
Exactly.
the
There's a
fortune
difference.
teller was an idiot.
There's a
Like,
what if the fortune teller was
God
right?
is not
You
an
use
idiot.
your free will.
There's a difference between. There's a
No,
difference
that means
between.
the fortune
No,
teller
no.
was
So like,
wrong. That means the
There's a
fortune
difference.
teller is
so the
not
best way
all
I can
knowing
put
and all
this.
powerful.
Wait. The best way I can put this
Exactly.
is literally
There's a-
doing a
hold on.
comic book analogy. Let me do a comic book analogy. So do you understand? Like, so Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange, he's able
Shout out
to
Easy.
he's able to look into the future and the past of the multiverse, right?
Yes. Yeah, and this
But
is why I
he
call
can't
the
change it.
this is why I
He
call
can't
the idea of
change the
multiple paths
multiverse.
the Doctor Strange theory. But
that's what I'm saying. He can't change it though. He doesn't have a he is able to exist out of time and space and make those observations, but he's
Right.
not able to actively just change everything because he exists outside of time and space.
No, I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is God is not Doctor Strange.
Right. There's a difference between predicting the future and knowing.
Yeah.
God
So then
knows.
you
What
okay,
Doctor
so then
Strange did is he looked at every possible path and he said, "This is the best possible path, but I can't tell you what to do because I can't
so
affect this."
the real definitional disagreement isn't even over free will then. It's over the power that God is limited to. Or what you
Exactly.
believe not limited to.
Exactly. And I believe if God tells me tomorrow,
That's why I wanted to do this line of questioning because I thought it would get to this.
Yeah. If God tells me tomorrow I'm going to I'm gonna walk to the park. If God came to me in a dream today, I sleep during the day, but night is day to me. But anyway, if God comes to me in a dream and says, tomorrow you're going to walk to the park, and this is God. We know in the hypothetical, we know that this is God. This is not a demon. This is not anything like that. This is the angel of the Lord comes to me in a dream and he says, tomorrow you're going to walk to the park. I don't think that there's anything I could do to prove that wrong.
Not
I'm gonna walk to
God,
the
I would
park
agree
tomorrow.
with you, and I don't know how you could ever marry the idea that an all-powerful
Exactly.
God would have a limitation.
Exactly. See, that's why.
Especially the guy that wants.
And that's what we kept asking.
Effigy used a perfect one that I love. He said, what Effigy said was, if God deems you, or if God knows you're going to heaven, if God decides you're going to heaven, can you will yourself to hell?
No.
Can you will yourself to what? I missed
Hell.
the.
No.
No.
Can you will yourself to hell?
If God knows before
Exactly.
you're
The
born
people
that
who go to
you,
heaven is predestined.
if God knows before you're born that you are His
It's
child and you will make it into heaven, which the Bible says He does, can you choose to make choices while you're on earth to not get into heaven and prove
Only
God?
after you accept the
It's
gift we
very
offer.
simple. Can you prove God wrong? Can you prove prophecy wrong? And if you say no,
ultimately that kind of degrades down to whataboutism because I don't.
But I do agree with
No, you
Stepfire and some of the other people when they do say it creates other problems along the line in the book and other places.
it's not whataboutism. When Jesus tells Peter, "You are going to defy me 3 times tomorrow," and Peter says, "I would never do that," and then the next day he does it, where was his free will?
Well,
Why didn't he freely will himself
go
to
with the
stand up
context.
for his
Let's
Lord?
go with the context of what happened when that
Yeah,
was
when did he
going on
tell
with Peter,
Peter
right?
this?
What's the context? Oh, that he was scared? You think
Yeah, he was
Jesus didn't
scared.
know he was going to be scared?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He knew he was going to be scared.
So okay, but why didn't Peter,
Doesn't mean that he
who
had
said,
to
I
give
would
into that fear.
never will myself to deny you, Jesus? Why didn't he just say, no, I don't know this guy? Or I mean, why didn't he just say, yeah, I know Jesus? Why didn't he just say that and get his head cut off? Because that wasn't the plan.
Yeah, but then you just wind up going passage for passage. Because then you could even like the story of like Abraham, right?
Why didn't
What's the
Rebecca?
point? What's the
Why
point of
didn't Rebecca
Abraham
just
going
not?
his way?
Why didn't Rebecca just not
This is the thing.
steal Esau's birthright and give it to Jacob?
This
Convince?
is the thing. You're limiting God's ability to.
No, you're
still have
limiting.
the same outcome.
No,
you're
I'm not.
limiting God.
No, I'm not the one limiting anything. I'm saying
All right,
what God says is going to happen.
What I'm trying to say is this: is if Peter did not deny him 3 times, there would have been something different would have happened, and it would have probably led to something similar or the same.
It would have proven
if
Jesus
Peter-
wrong.
No, because
Jesus would have been wrong.
Jesus would have never said that. Jesus would
You
have
know,
never said you would have denied.
but you not see how you're like proving my point right now. So if Jesus says tomorrow,
Right, you're claiming that he has knowledge. I'm saying, yeah, he has complete and perfect knowledge.
but what I'm saying is,
Doesn't mean
if
that
Jesus says tomorrow you're going to walk down the street, and then tomorrow I walk down the street, well, that makes it biblical prophecy. But if Jesus says tomorrow you're going to walk down the street, and then tomorrow I don't walk down the street, then you're saying that
would be completely impossible.
Yeah, that just wouldn't. Okay, and this is my point.
Well, I don't contest that God has perfect knowledge, but you're also like kind of limiting him to the concept of time, and this is something that I've seen a lot of people do. I do it by mistake too. It's not
I'm
something
not.
that's
No.
like-
I'm not limiting him to the concept of time. I'm saying he's outside of time.
Yeah,
You're limiting him to the concept. You're saying that if God says something's going to happen, but somebody chooses differently, and it doesn't happen, you're the one limiting God. I'm not.
I've never
limiting
said
God.
that myself. I've never said that.
I'm not saying you, but whoever says that somebody could freely choose to prove God wrong, they're the ones
Weaver of
limiting
Faith
God.
story like deals with this problem way better than Christianity has ever has. This is like a mind-boggling thing that you guys got fucked on.
Yeah, it's
because like in the Greek mythology, they just think that there's like these women that they weave out the paths of faith through the cosmos. They just kind of spawn as they weave. It shows the tapestry of your life.
Yeah,
they don't
they're in
have
the movie
control over what
Hercules.
happens in it. Yeah, and they don't control what happens on the tapestry.
I have to move
They
on
just
if we're not
weave it.
hanging out. I only have some. Hold on. Wait. What are you saying, bro? Discord.
The
I'm
gods would
there
be
if
like,
you want more funsies.
You're reading something. Sorry.
Oh, we'll pull you in. I'll pull you in, Grump. Here, you're in. Sorry, we had to. We got porn bombed earlier, so I had to change up the way things go now, Grump.
Yeah, if they had some type of like
good evening.
fucking
No, that's
fate
fine.
weaver,
I
you
guess
could just
it
say
was-
Jesus looked at the fate weaver, told him what was on
waiting for a
the
little
weave of
bit.
fate.
I guess it was good. It was you know, if my free will was to not have these restrictions in the
are.
Discord, but due to destiny, due to predestination, I got porn bombed
It
and
was
I had
somebody
to
else's free will that interfered with your free will.
Okay, wait, JS. No, this is something that I wanted to talk to you about like a while back about like permissions and roles and
Easy
Discord.
told me about it a
People
long
who
time
can join
ago.
and
Yeah, Easy told me about it a
I
while
would
ago,
imagine,
and I was like,
Easy would have said that kind of thing too. Yeah.
yeah, he told me about it, and I was like, well,
And
it's
that
only
hang
it's
on,
only
having
happened
roles
once
doesn't
before.
interfere with your free will.
Anyway, but
All right, JS, one question, I'll shut up.
Interfere.
You're tied up to a pole in town square. People
Uh-huh.
are beating you and swatting you with bats and whatever they want to. They're not killing you, but they're really hurting you.
Good evening.
Can you
Thanks for
still make a decision?
To do what?
Any decision.
Oh, I'm
In your
sorry, I'll
mind,
phone
can you
live.
make a decision? Like, this
In-
don't hurt me. You know, anything.
In my
That would be extreme, but I'm just asking you, could you still make a decision with people hitting you, beating you?
Yeah,
Yes,
and
you
see-
can. You cannot will them to stop, but you can still make a decision.
I don't know if you see, and this I've seen you in chats before saying stuff like this. Are you crazy? I think you're like you're taking this down to like a really like base level, and I'm taking it to a metaphysical level. That
You don't have to be a scientist to understand the Bible. And
no,
what it
it's
means.
not. It's not science. It's metaphysics. It's more of a spiritual level. Yeah, in
Yeah,
my
it is.
mind,
It's
in
what it
my
is.
mind, I can say, I'm gonna wiggle my hands right now. Like
No, you can't. I'll disagree. You can think about it. Yes,
No.
you can make a decision. Yes, no. That's it. That's free will. That's it. That's how free will is.
that's not all free will is. But thanks for making this super shallow. Are you crazy? Like,
Well, I can go deep. I mean, there's no use to.
What I'm saying
kinda
is, if
You're
I'm tied
overcomplicating.
to a pole, and God says tomorrow somebody's gonna come along and cut those cords, and you're gonna run away and escape, then guess what's gonna happen the next day?
You're going to do exactly that.
Yes.
But meantime, you can stand there and make all the decisions you want.
Decisions aren't will.
By definition, they are.
So are you
by
crazy? He's
definition,
making
they
the
are
same
not.
argument as the black guy. He's making the same argument as the black
Yeah,
guy.
he's making the Cocoa Pebbles or Fruity Loops argument. Since you choose between eclair or a Bavarian
Well, I'm not-
cream when you go to Dunkin' Donuts, you have free will.
So
That is like the lowest level.
External things.
But are you? If you're going to take it down to that level, what makes it free then? What makes your
It's
choice
free
free?
because you're free to do it in your mind. External shit don't have nothing to do with free will.
Also, pro
What's
tip:
your- hey,
all
hold
Fruit
on.
Pebbles,
Hold
all
on.
those little rock
will.
nuggets, they all
Are you
taste the same.
crazy?
They're all the same flavor.
So you have free will over your. What's your next thought?
I don't know whatever I want to think about. I'm thinking about you right now.
But
Because I'm
you
looking
have
at
no
you.
control
I'm
over
looking
it.
at you on the screen. I'm not making a decision. I'm just listening.
Are
Dude,
you
I
what
could-
you're doing?
Josh,
What you're doing though? You're taking the word will, and then you're equating that to choice, and then you're just throwing the fact that free
Go
means
get after
nothing. If you take free will, the
Hold on,
actual word, the word itself, free will, not separating the two, but you put them both together.
Right.
That means choice without the ability to make a choice without outside influence. That's quite
That's
literally
what
what
I'm
it
saying.
means.
This is
It's a
why.
free-
This is why we got into the. This is why me and Stepfire got into the pink elephant conversation. If I tell you don't think about a pink elephant, and a pink elephant pops into your head,
Excuse me, sir. I'm here from the Pink Elephant Delegate, and can we tell our delegation
And I would ask you what in the world does that have to do with
that you've been
anything?
thinking about us now? No, wait, no.
I don't think you
Is it
can
no?
control your next thought.
Well, that's a problem.
And
That makes me retarded.
I don't think you can control all your thoughts, but I think like let's say you're counting
excuse
one,
me, sir.
2,
No, I'm
3,
retarded,
4.
and you're not in our club.
You'll be thinking of the next number.
Have you ever
Excuse me,
tried
sir.
Have you ever tried
I'm
meditating?
retarded, and you're not in our club yet. You haven't earned that. Get on my level.
Try to.
Have you ever tried to control your breathing and your heartbeat?
And what do you have to do?
Can you? No. You can slow it down.
You gotta hold your breath.
Do you think this is a own, or do you think you're proving my point right now?
Voluntary actions. You have no control over those whatsoever. You can still make a choice.
Do you think you're
You
proving
100%
your
do.
point or proving my point right now? Because that was in my opening statement. Like that's
I
part
don't
of my
know whose
argument.
point I'm proving. I'm just telling you what I believe.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be
You're
racist
proving
about
my.
it.
You're
You
proving
can
the
control
point.
all of those
I don't
things,
think
and
so. I think you're backwards.
It sounds
I
like
really
you've never
do.
had a lesson in how to do it.
Could
To
you
me,
free?
all those things you
it's all
mentioned.
backwards. You put
Could
too
you-
much power
You
in
can't
your
control them.
decisions, and it's not that you're not that powerful in these or in mine.
No,
you can't
you're-
control them.
I don't put any power in my decisions.
Oh
You
my
are the
God.
one putting power in decisions.
Exactly. We're saying that we're saying you have no power in your
Mr.
decisions.
Mr.
I
Alien,
have no power.
I have
I can
manipulated
make
my
a
own
decision,
pulse
but it means
previously.
nothing. to
I
the
just
real
live
world.
my life. I'm just along for the ride. I'm on a roller coaster and
Alien.
I'm just along for the ride. You think
I'm
you have
agreeing
power.
with JS. However, I have
Grump.
manipulated my own
No,
pulse.
I have no power. Zero. I have the only power I have is in my
manipulated my
brain to
pulse.
make a yes or no, maybe whatever decision. Internal. It affects no one else.
That's my point.
Yeah,
There
that's
we
my
go.
point.
Get this figured out. Oh, it doesn't. it
You're
doesn't fit.
agreeing with me.
I'm not agreeing with you whatsoever. You're saying that I have no choices. Nothing I think or do even freaking matters.
You make choices. Yeah, you make choices.
Yeah, that's all I've got. That's all anybody's got.
Right,
And
but
to
then
control your
No,
own
that's not
stuff.
all I've got. That's a sad way to live.
Are you? I will agree with you.
For your actions.
Fine. I will concede to you. Are you? We are free to make choices. Absolutely. 100%. We're free to make choices. But that's not what free will is.
Okay. Maybe I'm
We're
confused.
free to be as racist as you want to be.
Free will, to me, by definition,
Even toss.
that's what I went by. Look it up.
Look it up.
I've got.
You should get the free. Yeah,
I've got about 100 different files. I've read books. I've done 2 debates on this, and probably a
Nobody
1,000
steals
hours
my
worth of
debate
debates on
talking
this,
points.
like-
I've probably brought up like the best anti-free will debate points against jazz. Like nobody parodies any of them.
I don't lean on my knowledge. I'm leaning on, but you're the one trying to like.
I've been waiting.
Me? I don't know shit. Except what I believe and what I know. And how my brain works, you know? That's all I know.
What if your brain didn't work?
You want.
Yeah, I would say Stepfire's on the right track to the best like argumentation against what your belief is, which is finding other points in the Bible
Yeah,
where it doesn't make sense.
Stepfire did pose.
For
Stepfire
every
did
3
pose
persons JS
the.
finds, we could find 3 others to
Stepfire posed the toughest question, and now not the love question, not the knowledge question.
It was this. How can you sin without? How can you
It was
technically
if
go
God already
Father?
determined that I'm gonna sin, then how am I sinning? And that is a tough one for me. Yeah, and
Because
I told him, I
already
said,
know-
I don't know. I don't know how to
because-
deal with this.
Yes.
You cannot sin if
I
it's
don't feel like
predetermined.
you embodied the Moses question either.
Hold on. The answer is very simple. It's because he told you not to do it.
Who
It's
told
that
me not
simple.
to do it?
It's like Adam and Eve. God, he told you not to do it, and you still did it. So therefore, you sinned against his will. He knew you were going to, but you still did it. Like
Right, but if I believe in an all-knowing God that already knew that I was gonna go against his will, then it's his will and this is where this is the
That's the
problem.
point.
I
It's his will.
recognize.
You cannot go against it. Try.
Yeah, I
You will
recognize
fail.
that this is a problem.
He can go against it.
Well, you might, but you might go to hell too.
But it's more of
Well,
a
I think
question of
Mosman has
nature.
like a decent argument too when he brings up the Moses story, and he's like, how could Moses convince God to do something?
No, I brought
Mosman
that.
has a Moses
Oh,
story.
did you?
Oh,
Okay.
Mosman never
But
brought
either
that
way,
up.
you get what I'm saying.
I was
think
reading the Bible one day and I saw that, and
Yeah,
this
'cause
is
there's
this
certain-
is
I
This
would
is like
say that
how
would
my
be the
mind
best argument.
changes
Would
when
take
I'm
parts, taking
studying
parts of the
stuff.
Bible. Yeah.
Yeah, like stuff like this is never gonna change my mind. But like if I'm
Because I
looking
think
into
the answer that
something,
you have.
go ahead.
Can I tell you about something I think about the answer you have? What you're gonna find? I think you're gonna find that it solves certain stories, like the ones you're talking about with Jesus, and the ones you're talking about with the wars in the Old Testament. But then you're gonna find other points to where it opens up new questions, like the ones that the Moses story, the question Stepfire's asking
Yeah.
you. I mean, I could think of a bunch of different
Well,
points in the Bible where, like, if free will is not happening, well, then what's kind of the point of what's happening?
yeah, and what I said in the stream is either it so when God says I want to wipe out all of Israel right now, and Moses goes up and he says, "Please God, don't wipe them out." And then it says in Deuteronomy, it says Moses convinced God to change his mind. When I read that, there's basically two options. Or there's three options. There's either the Bible is fallible, and since Moses wrote it, he's trying to boost himself up. Option two, God is not all knowing, and God can have his mind changed, and God can learn things. Or option three, shit, I forgot what option three was, but I talked about
Well,
this when
option 3 is one of us is Doom Guy, and somebody wants to catch these hands, which these hands means like a chainsaw laser.
Come on,
gun or
Goon.
something.
I'm on a serious point here. Hold on.
I'm not saying
Oh,
anything.
no.
Wait, what did I say?
So
I didn't say anything.
I
That's
lean
Rumble
to,
up there.
and I talked about this. I said, well, I
No,
don't.
that was Goon. Shush.
I can't lean towards God is not all knowing, and God could have his mind changed by a mere man. And the way the like Orthodox and the Catholic Church will explain it is this is an example of intercessory prayer because Moses prayed to God. This was like a test or something, and I don't know, but I lean towards Moses when he wrote this was kind of trying to boost himself up. And maybe that's heresy, maybe I'm wrong for that, but
Well,
like
that would make it
That would make it
errant.
weird.
That would make it errant. That would mean that there'd be a bunch of errors in the
And
Bible that you would have to
yeah, I know.
like. Then
I know.
you would make
Can I
moral-
pose another story?
But to me, it's better to say that some men had some errors in their writing than to say that God could just be convinced by a man to change his mind. Unless it was God's
no, if
like unless
Josh,
it was
I
God's
love that
plan
story
that,
because
go ahead.
I love that story because it means even a simpleton like me, it's a very simple monkey, and maybe influence something.
Yeah, but you're not like Moses. I'm talking about like the
Am I
man
not?
appointed
Oh,
by
okay.
God to lead his children
Yeah,
out
I
of
think they were pretty close. You know,
like.
Did he know that he was at the time?
Because
Out of curiosity.
it's very
Must be
explicit.
nothing about me, but
It says God
he
is
know
going to
that?
wipe out all of Israel, and Moses says, "Remember." And the words he
Moses said,
uses
"Nah."
is the words he uses is remember. And it was funny because when we were reading it, we were talking about it in the chat. Moses says, "Remember the promise you made, God, and don't do that to them." And then God changes his mind, and so. First off, you have to assume God forgot something. And then second off, you have to assume that a man could change God's mind. And the only way that I can justify this and make sense out of it is that there is a little bit of a flagellation is probably the wrong word, but a little bit of
Flagellation is the wrong word. Have you ever
a
heard
little
that
bit
word?
of
Hebrew to English, yeah.
There's a little bit of self-grandeur.
Aggrandizing is the word you're looking
Rome
for.
was there, Moses flexing. Exactly. Rome, you were there, and Rome, you said it in chat. You're like, God just forgot. And Yeah, me and Rome were laughing about it in the chat. It's like, so either God just forgot that he made this promise to Israel, or Moses is flexing a little bit here.
Or
Or
God had
maybe
decisions
God
and
actually
both
had
would have been
better things
good.
to do at the
He
time
decided to
and
go with what Moses
legit
did.
forgot. I mean,
And I'm gonna lean towards Moses flexing. Moses is writing himself in a little bit. He's boasting himself up a bit. He's saying, I got God to change his mind. I can't, I can't get on the side of it. There's not many other ways to look at it. The other way is, the typical explanation for this is
it
that
could be.
that it was a setup for intercessory prayer in the future when the saints, when you pray to the saints, when the Israelites pray to Moses and Moses prays to God, it is a precursor to these people that we put in power to pray for us, and that there's a power in that, and that it's kind of setting an example. And I can see that. I can kind of get on board with that. And this is what actually changed my mind. I was always against intercessory prayer, and that verse right there and that explanation of it made me think, okay, maybe there is something to praying to the saints. But anyway, I don't know if that made sense. I don't know if I explained it good, but
I think one point Stepfire was trying to make is God created evil, the devil, whatever you want to call it. And if he made him,
I think the God of the Old Testament is way limited, like way more limited than God of the New Testament.
it's the same God.
That's like a huge problem.
Why are
Like,
we against
no, but I
evil?
mean,
Why-
like,
why
like
is-
the writing style,
Why?
changes.
Yeah, and that's another thing that I was talking about is like
Well,
the
they include
language
the
and the
Gentiles,
writers and these men.
Yeah, the man's understanding of all-knowing power gets
Yeah.
better throughout
Yeah,
time.
there
So,
are
like,
fallible men who were inspired by God who wrote the Bible.
Because there's a lot of points in the Old
Wait, hang
Testament where
on.
you can basically quote God, where God's just talking like a normal person, like he's communicating to the people as if he's one of them. In the way that like he's
I wanna
communicating his
understand that this-
emotions and he's like talking to them.
I want to understand the disconnect. So you're saying that
Sure.
something that was written and is supposedly inspired by God, the absolute omniscient, thing that my finite monkey brain can't understand, but this omniscient being, something that was written by somebody by a human hand, hundreds of years later, is a little bit different than the one that was previously written.
man recorded all
I'm
these
saying like
man is imperfect.
the level of power that they
Man is
give to the
imperfect.
God
My simple
feels
monkey
different.
brain is imperfect. I
That's what I mean.
don't
In the
think
New
it's- no,
Testament,
that's
you
okay.
wouldn't talk about a man convincing God to change his mind. That's like an Old Testament idea.
Yeah, I'm really interested. Like, I'm listening to a story right now about like, hey, what man did that? Because does that mean I can do that?
It was Moses. You just heard the story.
Probably.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I did. But
the
however,
idea that
I mean,
God
probably
is
not
throughout
for
the
most
Old and
people.
New Testament.
The crux of the story that should be told. That no, for most people, it's not going to be. You can't probably, tell God to change his mind. That's maybe.
We can't hear you, sir.
The most important part.
You can't tell God to change his mind, but he allows you to influence him.
You can't appeal to God though, and everybody can appeal to God. However, doesn't mean it's going to change his mind about anything.
Yeah, because I mean, like in the Old Testament, another example I hear atheists make a lot of the time is the idea of how did God regret flooding the earth?
He didn't. He regretted creating.
Wait, did regret ever come up ever? Who said it ever? He ever?
I've never heard that word.
flooding?
Well, he's always said that he
Never.
wasn't going to do it again, and
it's in Genesis.
Who said?
somewhere
Wait, where are you getting this? Who said that? Like what Bible or what? Where do we?
that's my
hang on,
understanding of
where's
the story. I don't
where's
read
the
the Bible.
sad aftermath of flood story that I've never
That's
heard?
what I was taught in Bible school.
Yeah, it does. It says God regret things, and it says there's a lot of language.
That's
in
what
the
they
Old
teach
Testament.
children.
Yeah,
at church. That's where you will hear that. If you're wondering, Grumple.
Yeah, I didn't do
And
a
then-
whole lot of church when I was a kid. Okay, maybe that's why I haven't heard it.
There's a lot of language in the
Mhm.
Old Testament that puts human emotions on God.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah.
Regret, jealousy,
Anal.
not
Oh, no, not that.
not remembering things.
Is that not just
Um,
projection of what our weakness? Or, I mean,
That's what, yeah, that's why I lean towards it's probably more like a writer's problem than God's problem.
and man
Well,
is
all of the
imperfect.
religions at
But-
the time were written from that perspective.
But if
Like-
you say that, you're questioning the inerrancy of the Bible, and so
which makes the whole religion incoherent and destroys it basically.
And we don't want to do that.
not
no
if
means.
you.
Well, it depends on which religion
you
you're
know a
talking about.
different-
If you agree with Martin Luther, maybe
Not if you're a
have
truth
different
seeker that tries to find a way to marry all of the positions, like JS.
Yeah, if you understand that these are
Being
flawed
that gay.
men, like Moses was not perfect. Moses was a mess at points. If you understand that these are flawed men, but they're inspired by God to write about him, and they're writing from their perspective, it makes perfect sense. And this is why I tried to deconstruct for like 6 years. And all I did was study atheist arguments against God and tried to reason out, like, well, the atheists say this. Oh, that's a good argument. But then
What about language?
Your knowledge of the writings, JS.
Yeah, I mean,
would
when
not even
Stephen
attempt to
Hawking
even get
said
close.
you can't disprove or prove God, I just went ahead and believed him.
yeah, I'm not the Bible is
I'm on the opposite
perfect.
side. If Stephen Hawking says it, I want to disagree with him, just because I'd like to fight him in person.
The Bible
He's
is the
dead.
perfect word of God. The Bible
not
is not
fighting
the
the Bible,
word
fight
of
Stephen
God.
Hawking, my
Jesus
man.
is the word of God. The Bible is the word from
Fuck
God.
his wheelchair.
It's the scripture. Yeah, there's errancy in translation, transitory. The translator is the deceiver. There's
some errancy in what Stephen Hawking says about physics too, and like a lot of people disagree with him. But hey, he's in a wheelchair. Fuck him. You can't disagree with him.
I promise you, string theory is a lot more complicated than the concept of omnipresence.
But I can agree with you that
Your mom
some
is
translations are
omnipresent.
Really bad.
No, I just want to punch Stephen
Also
Hawking.
said that God-
Can you bring
But I
Elder
can
on
also-
up? I can't hear him.
yeah. Let me turn his volume up a bit.
Thanks. I really want to
All
hear
I
you.
heard was, "I want to punch a guy in the wheelchair." What?
Well,
Hold
I
on,
can
what were you
ag- I
saying,
can
Elder Lane?
agree- Well, I can
I didn't
agree
say
that
that.
some translations can be bad because I've made that argument with the Masoretic text. So I can say that yeah, translations could be bad, but I can also say that there is a method that God put in place to preserve those texts to the best of His ability. My argument would be it'd be the Orthodox Church that did that, but
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
feels like
y-
some people have a translation of what I was saying, that I said I wanted to punch Stephen Hawking in his wheelchair ass mouth, and I never said that. I mean, it's really
And
weird how
good-
translations work, right?
Gronk, come on, man. We're having like a serious talk. So, but
No, I'm making a serious point, but with funsies. But I'm making a
but
serious point.
so when the people say in the Old Testament when it says God, and maybe it's not so much a
Ha ha ha! I
maybe
win.
maybe it's not so much an error in translation as much as it's an error in our modern conception of what these words mean. So like when the Old Testament says God is a jealous God, what we think of the word jealous meaning, I don't think it's the same thing as what it means. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think
Well,
God's
like,
getting
jealous
emotional like,
jealous.
"Oh, you're worshiping other gods." Like it sounds in the modern meaning of the word jealousy, it sounds
In the modern parlance,
beta, like, but I don't think it's the same.
Yes, I think a better way to phrase it is just that was their interpretation of his emotions.
Yeah, and language was different, and what is it? Hermeneutics.
It's like the old
hermeneutics
concept
are
style
different.
of like, there's a lightning storm attacking us. We must have angered God.
Like I don't think God.
That's like some, speaking of Greek mythology.
Yeah, that's how they used to think back then. They were like, "There's a bad storm. God's angry. We're worshiping the wrong God right now. That's why our crops aren't growing."
Yeah, but I can't see God up there. If the Israelites start worshiping Belial, I can't see God up there going, "Huh, they're worshiping Belial. Oh my goodness!" Like that's what a jealous God sounds
Yeah,
like.
but I
to
could
me,
see
but
a
that's
human
not what it
interpreting
means.
it that way, being like, "Our fruits aren't bearing because God's jealous that we're worshiping the wrong God."
Yeah, it's the how the words have changed over time and the translations. And there's
Yeah.
a lot
Well,
of
also based off of what language you were raised on, like you have a totally different way of thinking just based off of your your you know your brain, like
more
I don't know
terrible
how you learn.
hermeneutics. That's what I literally just said, Mosman. That's literally what I just said. It's hermeneutics. It comes down to hermeneutics. It's not that. That's what I just said. Pay attention, bud. I'm talking at the chat, but sorry.
Since God did everything for man, I think all that means is He wants some.
Dude, why doesn't Mosman get in
attention.
here? We all love him. Mosman, pop out, brother.
I'm waiting for the
He wants
Mosman
credit
D&D
where
game.
credit is due.
I have a character
The
concept to
perceived
talk to you
beef
about,
could be
sir.
crushed like that, dog.
I have a
But merely a
badass
tick.
character idea. Let's do it, Mosman. But come on, step in here and talk to these nerds.
I don't know.
When
I think
when I'm done fixing this instrument,
The way that
I'm
I've always
kinda
perceived
done
the
for the
jealousy
morning.
part in what that scripture was saying is that, you know, God gave Israel all these things, and then they decided, you know what, I want to worship a cow instead.
There you go.
And then God been like, well, fuck, if you want to worship a cow, let's see what the cow does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but your
And God
argument
did
then is
everything.
just that he is
That's all it
jealous.
means to me.
But when we read God was jealous over that, we take this into a modern interpretation of what jealousy is, and we think it's like, you know,
Hold on,
like you're
It
saying.
wasn't a modern interpretation.
That's what I'm saying. Is our modern interpretation based off? Is our modern interpretation based off of that? Like, is that based off of what God would feel in that moment?
No, a woman's
You said this on
jealousy.
a switch.
A woman getting jealous because her guy is looking at another girl's butt is not the same as God's jealousy. It's totally different thing. And
Equate
I
it to
say
a
this.
woman to make it sound
Wait.
frilly, but a man can get
Yeah, 'cause
jealous
it
of
is
another
frilly.
man's. Well, a man can get jealous of another man's yield.
Yeah. Well,
Even envy.
Yeah, it's not a womanly
Yeah,
trait to be
envy.
envious or jealous.
Right.
but it's not. If I have a girl and I take her out and another guy's looking at her, jealousy. If my girl's talking to another guy, that's not the.
No.
I can't equate God's jealousy to man's jealousy.
Right. It
all
wouldn't be just that girl
feelings.
talking to another guy. It'd be that girl telling the other guy how much she thinks she likes him, or how attractive she is. Like that would be what would make you jealous. Not just
Or if
talking.
she's sucking his dick, what then? Like actively,
or
currently,
exactly.
in the moment, doing the
Feelings,
actual act.
right, King?
That's a good point.
It does.
What if she's sucking his dick?
Just dick
So-
What if
sucking.
your wife is sucking his dick? Is that not going to make you a little jealous?
What?
Oh,
You're
you're about
just
to
gonna
get
call
you're about to catch some
That's what it
fire
is.
and brimstone.
Right, that's what I mean. You're gonna spike that. You're
Well,
going back to the
That's the question now,
Maybe
Jay.
when you look at it that
That's
way,
what
it's
we're
like
trying to
maybe okay. Yeah. Because
oh wait, you get what we're relating.
How about
to.
them 10 Commandments?
How about them 10 Commandments though?
Yeah, how
It
about them
covers
bad
almost
boys?
everything. Like
Hold on,
the
do I need to
10,
pull
they
the-
cover almost literally everything you can be doing.
do I need to
Bring
pull
it,
the-
JS. I see that sneaky little smirk you got. Go ahead.
no, I'm
Yeah.
I'm
Bring 'em.
What? What?
You
Wait,
got
what?
something to say about it. I see
No,
it
the
in
question is, how do you
No,
make
I
it
kind
more
of
racist?
I agree. Like it is kind of. I mean, I don't know. I don't like
It's jealous. It's jealous. They
No,
use
don't
words.
say
I don't think
rebels
I
or
don't think
anything
of
because we'll
God.
never recover.
I don't think
Don't say
of
Grumble
God's
is right.
emotions as man's emotions or women's emotions. I
But
think it's
JS,
so. In
hold on,
God's
hold on.
wrath is
We're
not
in
like
God's
man's
image.
anger. I always say that.
We're made in God's image. We're made in God's image, and we have all of His imperfections.
Oh,
Yeah,
somebody.
but
Image,
King, what about
everything.
isn't the God in that whole part? Isn't that supposed to be unfathomable by like our
Image there means the way
capabilities?
God imagined us. It doesn't mean that we are a mirror reflection of God.
Which
Like
it's also correct
Oh,
that
yeah.
God is unfathomable, as in like our mortal minds can't comprehend Him. Also, just
Thank
as
you.
part of the conversation.
yeah.
JS, I'm gonna
No,
pay you a big
correct.
compliment. You have
My
took the
simple
time.
monkey brain cannot understand the
Shut up
creator
a
of
minute,
all that
Grumble.
is and will ever
Hold
be.
on, Grumble. What? He's gonna give
I
me a
want to pay
compliment.
JS a huge compliment. You have taken the time out of your life and studied and read all of these books. You have all of this knowledge in your head. You seem to have a very good recall. That's something to be proud of, sir. That's the last time I'll compliment you on that.
I'm not.
Eat shit and die.
I'm not proud of it. It's just been
I'm
my.
not, and I
It's
didn't.
been my.
I'm just.
It's
I
my
just said I'm a
favorite.
simple
It's been my
monkey, and I don't
favorite
understand.
topic and my favorite pursuit for my whole life.
Maybe that's what you should do on your streams. Prove it.
Yeah, but
You want to know all while I was
Show
growing
your
up,
knowledge.
or that
All the
well,
stuff
I've
you
been
already
doing it
planted.
on my streams for like 3
I'm sorry.
years. Like,
No,
but I also
that's
like
not
learning about other stuff too. But
Yeah, but you have all that knowledge in there. Use it, man.
yeah, but I'm not trying to thump people over the head. I'm trying to.
Oh, you have a different way of doing that, for sure.
If you go back and watch my streams from my first year streaming, I was very like, I know and everybody else is wrong. I'm not like that anymore. I've kind of like gotten away from that. And it used to be like, this is the answer and
more
everybody else is wrong. And
racism with it.
Yeah, well, there's always been a little
You
bit
only
of
do that
racism.
25% of the time.
I've had it.
Yeah, you can't begin to truly learn until you realize you don't know shit.
Yeah, well,
oh, correct. Who said that? You're right. Who said that?
I don't know a damn thing, really.
at first, if you watch my beginning,
Who the fuck said that?
My beginning streams, it was
said that, Grumple.
This is the
Calm down,
answer.
calm
There's
down,
no
calm
black
down.
or white, and you're either right or you're wrong, and I'm
I was
right. And
Telling Arlie Emery.
now I'm
fine.
more like, I don't know. I wanna learn. Well, I don't want to. I'm not gonna learn from you guys, but
now you really know what
you might find something out. Yeah,
no, Josh, you might learn from people. Like, I'm not going to say from me, but you might learn something from somebody that you weren't expecting.
Yep.
Definitely
Well,
not me.
I'm still a strong believer in let no
Not
man
me.
teach you. You study to show yourself approved.
What about give you an option?
Which means to
Oh,
me,
no,
literally
no,
just
let no
helped
man
you
teach you.
further
That's
your free
wrong.
will debate by centering it around the power of God. You
JS is the
ungrateful
opposite.
motherfucker.
Yes, I'm going to say you're
like a
ungrateful
troll.
motherfucker. Yeah, let any man teach you.
no, I
Should
don't
be
let
your
anybody.
credo.
So
only your father.
the way you juxtapose.
Oh, then you're going to be fucked up. Was he a
juxtapose might be
bricklayer?
the
Okay,
wrong
that's
word
all you
there.
want to know for the rest of your life.
The way
Your daddy did.
the way
That's all
you
you wanna
make
know?
sense of these three things. So there's three things in the Bible that seem contradictory at first. It's lean not on your own understanding, study to show yourself approved, and let no man teach you. How do you put those three things together? Well, you study.
I don't understand why let no
Shut
man
up,
teach you is in
Grump. I'm in the middle of a point. Can you shut up?
I'm sorry. I'm asking a question. You weren't done yet, but
Yeah, don't ask a question in the middle of what I'm saying. So you
Yeah,
study.
I'm apologizing.
You study all the sources,
Crayon.
and then you don't let any one of those sources teach you. And it's the same thing with politics. It's the same thing with philosophy. It's the same thing with theology. You study all of them. You look at all of them. You come to understand all of them, and then you don't lean on your own understanding. You study to show yourself approved, and then let no man teach you.
does
You
that mean?
don't let any one of them. You don't pick one because
Oh, so like eye from either side is what you're saying, not just from one like
yeah,
point
well,
of view.
it's you look at it all, and then you have to lean on God to show you the right way, because
Oh, okay.
so you're gonna
Okay,
look at
the
it
end of what you
all.
said, don't let the eye teach you. What does that mean? Can you
Let
explain that?
no man teach you.
Well, hold on.
is
I was
so maybe the reason that I went against the Trinity so hard is because I was listening to one person for a long time in a dark time in my life. When I was coming out of that dark time in my life, I was listening to one person every day, and that kind of like pushed me towards that. And now I'm saying maybe that's not. So instead, I want to look at all of it. I want to look at everything, and I'm not going to lean on my own understanding. So you have to lean on divine revelation, which we don't determine when that happens. We don't decide. And what I know not because of me, not because of my free will, not because of my choice, not because of my understanding, but I've been shown that it is the right way. And so you can combine all of them. You lean not on your own understanding. You study to show yourself approved, and you let no man teach you. And those things together.
Well, where does it say let no
that's
man
kind of
teach you?
beautiful.
Let me see.
Let no man teach you sounds kind of bad.
Because the only thing I can think of is John. I don't remember exactly where. I'll need to look it up. Hold on. Are you talking about?
Even if
Are you talking
even if that
about
man
first
is
or
oh,
John 2?
go ahead.
John 1,
Are you talking about
1
John?
John 2:27, which ye have received abideth in you, and ye not need that any man teach you. That's one of the I think it's in multiple verses, but I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Wasn't he teaching the guy at the time though? Out of curiosity, in that lesson, wasn't he teaching
But
the
the
guy?
anointing which ye have received of him that abideth in you, and ye not need that any man teach you.
But he received an anointing, but
So
then
another
hey,
translation.
JS, what about Jesus Christ? You got to learn from Jesus Christ, JS.
Sorry, I'm trying
at
to
the
get my
time,
best
exactly that
James
wasn't he teaching the
impersonation.
guy?
Yeah, so instead
John
of being man, I
14:26, the
get it
helper
now.
will teach
Actually,
you.
thank you.
The helper will teach you.
I thought that was Herbert.
That freaked me out a little bit.
Wait, the helper will teach you, but shouldn't you not have any teacher?
Believe it or not,
Because
that'll help me.
The helper
not
is not a
have any
man.
teacher?
The helper is not a man.
I said it like that because when it came into my brain, it wasn't even in my voice; it was in James' voice.
John, and you have no need that any man
Thank you,
teach
good.
you, but his unction teacheth you. But as for you, let the anointing among you receive from him that abide in you. So the Spirit teaches you. We're not taught by men. We're taught by the
That means
Spirit.
you can't
We
learn any
study.
Yeah,
lesson
that would
from it.
also imply that you
No,
just have the Holy Spirit just by default.
You're right. That's what. Yeah, I agree.
That's crazy. So what does
That
that
means you can't
apply
learn any
to? Does
lesson
that
from
apply
man.
to man teaching you something like
Well,
all around, or does that apply to
But
just
you
man
learn most of
teaching
your
you something
lessons from
different than
man.
this is not
God?
Seriously,
biblical.
man that teach you about
Yeah, this is not biblical,
rules.
but a good phrase that I learned is that knowledge is learning from your own mistakes. Wisdom is learning from other people's mistakes. So
That's very yes. That's yes.
yeah, but it's not them that are teaching you. If I watch somebody commit murder
That's
and
the
they go
opposite
to
of
jail
this.
for it, and I say, "Well, I don't want to commit murder," I didn't learn because, like, I didn't learn from their experience. I learned from studying. I studied, and
Wait,
I
did
said,
you not?
"Oh, it looks like a lot of murderers get screwed up for life, and it's not a good way to live." That's not. That's the Holy
Hang
Spirit.
on, no. JS, you just fucked it up.
It's
Okay,
more
so
like common
about
sense.
the punishment.
Yeah,
About
bad
the punishment,
examples are
you
the
learn
best
from
teachers.
them. You learn from them about the punishment. However, you maybe learned that maybe you don't do murder. Maybe it was something else. But however, about the punishment in the realm of man, you definitely
See,
learned
John's
from
agreeing with
that
me.
experience.
Mosman's agreeing with me. That means I'm right.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
wait, the guy from the Bible? But you bet the guy
Yeah,
from the
no,
chat.
I mean,
Oh, JS, are you saying that?
Come on up,
most-
John. You know
like
you want
Jay at
to.
this time, you don't know.
I still like Mosman. I don't know why he.
No,
Come
John
on,
Mosman,
John
we need to
Mosman.
talk about this D&D stuff. Just FYI.
What?
I've been waiting to talk to you. Oh, I've got a
Mosman?
character. He's trying to.
Paging John Mosman.
John Mosman is trying to run D. Oh wait, hang on. Here's a perfect time for an
Doing
opportunity
it
for
now would
advertisement.
make the most sense.
John
thus
Mosman
far.
is trying to run a D&D game, and he was disappointed when not as much excitement and enthusiasm was shown for his D&D game.
Well, you need to be
And
more excited and enthusiastic.
Anybody who wants to be involved, because I am very much, hey, I'm ready for a new game, and you sound like you know what you're doing.
You're not enthusiastic enough.
Paging John Mosman.
I have a character that I want
Come on
to talk
up.
to you about. Let's make it happen, sir. Because this will be fun, and we can all do. It'll be fun for everybody. And we can all do
borrowing
content.
stuff and not give
It
it
works
back.
for everybody. We're all good.
Bro, that can't be. Bro, you're conflating the wrong. I thought we were doing the Ebonics version. The Ebonics version is definitely not be borrowing stuff and don't give it back.
Don't pop your homie.
Borrow stuff and just or it's not even don't borrow stuff. It's just ask if you can hold on to it.
Don't bust a cap at your homie in a drive-by.
Can I hold it though? Can I hold it?
Let me hold the dollar though.
Don't hold the
Don't
gun
ask unless
sideways
you're
like
prepared
O-Dog.
to return the favor. Yeah.
I just want to hold your
No,
dollar.
I don't want to. Just let me hold it.
Yeah, I don't want to. I just want to hold it.
I don't want to. Just let me hold it.
As soon as they hold it, then they're it's mine.
That's
gross. You're doing a
as soon as somebody holds it, then that's when things change.
You're doing an obvious case of the Sukon fallacy.
Sukon these nuts.
What?
No, excuse me.
I was trying.
Mr.
Did you
J,
hear? I
no.
tried to do it in BK with
Mr. Blackout
I
got
tried
you,
to-
sir. That was
He
that.
didn't
was, That was like
respond.
7 points.
No, he didn't.
Blackout got 7
Dude,
points. Off.
I was hoping he was going to. Maybe you should have
angling
gone for
towards
this.
It would have been so funny. I was like, you just did
I was
the Sukon
angling towards it
fallacy.
also, but
I was hoping, and yeah, no, it didn't happen.
What about Sukon D's fallacies? Is that too
No,
much
that
on the
doesn't-
nose?
no,
Yeah,
it's,
you got to stick to Sukon.
it only works one
Yeah.
time and for
One of
either
these
did that
days,
or
I'm
you
gonna
didn't.
get it on somebody in
Yes.
BK. One of these days, I'm gonna be like,
no, it
that
only
was
works
that was.
one time per long rest.
Shut up, Grump. Listen, you're doing the Sukon fallacy.
Suck on these nuts.
Sukon D's
What?
nuts.
Oh my god.
I thought
See, it can only
because
be
I had
done
it written
once
down
per
in
long
chat,
rest.
I might
Mine
get
didn't
you.
count.
Because I wrote it out in
Mine didn't count.
chat. I thought it was gonna get you.
No, you already. I think we went over this like a week ago, and I got it.
I try to do it with people all the time. It's like my thing to just do fucking worn
Because you
out
can't say
jokes.
ligma. You can't say ligma fallacy. People will catch on. I like the Sukon fallacy. This is obviously
you-
a case
no,
of the
no,
Sukon
no, no,
Yeah, dude,
fallacy.
my
Yes, you gotta get that
coworkers,
twisted. You
my
can.
coworkers will
Hey.
get so sick of it because I'll try to do it
Rumble
like
up there.
every day, but then they'll see me do it to someone and it's like the funniest thing. They're like, "Holy fuck, it actually worked this time."
That's what I'm saying, JS, is like the things about the tired out memes. If you do something in like meat space into the real world, people have no idea. Generally.
That sounds like Tuchandi's fallacy. Tuchandi's.
I don't know what
do with
fallacy
that
it is, but I walked through the house a minute ago and
Tell it.
Grumple was on my TV in another room. I don't know how he got there. It was very damn
Oh,
weird.
it
He
was
had that
by the
same
power
guitar.
of racism, sir. That's all. That's the only way that anybody gets anything done is via racism.
Gutter.
Put him to bed. It's over.
We had a good run. y'all.
Racism and crayons.
Is that the
Please, not the crayon again.
Your mama.
is that the tongue tooties? Is that the tongue tooties fallacy?
It's your mama fallacy.
No, that's the Tachanka fallacy.
Tongue tooties nuts.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, I'm not eating any crayons tonight. So everybody else.
I gotta
You're
get
giving
somebody
Grump
with
way too much ammunition.
Malfondies. That's a Malfondies. You just did a obvious Malfondi's fallacy.
All right, that's a good one. If
Yeah,
you
Grandpa,
had
why do you have
about
pink
that,
toes?
I probably would have felt.
I would
Say-
probably
say-
get someone.
Yeah, you gotta say it with an F though. Malfondi's.
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 It's a Malfondi's fallacy. What's a
Malfondi's.
Malfondi's?
Because I'm about half blind, but is this tool's not pink? What is that shit?
Are you talking to me?
Are you fixing a
Yeah,
guitar?
why are your tools
What
pink?
I'm working? Yeah, no,
No,
I'm
he ain't.
installing strap locks on the strap right now, which I'm doing like leather working because I have to
Oh.
compress shit.
I'm talking
I'm
about the
about to
ones in
pull
the
out
big
some,
picture beside the guitar. You know, they're pink.
Copy of
Yep.
Knipeneck
pink.
pliers.
They're still pink. I see them. They're still pink.
On a guitar. On a guitar.
Yeah, but we're working on the strap right now.
Do you know how to
Strap on.
Shane, do that with
on a guitar? Do you know how to? Can you make the note, the D note?
Isn't that a bass?
Can you make the D's nuts note?
Can you
But
can you
also, yes,
play can you play these nuts?
Yo, mama.
No, I literally can. No, JS. No, I'm a bass player. Obviously, I can play D's nuts. Come on.
Can you play D?
Get the
Can you
fuck
play a
the fuck
D?
outta here. See, I want to make it funny too because no, like literally, I can. I actually can.
You can literally play these nuts.
Yes, I can play these nuts.
With your pink tools.
Play, he got nowhere close to D.
You gotta cheat. Yeah. Yeah, Goon was there. Goon, how amazing is Grumple's bass playing?
You couldn't hear it.
Bro, wait, what? I was gonna say over like
It was literally, it was just like
turn the volume
there was
up.
no
Yeah,
like
I know
amp
when I was-
connected, so you could
when I
just
was
hear like
playing,
the
like
string strumming. It was literally just like
Right.
dum, 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 dum.
thing because no, I
Rarely.
figured out Flo's. I figured out Flo's thing. I mean, it's really cool. It's kind of like it's almost Primus-ish.
I have an interface.
Honestly,
Utter dusty.
Grumple, when watching you
Alright,
do
let's
that
play
from
it.
stream, it felt like you were trolling, bro.
One day
Yeah,
I'm
like you were
gonna
trolling.
get a guitar.
You had
I'm
no
gonna-
volume.
I'm gonna get
Like
a guitar
zero.
that I can hook up
Oh
to
no!
this
Like
interface.
I thought
and I'm gonna
thought my
play,
mic was close enough because no, I play an acoustic these days, and
I can't play the guitar, but I'm gonna learn how to
another-
on stream.
after you
day.
build the computer. That'll be
Once I build the
No,
computer and once I get the
No,
new
did you get the new
desk.
headphones, bro?
is that a squatch
Yeah, no,
right there?
I didn't think we were gonna bring this
up.
up, but I agree with Blackout. It literally didn't even sound like you were playing. Like it.
No, I
concur.
swear,
I
I'm
was
not
there
even
for.
joking. I thought you were just trolling. I thought you were trolling your own chat. You're just like, I'm a guitarist and I'm practicing. Dong 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 dong. I was like, and then you'd pause it and you'd be like, that was an amazing part. And I was like, there's no fucking way this guy's being serious right now.
Wait, about
There's no way.
when I was
You went from
when I was trolling
back and forth
Outer
from
Dusty.
face.
We
No,
just
no,
put
when-
down face, but
Jerry,
no,
was-
no volume.
I was
When-
actually playing that.
When Bud
I'm saying,
was.
it sounded.
I
went
tell
from
you what.
slap he's strumming in the hymn.
When I'm at the gym and I'm listening to Mudvayne, I can play the air guitar on the treadmill like a mug. I'm like,
Sure, so
Oh, excuse me, sir. You just brought
right,
up
crazy,
Mudvayne, who Ryan Martini is one of the best bass players of all times, and that's kind of why I lost interest in like
Mudvayne
Oh,
is
he already did
actually an example of when the bass player is
Eternal Primate
way
forever.
better than the electric guitar. Like the
JS. Okay, no, you know what you're talking
the
about.
guitar
now.
playing on
Check out,
Mudvayne. Yeah.
His newer project. Yeah, he like it got sad when the singer went to go play with alcohol and ass with like because Pantera died.
I could usually do without the bass player, and the electric guitar player is usually the key thing. But like on Mudvayne songs, the bass guitar player is the one that
Soften the Glare is the new Ryan Martini
My
project.
name is Bud.
There's no vocals. So yeah, you want to JS, just you, nobody else. Please don't. Nobody else is you're allowed to. Please don't. Fuck off. You're not allowed to. Don't check out Soften the Glare is Ryan Martini's new project as of like I think the late 2010s.
Yeah, I probably won't look it up, but
it's literally no March of the Cephalopods. You don't want to look up that song because you won't be interested in it at all. And you're
I'm not
dumb to think
yeah,
so.
I'm not like super into I just like
yeah, it's because you're dumb.
I know I'm dumb, but I do I listen to Mudvayne and I'm like, can we isolate because one day I want to learn guitar. And I don't know. I'm not, I'm not that guy. I have a book
I'm
on my
giving you
shelf.
hints and pointers, like literally talking to you. I'm giving you hints and pointers right now.
I'm not that guy, but one day I'm gonna get a guitar and hook it up to the computer. We're gonna learn on the stream together. But
it'll be awesome.
Thank you, Rome. Exactly.
I suggest you learn through guitar tabs.
Yeah, I know tabs. I know tablature, but
the thing that made me professionally, because I had a couple songs that were on a radio station locally where I grew up. The thing that made me lose, it was part of I joined the Marine Corps and things got like a little weird. Late 90s. I had a band and we had a couple songs on the radio. It was local. It was only local though, and it never got past that.
Okay. What's the point? Drop.
That what I'm trying to give some musical advice of just
the
don't
point
give
is
up.
Mudvayne's bass player is better than their electric guitar player.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, anybody that can hear with ears knows that.
Is your shit all broke there, Grumple? Let's hear that thing.
What are you doing with this guitar?
What shit?
Let's hear it go.
What are we looking at? What are we looking at?
The back strap holder.
I'm still fixing. I'm working on this right now. I'm using. You know how many pairs of pliers I'm using to use right now to friggin' put this strap lock thing on this fucking.
Do you have channel locks?
Yeah, no, that's exactly.
You have a damn hammer.
I'm using Knipex. Excuse me, sir. We don't use channel locks in this household.
Darn.
What?
We use fancy German pliers.
And that's why. You
how's that working out for you?
And that's why you got to use
No, I'm massaging it. That's why I'm still working on it.
What kind of playmat is that?
Wait, are you asking me? No, there's a playmat out front. It got wet.
The mat that your guitar is sitting on, it's some sort of card game playing mat.
Oh no, that's not a plane. That's silicone. It's
a silicone.
For, assembling it.
Yeah, it's static.
For taking things apart and reassembling them or whatever. Yeah, it's a non-static.
Non-static.
There's like little pockets have like magnets in them, but don't worry about that.
It's in my wish list.
Music right now.
That thing's in my wish list in Amazon for when I build my computer. Do I need that, by the way? Where's Jeremy? Do I need...
You need an ESD. Yes, you do. You should.
I think most people are saying that the way that they're built nowadays, as long as I'm not like rubbing my hair and petting my dog and shuffling my feet on the carpet.
No, you have a dog.
Well, I mean,
static.
It depends on what you mean. For static strap, yeah, most things I've literally never worn a static strap. And it's been back since like over 20 years ago. That I've never worn a static strap.
No.
For computer.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think, Jeremy? Do I need to? Can I build it?
Well, his question.
Can I build it right here on my desk, or do I? And I have shag carpet under me, or should I go out in the kitchen and
if you have shag carpet, you might want to get a.
Is it dry in your house? Humidity good?
I get like random static shocks sometimes.
There you go. Don't do it. You better get a strap.
Yeah, definitely not, bro. Like that was 100% the wrong answer, Jess.
Yeah.
Well, no. Sometimes I'll touch my dog and it's like
Right.
Oh, don't touch that.
Are you trolling right
I
now?
don't know,
Like,
No, I'm
bro.
serious.
This is
No, I'm
literally.
serious. Sometimes when I pet my dog, we'll get like a static shock when I touch his nose and stuff.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
and we're
Okay,
being,
I think
the
it's
reason I
this
ask is
computer
because
in
this
my
is like
face.
straight out of the safety book
your
about
house
literally the
prone
things
to
that you're saying
static.
right now.
Like
Yeah.
you should 100%. It's not
That's
a
why.
joke. Don't
Yeah.
be
Just look
mindful
up
of
the
it.
Now I
ESP
gotta
kit.
spend $20 on a damn anti-static system.
No,
All you
they're
need is a
free.
wristband and
You
clip
want
it
to
to the
build your own
ground.
computer?
No, wait. Hang, if you don't have one,
The
holy
word
shit,
is
dude.
showing up that you
They
should
come with
get that,
stuff for free.
JS. But you probably
Just get the
could do it
strap.
without,
Strap
but
is
you
safe.
should not
It's not
due
that
to.
It's only
Sounds like your
$18. Do I gotta wear the bracelet or can I just have the mat?
No, you got both.
Bracelet and the
You have
mat
to wear the
both will
bracelet.
work. The bracelet will come
You
with a
have to-
mat.
Well,
Yeah, it
hang
doesn't
on.
matter.
You have to get
Yeah, the
both.
bracelet comes with the mat, but
No, your question has an answer, and nobody's answered that question yet. So, do I need the
Amazon.
bracelet or do I need the mat? Okay, so for the place that you're
They did
placing
give
things,
an
if you're going to
answer.
work on a surface, that's what the mat's going to work for.
I'd
to have
prefer
not
to work
statical
right
touch.
It's highly preferred
But
based off
if you're
of
going to touch it
game.
after, that's where you need it. That's where you need to have it.
Those shiny silver bags, those
You
things
need to
come
be
in.
able to
I'm sure
discharge.
Jeremy will say the same shit.
Yes,
Probably.
you need to be able to discharge your
think
static
Jeremy's-
before you start working on that thing. If you're going to do it yourself, because if you're not building it yourself,
Jeremy,
you don't have
awake,
to worry
bro?
about it. But
I'm
if you're
gonna
going to build
build
it yourself,
it myself.
you need maybe this guy right
Jeremy-
here, which you probably don't. However, the guy that
No.
goes on
You
your
think I
wrist,
don't own
that's
tools?
touching
Jeremy
stuff.
fell asleep listening to
Jeremy.
Tier and Tamara.
I did maintenance and handyman where I have a whole storage unit full of tools. But
You
I
have
had
Just
a
gotta
what?
make sure you're grounded, JS. That's all.
So when I build the
Yeah,
Not
computer,
not emotionally grounded. Please, like, just so it's not confusing.
Yeah,
I'm
What he said,
gonna be
what somebody
stacked
else
up.
said was correct.
What if
you
I
got to make
just
sure you're
touch-
I don't
grounded.
think so.
Except,
What if I just touch my dog's nose before I start?
you're gonna
you're
fry.
gonna
You're
poop
gonna
the snoot
fry
and think you're safe. Are you retarded?
Well,
That's so awesome. That is awesome. The poor
We
dog.
do get a
yeah.
shock.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get random shocks, and I'm like,
Yeah.
"What the fuck?"
You're gonna boop
Yeah,
the snoot
exactly.
to discharge your fucking negative ions and shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's all gonna be. Everything's gonna be in freaking German.
Your dog's not gonna know what's going on with this, and you're putting your dog up to this.
On
Like,
that.
dude, don't.
Oh my god, this is
please
so much
don't.
extra work.
Poor
Chat,
guy
we're
gets
gonna
that.
need $20 in super chats just so that I can buy an anti-static thing before I can build the computer.
Wait, let's not stop there, chat, because we're also
JS's
gonna need
chat
to
or my
ship. We're gonna
chat,
ship these
$20
parts.
for me, and
Yeah, and by
I
the
will
So we're
way,
gonna
ship
need
him
money
at
for
my
shipping.
expense. Literally
like-
a dozen
we're
static
like
straps.
$50 short of the goal. What are you doing, chat? I need to.
JS, are you anywhere near Texas?
We would have been.
North
We would have.
Texas?
No.
I'm within the
At
continental
all.
U.S.
We would have made the goal.
No,
but
I'm
you
just
had to
saying
get a
I will
cut.
give you static straps. And how I'm trying to figure out
How's
how
he gonna
much I
get
need to
them
charge
first?
chat for me to get them to you right now.
Like $8 for shipping.
Yeah, I'll have
No, it ain't.
complete kits, professional kits. You plug it
$8?
into the wall. You know, put your.
I'm in
little arm
Utah.
straps into the wall.
You guys should talk about computers, right?
Bro,
Yeah.
it's like $5 for a ship anywhere.
Yeah, it's like 5. Oh, I said 8.
Yeah, but it would be racist if I were to pay for it myself. That's why Chad has to pay for it. So it's just a
No,
stream
I'm
thing.
looking it
And I
up.
can
I'm
deduct
looking
them
it
back.
up. It seems like chat's gonna
I'm not gonna do something
You wrote
publicly
one,
that I can't deduct on
plug
taxes.
in.
Y'all got to get that straight.
have to be able to be shipped over.
You cut out, Goon. What did you say?
You
I
can.
was saying I was looking it up. Chat's gonna have to pay $15 for it to get shipped over. I'm sorry, chat, but
Chat's
JS is
gonna
gonna
have
need
to pay damn
$15.
$105 to get it shipped over. So.
It would be for chair, not for JS though.
These new damn tariffs. The threat of these tariffs.
Yeah, these damn.
This
tiny-
chair
Use,
conducts a lot of electricity. If you guys love this chair, and you
Problem
want
is
me
to ship
build-
it from
Harbor Freight
Texas
knockoffs
to
of
Utah.
German
It has to
pliers.
go from Texas to Canada to Utah.
What?
That chair conducts a lot of BS.
Oh, that would be funny.
Is that real?
No, that would just be funny.
Oh, we're crimping things right now. I'm gonna make this is getting dirty right here.
You doing the crimp walk?
Oh yeah, no, I'm crimping with like a pliers wrench and a Cobra wrench, or excuse me, a Cobra pliers.
And guy liner.
I'm doing some very dirty stuff right now.
Grump is totally trolling. It's all a big troll.
No, I'm actually
I don't
smushing leather discs so I can slip a C ring on it. What are you
Blackout
talking
doesn't
about?
even believe it's a real guitar.
Nope, it don't even work, bro.
Looks like Guitar Hero.
Yep. It should no. He's correct. That's it's AI. It's AI. Don't worry about it.
Grumple, as soon as I saw you eat a green crayon, I knew it was all a lie.
I didn't say it was a favorite one. No, they had to pay more to make it. They had to pay more for a red one.
I don't care. You ate a green one. You ate a green one.
I understand. I understand where you're at.
Grumple has
This is
sleeves
like
and
a
everything.
realer
man.
cake video. This is like a realer cake video. You need to put a knife to that guitar so we know if it's real or if it's cake.
All right, I got one beer left. Who do we got fighting tonight? Sanhagen
Rappers
and
screaming all in
Figueredo.
our ears like we're deaf.
It's gonna be a
Grumple, would
good
you
fight.
get them sleeves up?
Oh no, JS, I'm not doing VK. Like it's gonna be a while before I do VK again. If you mean
It's
that.
not VK on Saturday nights. It's fight night. Corey Sanhagen and Figueredo. It's gonna be. I
Wait,
like
is this
Figueredo.
Saturday?
It's tonight.
Fight night,
It's
yeah.
today.
Tonight.
Spanish?
Right
Yeah,
here.
The main card starts at in 12 out. Well,
I've been smushing this
11
leather
hours.
shit
We
for.
better be live,
half
not
hour.
rebroadcasting it into the Discord channel.
What's
if
that?
somebody's watching
No,
it,
you would have to do something clever in order to rebroadcast a stream of some kind of fight or something like that. You have to be pretty clever to do that.
I know how to do it.
To
I
a
just
Discord
don't.
channel.
Yeah,
And
where's,
not be
where's
DMCA'd.
I don't do it when I'm on this computer because
Yeah, where's Jubbit at?
he earlier tonight at the beginning of VK, him and Ben, my two brothers, were in my YouTube chat, and I was arguing with them in my YouTube chat.
Oh.
And Ben said, "Where's the link? How do I join this panel?" And I sent it, and he's like, "It's not Discord, so they don't like non-Discord things."
Oh yeah, because hang on. See, this is where JS gets so weird because you're a primarily YouTube
What?
streamer, but you act like a Twitch streamer, like or not you act like, but you're
What the hell?
we're
are
in
you
Discord
talking
right
about?
now, and
I don't-
that's Twitch. And both Twitch and YouTube, or excuse me, Twitch and Discord are bullshit. By the way,
I don't like
Not
StreamYard
Twitch,
because I have to pay
YouTube
for it,
W.
and if I don't pay for it, I have a watermark, and I don't like watermarks.
You don't like shit, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't like paying for things
I
that I
like
can do
free.
for free.
Yeah, I love
JS, how do we
It's just-
monetize that and make it into racism that gets further monetized? Because that's the way to do things these days. How do we do that?
What?
I don't know, but I don't like paying
No, it
for
doesn't
things
matter
I
what
can
you-
do for
You
free.
can be
What?
racist against Irish people, and that's
And
still
why pay
racism,
for
but,
something that would?
you
What?
can monetize it. But
yeah, hopefully Job will be there tonight. It's only a fight night. It's not a UFC 315 is next weekend, and it sucks. Bilal Muhammad and Della Maddalena is
really trying to.
Shevchenko's fighting next week. That's the
Oh,
a
what's
woman.
going on? And there's so many people who could be fighting, and they're just like,
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah,
There's so many good fights that could be happening like right now, and they're just like,
Yeah, that's what Guru's been ranting about for a while now. How he's doing whole streams about these are the fights we should be seeing, but we're not seeing them.
why is like all the divisions? Everyone's acting like divas. They're like, I don't want to fight like almost anyone. They're all saying that. I just want to fight people that are above me.
You know,
Well,
John
nobody's gonna fight
Jones.
anyone if everyone's just fighting people above them.
Those
John
jerks are
Jones.
looking out for their careers. Which
John Jones
kinda
just
makes sense,
moved up
except
to the second
gay.
longest heavyweight belt holder. And
Fucking fraud.
yeah, and before
Yeah.
much longer, he's going to be the longest heavyweight belt holder.
That's so
And
stupid.
With probably lower defenses than like 6 rankings down from that position.
yeah, he's fought
It's-
twice. He won it and he fought once. He defended it once.
Against a
He's
washed
probably
up
never
fighter.
been hit with a ball peen
Yeah,
hammer.
yeah, it's some bullshit.
Just saying, I'm absolutely convinced he has never been hit with a ball peen hammer unexpectedly.
Well, thanks. Okay. Cool.
And maybe
but,
that should be the new, standard. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to make that
I
the
would
standard. but
grab a
maybe
bigger
it's a good
hammer.
idea.
Maybe a sludge if you're gonna go after
But
a dude like that.
if Aspinall and John
Like a 2.5 pound
Jones,
dead blow hammer, or what are you thinking?
But
if
no, JS, is this like the Bones Jones? I do have a legit question.
John Bones Jones, he's the second longest belt holder for the UF.
Thank you. Answered my question.
What's your question?
That was it. If
Oh,
it was the person you were talking about, thank you.
Yeah, John
He's
Jones.
the most flamboyant and clearly closeted fighter.
Which I used
hold
to
the
really,
belt for the
I used to
longest time.
really like John
The biggest
Jones.
coke.
And
The biggest
now,
cokehead.
yeah, he's.
Well, I
the
mean, what do you
biggest-
think? What do you think a lot of those gay guys do at those raves, dude? They're doing coke and fucking guys.
Yeah.
But I bet
the
you,
answer.
Before I realized he was gay, I was like, "Oh,
I bet
this
you
guy."
John Jones is into those the trans. That's what he likes. He
The
likes.
funny
those-
thing is, the more
Of course he's
aggressively the
dude.
gay
He hit a
guys get into
pregnant woman
anal,
with
that
his
makes
car,
chicks
and he went,
not
"Oh my god, I
into
need
it.
to run away."
Super weird, right?
Right. Oh,
One
wait,
of you?
oh, wait, Goon, but he had to run back and grab his bag of weed real quick.
If he doesn't defend the belt against Aspinall by October, he needs to relinquish that belt.
Right.
If he hit a pregnant woman with a car, he shouldn't have the belt in the first place.
He shouldn't have. I mean, and I liked John Jones until I
this
found
lock
out
thing.
he's probably gay. But but
I mean, there's so many. This past
Did he
the
find the
Roy
lock
cheating.
thing?
I
Thank you for
personally
the
think he
in-depth.
should be completely banned out of the league. It's crazy that he was ever
I concur.
given the chance to
He
come
should
back.
have never been able to come back. Right.
After you test dirty 2 times in a row for the same exact fucking fight, the largest fight in the division currently, like that's crazy that they didn't cut him after that. I don't.
I mean,
He no contested DC twice.
there is a huge part of me still wants to see Jones versus Aspinall.
I want to see it, yeah, but I don't think Jones is going to agree to it. I
Yeah,
think
and I thought it was happening, and now I'm like, it's not.
And if it
gonna
does,
happen.
if he
the
agrees,
UFC just put out a tweet and they said it's not happening and it's not their fault. That's what their
Right,
stance is on it.
I'll put money on it. If it ever is agreed to, Jones ends up pissing dirty.
Yeah, because they openly said they're like, we're not negotiating it anymore right now, and it's not our fault. We've done everything we can.
Well, then he needs to.
And
then he doesn't
Then
have the belt.
Aspinall even put out a video, and Aspinall was like, I'm moving on. I'm fighting someone, I guess, for my fucking what's the name of the belt he has again? But yeah, he's just gonna he's just gonna keep running the interim belt, even though it's completely wrong that he's running the interim belt. But
Like,
Yeah.
what can you do if the champion doesn't?
he
want
made a
to-
whole video talking about it. And he's like, I've already wasted about 2 years doing this. I've only fought once in 2 years. I can't do this. I'm an active fighter.
Yeah, and he's not. The only reason he's not fighting is because everybody wants to see him fight John
Yeah, he
Jones.
wants to be fresh. He wants to be fresh for this John Jones fight.
If it's not going to happen, then give up the belt. You don't have the belt anymore. Give it to Aspinall, and let's start seeing some
Well, the gay
championship
thing
fights.
is that the whole thing is that he should give it up, dude. They should strip him. I don't get why they don't just strip him. They need.
Yeah,
Because he's
but not that kind of strip. Maybe
because he's
uh,
kind of
Dana
the
won't-
face. Like Dana
won't.
yeah, he's
That's
the
Dana's
guy.
boy. That's Dana's boy. It's
I feel like he's
been
the
Dana-
face of the past,
Dana's
though.
boy.
I feel like you get a lot of the
Or
new
Dana's
UFC
boy.
people. They never even watched John Jones.
But what would
well, yeah,
you
who
say?
watches heavyweights?
What would
John
you
who?
say if in September it happened and John Jones beat the brakes out of Tom Aspinall?
That's not happening. John Jones has never beaten the brakes off of fucking anyone.
He beat Cyril Gahn in what, the first round after moving up a weight class after a 4-year break?
Well, okay, I'm not gonna say he's never had a dominant victory.
Josh-
I mean, he's never walked out and just haymakered people to the ground and pounded them.
Yes. You tell me right now that if he was to take a fight with Aspinall in September, you swear that you think that he would be able just to walk over a fresh Aspinall?
I'm not saying he would. I'm just saying if he did,
There's no way.
if he did, then it's kind of uncontested. If he did,
Wait,
then-
Josh, do you think he could walk me?
Yes.
What are your
Twice.
measurements?
And if he wins, if Bones wins, that's the worst case scenario. It's actually, it's over. That's
You're 6'8".
I'm overweight and middle aged, but I'm 6'3", and
and it's sad because I get what you're saying, JS. Because if he wins,
I don't want to get called stolen valor anymore. So like
Go stand in a doorway.
No, don't say I'm a Marine. Just,
Go stand in a doorway.
My head brushes on the doorway. But what it's
well, then you're not 6'3".
The only doorway in this friggin' room is like, I'm 6'3".
If your head is brushing on the doorway, that's a door frame is 7 foot.
Do you see this chair? Like the headrest is like this is as high as it goes. This shouldn't be the point.
How
of
much do you
contention.
weigh? You're six. Okay, you're 6'3". How much do you?
No,
weigh?
I'm 240 currently.
It'd be
very
difficult.
overweight.
I think I could take you, but
No,
it'd be difficult.
No. The 240 is a lot of fat. If I'm not a fat ass, about 215. Call that the muscle build.
Yeah,
not the fat ass build.
Do you have experience in any sort of?
6'3" at 215.
Well, you were military, right?
So the only martial arts that I've ever done are McMap, Krav Maga, and just a slight little tiny bit of boxing.
Yeah, it'd be a tough fight. I'm not gonna say I'd mop the floor with you or something. No, you're bigger than me.
6'3" at 215
I didn't. No, I wasn't asking about you. I was
You're-
asking about him.
Oh, John Jones would fucking destroy you. What are you talking about? What? I thought you were talking about me.
No. That's exactly what I'm asking. Because
No, you would
I'm just
not
a giant
stand. No,
gorilla.
what are you
I'm
talking about?
I'm just
I
a
don't
big.
care if you're
I'm just a big
300
silly
pounds.
gorilla monkey.
No, John Jones would fucking mop the floor with you.
No, I'd step in the ring with him. I would not step in the ring with Mike Tyson, but I would step.
You
in the ring
wouldn't
with
step
anybody
out.
else.
Yeah.
No.
I could step in the ring with. I could step in the ring with a great white shark. It doesn't mean I'm gonna walk out.
Grumble, how could you be afraid of Mike Tyson but not of John Jones? John Jones is what Mike Tyson is to boxing. John Jones is that to MMA.
Actually, wait, hang on. I'm remembering now. No, actually, John Jones is much respect. Hang on.
I thought you were talking about
I'm
me.
remembering
You're
now.
talking about John Jones. Then
Oh
there's
no, yeah,
question.
no. I was talking about John. No,
I don't care.
think it was
I don't
actually
care if
asking
you're
about John
7
Jones,
foot,
but,
300 pounds. He's gonna destroy you.
No, I know John Jones has some shit to spare. I mean, I'll step in for our round. If somebody wants, if
He's
if
gonna
I
take
get
that
enough
ass.
odds, I'd step in for.
Bro,
our
you're gonna be like
with
the
John Jones.
streamer, like getting
He's
punched
literally
out by
gonna take that ass.
the
And
big
I'm
guy.
old, middle aged, and dumb.
He's gonna bend you over and take that ass. Like,
You ever seen
I
those
mean,
streamers try to go up
okay.
against those MMA guys like for clout, bro? All fun until you get you say that.
I could take any of you with one leg and two arms tied behind my back. One leg and two arms tied behind your back.
No. That what you said is absolutely correct. The streamers trying to get into the fighting world is 100% correct. But some of us were fighters, like
Way back when.
like when it wasn't cool.
No, I think
Yeah, actually,
Some of us were fighters.
I think me and you would be actually a decently that would be a decently matched fight, Grumple. But,
JS, wait, how tall are you? And do you know?
I'm 6 foot 220.
I got you. I'll just sit on your ass.
No, JS, I'm sorry, but
I got my money on King.
I got you down in 20 seconds. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's the number. Vegas, do your odds.
Why aren't you still in? Why aren't you still on the service?
You know
again?
what?
I do want to know
You
why
know
you're still
what?
on the service.
Now, just because you said that, I'm gonna whoop your ass. Go, what are you talking about,
bro?
No,
the Street Beefs. Let's get him on Street Beefs.
I was
That'd be
trying to be
awesome.
nice and humble. Now I'm gonna whoop your
Yeah,
ass.
I am too.
JS
but
gets ripped.
No, I'm giving objective. I'm not trying to be like boastful about this. If I can,
Nobody gets the
if a
street.
blood joke,
Grumble.
if a blood joke is
Grumble.
acceptable, a blood joke happens, and you get blood
Can
joke.
I ask you? Grumble, can I ask you one question?
You can ask
When was the
anything,
last
brother man.
time you cried? Yeah, when was the last time you cried for your mama? Because that's what I will do to you. I will make you cry for your mom.
That's right.
I was an orphan, sir.
Wonderful. So
I
that means
know
you
all-
cried for her. That means you cry for her every night.
No,
that means you'll be
that's
ready.
never happened.
You'll be ready.
Creator Clash. It's a
Just
failure. but
super weird question, but yeah, that's never happened because I was adopted, and I don't know what that feels like.
Yeah, because Ian released his anti-Jew video while the leading fighter was Jewish.
Oh my god! I know, and then one of the people on his fight card works for H3H3. Like,
Oh wow!
what a stupid marketing
It's
decision.
rigged.
Like, I don't want to deal with this right now.
And then in his biggest video that he's had in 15 years, he doesn't mention Creator Clash. Like, what a horrible marketer! Like, why is iDubbbz? God,
A lab couldn't create a dumber man.
I get mad when I see people that suck at what they do and they get successful, and I'm like, I could do that better than them. That annoys me.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It makes you want to go back on everything he's ever made and been like, is any of this ever been good?
When I
Were we
see
just
people
all
on the
gaslit?
news doing
Has he always just been
newscasting,
retarded?
I'm like, I could do the news better than this person. Oh, it makes me mad.
Wait,
but-
yeah, hang on. All of everybody's chat. Yes, I'm bad at everything, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Please, yes, bet against me.
I'm not saying
100%.
that. I was saying it could be a good fight, but now since you're talking shit, I'll fucking wipe the floor with you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm autistic. I wasn't talking shit. I was giving an accurate assessment.
You're 6'3", 215, fat, and
No. Excuse me. I'm 240-ish these days.
how often
I'm
do you
middle age and
how often
overweight.
do you go to the gym?
Bucket of lies.
How often do you
I
lift?
have a weight rack right there.
I don't
like,
care.
right
How
behind me.
often do you use it?
Well, it's like 3 feet away, so I use it pretty frequently.
That doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean, okay, I'm not saying that it means that for you, but however, it is literally in my office, so I do use the power rack.
How often do you lift?
He's not going to answer that.
4 times a week.
He's got to think about it. Okay.
No, I'm trying to math it out just for because hang on, where were we at?
Make it look good,
yeah,
bro.
4 times. No, I mean, 4 times generally.
You don't even know what lifting is, bro.
What was it? You said you did Muay Thai, Grumple?
No, that's PPG. Please don't get us twisted.
He does
No.
have a
No.
does have a rack.
The,
over there.
no,
You know what you can't
the power rack.
Okay.
The,
All right.
the power rack is right there.
Do you gotta move?
Right.
Do you gotta move all those boxes out of the way every time you do?
Yeah, well, I mean, no, that's an objective thing. They're not interfering with using it right now. They're off to the side.
Well, you said you were
It's-
trained
yeah,
in like 3 or 4 different styles. Like, what were they again?
I
He also
no, I
said he
said
speaks
McNabb.
7 languages, and we asked him to speak
said
1.
two.
Whoa. Let him
McNabb
say
and
the
Krav Maga.
styles.
But yes, I also speak about 7 languages poorly. But yeah, no, McMap and Krav
What were the
Maga are the
styles?
martial arts that I know. McMap and Krav Maga.
Krav Maga is bullshit. I did Krav Maga too, but
McDonald's and
Which McMap is a lot of based on Krav Maga, but also
McMap?
yeah.
was that a
the-
McDonald's
the
minor
Marine-
attracted person?
No, it's the Marine Corps martial arts program. That's that plus Krav Maga, which is it's based on Krav Maga. Like a lot of it's based on Krav Maga. But
that's
yeah.
bullshit.
That's all. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, it's 100%.
I did
bullshit.
Krav
It's a
Maga.
bullshit martial art. Yeah.
Yeah, I did Krav Maga.
Take a
too.
fighting
Hey,
stance.
one time when
Grumple.
I was in a Krav Maga gym, I like taught them a new thing because I just figured it out while I was doing it, and that was
I
weird.
bet. Take a fighting stance. Take a
Man,
fighting stance.
you're like the prophet.
No, it was like the grab the hand behind, like somebody grabbing your head behind you. That thing. I apparently flipped somebody, and I don't know how I did. I still don't know how I did it, and they wanted me to teach them to do it, and like I still don't know how I did it.
You gotta teach them.
Well, how did you
Take
teach
a
something you
fighting
didn't know how you did
stance.
it?
Either way, yeah.
Sounds.
Take a
I don't
fighting
know how I did it, but I'm
stance.
going to teach you how to
With
do
your
it.
feet,
Damn it.
your
Yeah,
feet should be not
speaking
too
of
far
fighting
far
stance,
apart.
I
Look at his
want to see
knuckles.
your
Look at
horse
his knuckles,
stance.
bro. It's over. Look at his knuckles,
How
bro.
many punches
Hang
can
on,
you throw
He
while
had his
you wanna
hands up like
actually
a
look at my
fucking
knuckles?
1940s boxer, bro.
Did
He
you
looked
pull
like
out your
a.
wand and say
You
Avada
want to actually look at
Kedavra?
my
How long
knuckles?
can you hold the horse stance? How many punches can you throw while you're...
Oh, I mean, somebody said look at his knuckles. Okay, here you go. Just
I'm not saying the state of your knuckles. The way you put your hands out, the
What's up with
formulation of
Discord?
your
Oh,
hands
is,
was the weirdest
Freddy's a
position
knocking,
to
but
put
he
your
can't
hands
come
in
in.
for a
You won't
fighting
let him in.
stance.
Hold on, Freddie. You got to go
Well,
to
let's
the.
get Freddy in.
But hey, or Freddie, or but anybody, just
Freddy needs a
what
key.
does this say about somebody's knuckles? Just
Hold on. You got to go to the
just,
staging. You
no
got to go to the
biggie.
staging
No
channel, and
biggie,
I
but
got to drag you into this channel because we had some porn bombers earlier.
no biggie.
Maybe you got to clear the staging though. You got to clear the screening.
Somebody that's
Yeah, you
ever
got to
been
clear the
punched in
stream,
mouth,
the
speaking
staging,
of.
and part of clearing staging is paying off your debts.
Oh shit! You ain't gonna make it, bro.
Wait, what? Oh, Freddy, that thing.
I'll have 2 black belts. Taekwondo and
Super
Ishmael.
weird.
Last fight was many years ago. The guy tried to hurt me. I had to knock his big ass out, and I brought home a 6-foot trophy. I was really good in the area. I was state
Elder,
champion. That's
are
the
you
bullshit.
crazy? Did you see the
I
way
can
he
play
put
you
the
too.
dukes up?
Do what?
Did you see the way that Grumple put the dukes up?
I did. It was impressive for a girl. Shit.
No, that was
You
good.
weak little
No,
bitch.
you're top tier.
I love
Why
you,
would
man. You're just a big old dude.
why would one fist be in front of the other?
Yeah, exactly. Where do you put that right hand at when you're fighting there, Grumple?
Oh no, I'm
It
talking
was
to
such
some
a quick
professional
check.
fighters here.
It was such a quick
It's
check.
amazing.
That's why I was hoping he would say that he did Muay Thai, because I could have checked him on like so many more things.
Where does your
No,
right
that's
hand go when you're
PPG. He's
fighting,
on
Grumple?
Twitch. Don't interact with him. He's gay.
Who's
shit.
gay?
PPG.
I'll be gay for you. Your mama too. Where's that right hand go?
Oh no, that's fine.
Where's the right hand go? Where's the left hand go? I don't know. Tell you where it don't go. Not straight out
Wait,
beside
when
you.
you're
but-
blocking or when you're
If you want to pay to come to Utah, I can find a gym and we can do a little creator clash here. I'll fight you with some gloves on for fun, Grump. We'll do it.
He's a big boy.
Get him on Street Beast,
Oh no,
bro. Let's get it.
man, no, JS. I've tried. No, if you're really dedicated to it, I've tried to put this together like a few times for years. And it's never worked out.
I'm
Who
not
didn't
traveling.
show
If
up?
somebody comes to me, I'll fight. Who I went to Cali and hung out with Freddie in the chat, and I said, when I get there, we're gonna find a gym and we're gonna box. And as soon as I got there, he saw me and he's like, "No,
If you put it, no, if somebody else puts it together, I'm 100% in.
Did you let Freddie whoop your ass?
No, he didn't want none.
He didn't want.
Because I know everybody wants a piece of the middle-aged guy.
The camera subtracts.
I am
Well, let's just say
100% happy to
Freddie's an
oblige.
old man. Just sit. Freddie's an old man. He talks a big game, but he's an old man.
I'm Gen
Grump.
X.
He has heart.
and,
He talks a big game.
you know,
Grumble, you ain't middle aged. You're an old man.
I'm 6 foot
That's
220 and I go to the gym
Okay.
4 to 5 times a week. So I'm
old
not
and
small.
fat.
I'm not a small guy, but I'm not a huge. I'm not like a monster, but
I'm fat and I haven't trained in quite a while. It'd be a
But
really
I walk
cakewalk.
with a
So
presence.
then maybe you should be more.
Yeah, no, you should
knowing.
fight. You should No, it'd be really easy. You
Well,
should
you should
do
know
that.
your
I've wanted to get
capabilities there,
into
Grandpa.
I would do
Anybody.
Muay
Anytime.
Thai, kickboxing, and jiu-jitsu if I had the money. I think
Sounds
that's
gay. You should just, get
There's a library.
sounds gay.
No, Taekwondo is well nowadays. It's all
Taekwondo is about
Olympicized. Same
feet
with
and
most
feet work and kicks.
Taekwondo. What am I in
No,
third grade?
Well, actually,
Yeah.
well, back
Oh.
then it might have been more viable. You might be
I will
learning
crack
from
your
a
skull, man.
Korean guy, but if you're learning that from an American dude, there's no point.
I don't care how much
learned from
Taekwondo a
Korean guys.
Korean guy did. I'm gonna destroy him.
Oh, wait.
You're wrong, JS.
I'm not.
I
sure
mean,
about
like
that
an
one.
actual.
Taekwondo is like karate. It's like there's very few.
No, it's not. It's not at all. It's very different.
I'd be
Like American karate has its own thing,
careful
but like original TKD, and I don't remember if it was South Korea. I don't remember where it came from. Whence
South
it came.
Korea.
Modern karate is
United
so
States
fucking
Taekwondo
gay.
Union. Look it up.
Other than
Wait, you
Lyoto
can't do it.
I don't know.
Machida.
I
Other than
you
Lyoto,
assume I know how to
other
read.
than Machida,
Wait.
name me
You very
one
much assume
karate.
Can everyone see me? Can everyone see me? So in karate, they used to
Everyone
take a
can see
wide
you.
stance.
I want to see good.
Yeah, that's
They used to
Machida.
do a wide
That's
stance,
Machida.
and they used to go long. They used to go long and back and forth. Now they do this weird shit where they pull their leg up and they jump like this. This is what karate is, modern day. They just do this the whole time.
good
That's
way
not
to
bad.
get a broken knee.
The first stance you were doing looked like Machida.
You hang that leg out there in Taekwondo, you'll get it broke.
Wait, no, it's not even get a broken knee. Get immediately swept. And
Yeah, you're
That's
gonna
what
go
modern
down.
day karate is. Modern day karate is that, those little hops, and then they take advantage of the
That's
fact that
why
you
it's
can
not
hit the
good.
opponent in the back and you can't sweep.
Plus, I don't
Yeah,
have
well,
extra
guess
five
what?
what you just did is silly, and don't do that.
The fighting styles they're
In
talking
the head
about.
when you try to reach for his leg. He's gonna do his little. He's gonna do his little hop. He's gonna hop when you go to sweep him. He's gonna hop and kick you in the head.
There you go. A real master, baby.
Even.
But how about someone like Grumple that grew up and came from? I mean, you said you're a Marine, right? So you know.
Yes,
our
I couldn't do
combat.
just like much like
That
a
should
Marine
be
published
kind
in
of
the
like
hubs,
riding a
I'll tell
bike.
you know exactly what I'm gonna do. Like
I would
from the
fight
front.
anybody
No,
for
You should
fun.
know
what I'm
your
gonna do
hand-to-hand combat.
is I'm gonna
right?
wrap you up and then blood choke. I'm gonna end
Well,
it.
first off, you have to be able
What
to
do you-
wrap them up.
what do you
If
mean
he's
by
punched-
blood
Once you
choke?
get punched in your face,
When you say blood choke, what do you
I'm
mean
gonna,
by
thinking
I'm
about
gonna
how you
pinch
can
the,
choke
I'm gonna
them
pinch the
anymore.
carotid artery, sir. Is that what that's what that means? The blood that's flowing to the brain, because if you pinch off the blood that's flowing to the brain, you stop the oxygen that's going to the brain, and you can just make somebody just you go sleepy without having to do any permanent damage, and that's how you end that really quick.
Good luck.
I weigh
trying to take him
140.
tonight.
My brother weighs like 200 pounds, something. He's got a lot of weight on me.
This guy
and
knows the 1-inch punch.
I'll tell you.
I mean, no, like
just wrapping
literally,
somebody up
that's
doesn't
my
do it.
one move. I really
Once you
don't want to
take
get
the
into a
hit to the
striking match
face, you won't
because
be
I
thinking
don't
about.
want to hurt any.
Oh, so you just want to
really all that much.
wrestle?
No, just
Yeah, see,
I just end with just I just sleepy, and then because you're not a subject that I need to interrogate. That's what we have to do.
Well, no, the subject is you versus JS. Would it be gloves on? Would it be like
I'm putting him in a flying
UFC,
armbar.
or is it gonna be boxing? Or is
I'm
it
more
gonna be
agile.
wrestling?
I'm a big boy who's agile. I'm a flying armbar you.
Oh no, it's fine. No headgear,
flying
arms,
armbar.
legs.
This isn't fair,
Headgear
JS. He
or
put up his hands like a
things or
retard. You
gloves.
can't do that.
Yeah,
Don't say
I
that.
sure did. I sure did. So you should be.
At least he
betting
put
against
up
me,
his
right?
hands.
Yeah, dude. Did
You
you
should
want to
bet
go
against me,
deeper
right?
into the knowledge behind this? What would in a basic punching combination? What would a 1-3-5 punch be?
It would be where I
against
get
the
hit all the
screen.
time in the face.
You
That's why you
understand
should bet against me.
Where would 1, 3, and 5 be landing?
Left.
They'd be landing on me, so you should bet against me.
Is a left
Well, you're
left
talking
hook?
from-
Is that right?
Dude, that's
No, it's left straight, left hook.
no.
It's not. Well, no, that's not quite right. But no, you should bet against me.
Now, while you're thinking about all those numbers,
The
you're gonna
style
get
of punch
yourself
could depend,
busted.
but blackout was the closest. It would be a switch sides. You would go
It's-
left, right, left.
Wait, hang on. Are we talking
if
about
it's
JS
1,
versus
3,
me? Just,
5.
hang on, quick.
It's actually
JS,
just reading
do you,
style, so it's pretty easy to guess too.
JS, do you punch horizontal or vertical? Just out of curiosity.
I try to twist as I go in. A jab or a hook? A jab, I'm going to throw it, and then I'm going to twist it the last second.
Twist? Why are you twisting? Why are
That's
any
how
of
you
you
throw. That's how you throw a jab. You throw
The
it.
shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Hang on. Just did odds just change? Out of curiosity.
Open your fingers and snap that bad boy and see how much more damage you do.
Yeah, you always throw it straight, and then at the last second you pop it and you twist it. That's
which way you
twist it? Which I can see what you're doing. However, I'm always vertical.
Twist it,
Everything is
pop
vertical.
it, shake it, twist it,
All right, before
curl
you think
it.
that I'm also adding to this gaslighting,
all of
JS
my
is
punches
correct.
are vertical.
You do twist. You do twist when you throw a
Twist
jab.
it. You throw it straight and you pop it at the end. And you
Think of the
twist it.
science,
that
Mr.
good?
Science and Math, guys. Think of the science and math
like,
and
it
how to
depends.
move
If you're
your body and
boxing,
turn it
I
into
run
a
on
Like, let's say
monkey
you're
stuff.
boxing.
I'm vertical all the time.
Let's say you're boxing, right? If you're boxing, your hands are going to be sideways, for,
vertical.
like
I'm
where
learning
your
so
palm
much
is
here.
facing towards your cheeks. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
So then you're going to
I'm
rotate
vertical
when
I'm
you're
boxing
jabbing.
too.
You're of course rotating when you're jabbing because you're
Oh.
moving
My
from your
set-
palms facing towards your face towards your opponent. If
My set
you are
something
doing
like
something
this.
like Muay
It sounds
Thai,
like you don't
your
know
hands are
how-
starting bear claw style
Like
outwards. Okay, I'll just
rotating
try.
your body, like you rotate you pivot the hips, right?
jab,
So I mean, we're on the same
they
page. You
rotate.
pivot the
Give me a
hips
double side
when you
kick there,
flare the
Goon.
heel, pivot the hips.
Goon is
put,
correct.
like one part in front of the other. You still want it, like that's how you get like your entire body into a punch, right? However, what I'm saying is
Yeah,
based
but
on training and stuff.
the
I'm
difference
only
is,
vertical.
where are you
I'm gonna stay vertical.
doing?
I'm gonna kick
Yeah,
you
when
in the
you're coming-
head.
Yeah, right there. You're not twisting as you throw. See, exactly.
I'm not scared of anybody that throws horizontal punches. Sorry, sweetheart.
JS, just practice a little bit of Wing Chun and you
throwing.
got this all the way.
Yeah, I'm not
twisting
scared
at
of
the end or-
anybody. that throws
Whatever. I'm a
horizontal
yellow
punches.
belt in karate. What are you guys talking about?
It's never happened. I'm just like no
When you
biggie.
twist, I'll
I'm
slow it down.
overweight.
When you twist,
I'm old
Good.
and overweight,
double
and
side kick.
I'm not scared of anybody throwing horizontal punches
Yeah, see?
at all.
Mid
Kick
stroke.
with your leg. What's going to hurt worse?
exactly.
Brutal
The
arm
bigger
or
you are,
kick
the
with your
harder
leg?
you fall.
You're
Kinda like
6'3".
mid-
You're
uh,
6'3". I can kick 7. I can
I'm
kick a soda can off a 7-foot doorway.
That's a lot of excessive movement and wasted motion of.
I'm
of
extra
energy there, too.
flexible.
If you haven't, I forget what your name is that you were just on cam.
Don't go to
but
the ground
if
with me.
you
I'm gonna twist you up like a
rotate-
pretzel.
You were punching horizontal, right? Just rotate and try and punch vertical.
Goon was showing
Like
proper.
maybe with the two front
Showing the
knuckles,
different
like
styles of
rotate so your bones are in line.
Goon was
It's
just
got-
giving.
this is actually where the if I can give a lesson real quick, this is where the
Goon's
Glock,
like-
the grip angle of the
My
Glock
training is in
came from.
Grumble's like
my
5'4".
training is
No,
in
no,
Muay Thai.
this is where the Glock, the angle
keep
of
your
the
hands
Glock versus
Yeah, you
the
get wrist
1911.
control and you pull out the gun. That's exactly how you win.
No, this is what I'm saying. A trained puncher versus a non-trained puncher. The 1911 was built like both of them. The exact angle of a Glock and a Browning 1911 are exactly. There was science behind both of them. The 1911 was meant for a non-trained puncher.
Bro, just
who
do
used
what I
foreign-
just did.
foreign
I would
punching.
love to see your goofy fat ass stand up and try to stand like you're a fighter. It would be literally the funniest thing that's happened in the call all night.
Hey.
Yeah, that probably would be. But you've been
It would.
funnier,
It really
so.
would. It would be funny watching you pretend to be somebody that you're not, which you've been doing all night, but it would accentuate the peak of that.
Yeah,
No,
I wasn't having my knees
I got called
completely
stolen
ugly.
valor the other night. You're just child's play right now. What are we doing?
Look at
Saying
this boy. These scars
You're a
didn't
whole
come from
stolen
nothing.
person.
No, it's
Mine's
amazing.
worse. You're a stolen man. You pretend to be somebody that you're not.
Dude, did
Oh,
you
that's
see that tribal?
cool.
Did you see his tribal
You're
tattoo?
cool.
He's serious
Who are you now?
business. He's got a tribal tattoo on his arm. He's serious business.
No, I don't. I don't have a tribal tattoo, sir. That's not a tribal tattoo.
Flames?
Marshall, please.
My bad.
Legit.
Flames. My bad.
See that?
No, it's not flames either.
See the line here? I'm not going bald. That's 15 staples in my head.
Someone that's actually been hit. Yeah, I think I'll take that guy.
I've been hitting that a lot.
I can tell.
JS,
What are we
you're
doing
going
now,
freaking
boys?
bald, man.
Are we gonna play cards, or
I'm
should
not
I
going
get back
bald.
to fixing the base?
You're bald as hell.
I'm
Don't
not
do it no
going
more, man.
bald. Don't
Yeah, you are.
say that. Stop.
So bad,
Stop.
bro.
Religion.
I've seen every pore you had. Every pore
That's
you
not
seen on top
true.
of your
I'm
head.
not going bald.
You just got a little curly, so you think it ain't going bald, but the light don't lie, bro.
He's
No.
going
I'm gonna get
bald.
back to fixing my
No.
instrument,
Holy
and
shit.
Not
if
going
you'll need
bald.
me,
You
just let me
guys
know.
need
I'll
to
be
You
here.
might
stop
as well
it.
shave your head, dude.
Money can't buy you love, right?
I'm not going bald. Stop.
Go ahead and shave it now. Get it
It's
over
the
with.
dreadlocks. I had dreadlocks, so I have weird patches.
Oh, JS, you had dreadlocks until just very recently, right?
I
Yeah.
mean, fairly recently, yeah.
I mean, just in the last 6 months.
Over a year.
Okay,
It's been
so
over a
last
year,
5
right?
years is recently to me. So yeah, right. I mean,
Not quite a year yet.
Oh,
very
weird.
recent.
Yeah, so that thinness in your hair, JS, it ain't coming back, bro.
Nah, man.
It ain't coming back. No matter how
It'll
many,
come back, bro.
no matter how many pills you take, how many lotions you rub in your pretty little head of yours.
If you took a picture of the top of your head, look at
Oh,
it.
you just
I got
gotta be
minoxidil.
buying the right one, King.
But I
Depends
put
on how much money you
I
have.
put drops in my head.
It doesn't matter, JS. You're
You better
lying to
spray it
yourself.
under
Oh
the
wait, have
damn
you
water
used
hose.
minoxidil? I've thought about doing
I
it, like getting
use-
that to fill out my cheeks because
I
my
use
beard
the-
looks weird.
I use the
Don't do
drops
it.
on the front.
Does that work
I-
for you?
It's a lie.
I use the hymns on the front because my front
He's
was very
lying.
thin. And you know what it does? It doesn't make it any thicker. It just makes it grow
Placebo.
faster. So like the front grows faster than the
Have you
rest.
seen that thing
Right.
just out the car party
Placebo.
store where you wax it, you spray the stuff on your car with it foams up?
Wait, see,
You need one of
wait,
those.
no,
for your
JS, so
head.
you get like an aggressive comb over is what minoxidil
Exactly.
does for you.
Look, if I put my head down like this, it looks bad. I don't,
Exactly what it's for, Ruffle. You called it. It's for guys to.
Nah, it
to
looks
grow.
good. Just
Don't do a
you can pull
combo.
it off.
I'm
We
sorry,
just-
whoever's
well,
calling
we
me
just-
out.
we just-
Your
we just put the hair
your
over
volume is
the.
cutting out aggressively, and I can't understand you. I'm sorry.
We just put the hair over the light spots.
Your shit is falling out.
No, it's not.
The hell it ain't.
I know.
No, JS is a young guy. Don't give him a complex about that. He's good for another, maybe year and a half.
Yeah, don't lose any sleep over it. You probably got a couple of years.
I'm
Don't
getting
lose
close
sleep
to
over that.
40, but
Might as well just shave it
Well,
now.
you're gonna be in
I'll
my
still-
club soon, but
I'll
no,
still
don't
damn throw a sidekick at Grumple's head.
There's a lot of free things
Bifocal
happening today.
Bifocal
Hey,
their
being
neck.
bald might be more
Look.
intimidating, dude.
No, JS. If you can organize that, I'm in, and I would endorse that. Please do try and yes, 100%.
Just say if you
please,
ever want
come
to
on.
take a vacation down to Salt Lake City, we can hang out. I can show you around, and we can go to the gym right near my apartment.
Then I'm gonna kick you right in the fucking head.
JS, I would
I'm gonna
imagine that
kick
we
you
would
right
hang
in the
out
fucking
a lot.
face.
JS, I would imagine we were gonna hang out a lot of other things before we go do a
Don't do
fighting
that,
gym.
you'll hurt
However,
yourself.
I'm in for either way, and I'm an old broken guy. But yeah, I mean, we can hang out in a fighting gym. Cool, fine.
No such thing as broken, man. You seen what they did to Butterbean? His ass looked like he was a
Wait,
fucking decrepit
no.
old man, never gonna do anything for the rest of his
Wait.
life.
Look at this.
He's
Could an
actually
old man
fine.
put his leg behind
What
his head?
happened to what
God.
happened to Butterbean though?
Somebody clip it. That's the gayest shit I ever seen on live TV.
What was that?
Yeah, we're
Hey,
gonna
do that
pretend that
again,
didn't
man.
happen. No, what happened to
Jeremy.
Butterbean though?
And you're dressed like a Mormon. And you're dressed like a Mormon while doing it.
Yeah.
What?
Woman out here trying to.
Disregard what JS did with
clothing.
his gay self just now. What happened to Butterbean? I don't like. He's a legend.
Oh,
also.
he wasn't.
What
He
happened
wasn't doing well. He wasn't doing well. His whole body was like freezing up, and he had to get whole body therapy. But he's doing good now.
there? I imagine most of his organs were failing from like a long time before he started professional sport. But did that get worse?
If you look up like
I'll kick you
butterbean
across the
recovery, you can
face.
find videos of it. They did like a whole like documentary on it, the recovery of butterbean.
Oh, I gotta figure out.
Yeah, he like couldn't stand up for more than like I think it was like 1 or 2 minutes.
Could a
And by the end of the
balding man put
documentary,
his
they had
legs
him back
behind his
to
head?
boxing.
Hang on. The only thing I'll give about this is what I do is professionally. Elbows always tucked, like always tucked.
Ever try to strike with your elbow unless you're in
That's all.
prime condition to do so.
Yes. How old are you again?
37.
37 until October. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll get a guy 10 years younger than me. No biggie. JS. Got your number.
I know, JS.
Nerd.
I know exactly how old you are. Yeah,
You
I'm telling you,
Mormon
bro.
living nerd face. We're gonna get it on. Ugh.
Let's get them beer muscles going.
I second that.
No, don't do that anymore. Hang on, JS. Maybe if you keep doing that, maybe we don't have the Clash of the Titans.
I'm flexible. I'm just showing off the flexibility. You ain't gonna say
Notice how he did it with the same leg. Notice how he did it with the same leg. The other leg is weaker. He can't get it behind the head.
This one I can get back.
That's not what she said.
I'll take any of you on in a fight.
I don't want to know anything.
I fight without my pants. So let's go. Instant distraction. Guess what?
Whoa.
King's thinking.
Wait,
Watch
are you
out for that.
utility or just
Watch out for that
wear the
third
black
arm bar.
I'm with you on blackout. I only fight in the mud to impress my girl.
Right, facts. All in the mud and all in the
chat. Put yourself in the private chat there, JS.
The fact you wear shoes in the house disturbs me more than you going full pretzel. Well, yeah, I think about that sometimes.
I'm not even mad about the shoes in the house. That's a funny statement.
I don't know why.
He went half pretzel, and he could have claimed that he can only go half pretzel, but then he confirmed he can go full pretzel.
I can go full
Yeah,
pretzel.
he went full on sucking dick right there. He pulled the full mirror.
No, I've tried it. It's not possible.
Man, the only time when I could actually touch my toes without bending my knees, that was the same time as I could do 20 pull-ups, like in boots and utes. That was at that same time. It was very brief period in my life.
This is not the first time I've done this on stream.
Dude, wait.
Oh
no
man,
wonder
it feels gayer now. How's it even gayer?
Why are your shoes
How did it even get even gayer, dude? JS, that was the worst. Oh, don't do that in front of me again, please.
It just hit me to connect to my other joke. No wonder the Mormons don't come around anymore. You answered the door dressed like this. They're like, we already got them.
Yeah, they're like,
it's already one of us. We're good. They mark your house off.
Khakis and a nice blue polo.
Yeah, wait, hang on. Is it a dry fit? Is it a Nike dry fit polo though? Because I mean, that means something.
No,
It's like leaves in the morning and everyone else is wearing this outfit and he's like, I've made the right choices.
It's not even a real polo. It's a Walmart polo. But
hang on, is that a knockoff of a Nike dry fit?
No, I don't know how Mormons actually dress, but whenever they have them in shows, it's very similar to how you're dressed.
Very much so.
Yeah. Well, no. Way
I just happen to
celibacy.
have
Rome
a
said
Mormon church,
celibacy. I understand now.
almost next door to me. It's just fun. I interact with
Yeah, bro. Remember how he said he's voluntary celibate?
Yeah.
not voluntary.
I don't have free will. God wills me to be this way.
Yeah, no, because ain't no woman looking for a guy who could put his legs behind his head.
Hang on.
Only your boyfriend's looking for
what is it?
something like that.
Blackout? King
I
Blackout.
live in
no,
Salt Lake
he's
City.
got,
It's
he's
super
got a will of
gay.
it.
It's super
No,
gay.
no,
in
hey,
Salt
I
Lake
got
City.
you.
If I was a gay guy, I would not be
JS, I
celibate.
got you. I figured it out. The term for it is God willibit. It's not in celibate. It's God willibit.
Based. I like that.
I figured out a new thing. You're welcome. Let's move on from this though, so you don't have to deal with it for too long.
Yeah, if I was gay in Salt Lake City, I'd have a boyfriend.
I just want to fix
in
the strap now.
10 minutes.
You do.
Private
Drop part of it.
chat,
You
JS.
can find it.
You're not going to like it.
What's in private chat?
I put you a couple of pictures in there. You're not going to like them.
Did you take pictures of me
I
legging
sure
it
did.
up? Oh, wait.
Take that one right there. Thank you.
This
Damn
I have
nerd.
Jeremy. I have
Oh
Grumble.
no, JS, no. If
It's
are you
just
in
chatting
here?
part
Yes,
of the
no.
intro here.
Anything you do is
Take
gonna be.
this bit.
It's all pretend. It's all clipped when you're live.
Yeah, we're
It's
gonna
all
have to
clipped. Just
clip
pretend it's all
that.
Yeah,
clipped.
this is all
Yeah,
out of
Don't worry.
context.
Funny shit.
These pictures of JS are all out of context. There was a large spider on the floor. You don't
That's you.
understand.
Yeah. Look at though how my leg bends backwards from
It
how
scared the
it's.
hell out of me.
Yeah,
I'm like,
you're
I don't
not
want to be
submitting
good.
me. I'm
No,
gonna, yeah.
you're gonna break some shit. That's what you're gonna do.
I mean, if you come at somebody like that, I mean, you know, hey, maybe submitting, maybe we just needs to
I'm
start
already submitted myself. Wait till I get home.
you know, an OF account just for that, just right before it begins. Just maybe get that going.
Yeah, y'all need to pay extra for these only feats.
No, you were.
I swear, Lee.
Oh no, JS, no, you got the idea. So what I have and I like what I recommend is, hey, the tier 4 subs get the under desk cam. It's a special link that you have to have. It's just a different camera for, and you know it's a special link. So they get that.
Definitely don't want that.
Dude, if I had
I'll
a
take
cam
it.
under my desk, I'd just be like,
You got to make it a thing that's worthy of getting it though.
You should print these out and hang them on your wall.
Wicked Wally type plot.
he should use that as the next thumbnail. That's going to be the most provocative image.
Wait, hang on. What now? I've been coaching. Hey, never mind. What are we
That's
talking?
a good picture.
Yeah, it is. You should print them out and put them on your wall.
Dude, look
Be
at how
proud.
my leg is backwards.
Some scary shit.
Your leg isn't backward.
Like a mech, like a chicken walker mech, eh? You know, look, JS, he's battle tech. He's battle tech ready.
That thing.
Can we talk how you are using words that don't exist, like backwards and forwards?
What?
The words backwards
are
and
no
forwards
F.
both exist. So
No, it's backward and forward.
I see what you did with that picture,
Oh,
JS.
don't try to grammar me.
Just saying. Your leg isn't backwards. If anything,
it
it's
sounds like
backward,
we're
but
trying
it's
to
not
make this more racist, and I mean, we can make it more racist, but
It is, yes, because being
It's not the
grammatically
back word, it's the back prophecy.
Yeah, JS's leg went backwards. I've seen enough women do that to where this doesn't impress me. Come on, JS.
But it's not impressive.
Double leg it. Double leg it, bud.
It's
Check out
not
his
impressive
avatar.
if a woman does it, but it's impressive if a man does it.
Yeah, your woman really wants to see you get in that position when you guys are
well, JS in certain
You would be more
circumstances,
impressive
like
in the ring if you did practice stretching. more
JS
often,
doesn't you
though.
show me mine, I'll show you yours.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
gives her good, gives her a good
trying
target
to get
for her
some
pegging.
dick, then it's not as impressive.
I'm just saying, I had this one girl complain because I kept pushing her legs up by her head, and then I was like, bitch, I can do it.
I bet. I
trying to break
bet you did. I bet you did. It was over right then and there, wasn't it?
The pegging begins.
Who's this?
Let me show you.
That avatar's too good. That avatar is way too good. You need to leave that just like it is, JS. That's really good.
But y'all, please don't get twisted. Like what I say sometimes on stream, that might not be like real stuff. That's like for content. Please don't get twisted.
Oh, don't
Oh, so
try to
you're-
back out now. If you ever
How
come
long
to
you
Salt Lake
been a
City, you're
Marine?
going down.
Oh hell, King, that's yours. How'd that happen?
Oh no, we've already established that. No, we're like no. If I come to Salt, because to get me out of Texas, okay, yeah, no, sure, then I come to Salt Lake City, and then yes, 100%, whatever that is.
Wah, wah, wah.
I don't know where that was going, but I tried to play along.
When I saw my ex-wife do it, I was pretty impressed. When Jazz did it, I was
Your
deeply
white
disturbed.
ex-wife? What? Hang on. How many ex-wives you got? You got to refer to them by color.
Rum says when a woman does it, a ping pong ball is about to shoot out.
I agree with them on that. I don't know what JS is talking about. That's a skilled trait in the streets where I come from.
Yeah. All I'm trying to do is
you come
establish
from
my
where
dominance.
donkey shows happen. If you come from where donkey shows happen, then that 100% I know.
Just don't try to get me in an ankle lock. It's not going to work out well.
No, you've already done
sounds
that.
very similar.
I like ankle locks. Love ankle locks over here. Love them.
A toe lock. Now, my toes still cramp up. Maybe it's because I'm old or I don't drink enough water. My toes cramp up sometimes.
You need a small Asian woman to pull on them.
That'd be awesome.
Seriously, right?
You know how you keep your toes from cramping up, JS?
Drinking water helps that also. Wait, hang on, I missed it. What was it?
Yeah, I don't think he's ever going to.
Oh, it just beeped at me. What the fuck just happened? Somebody say something. Is it? Am I?
Hello.
Hello, bro.
Right.
No, I can't hear anything now.
Bridget. Your mama.
Well, your headphones are shit, bro.
You got those giant ass headphones.
There's way more buttons on this than needs to be.
He's got a big ass head.
They're new because his other ones broke when he was on stream last time. When he was jamming out in his bass. Snap.
You turn off and on again, and then see if it happens.
Oh, somebody just liked me on Facebook.
Oh shit.
Oh shoot. Chlorine Rose sent me a friend request on Facebook.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you say Chlorine Rose, but also what is there like a no, it's obviously not. This is just my
She's
headset.
only got 12 friends. She's fake.
Myself and all.
Respect.
You're not a real girl. Oh my goodness. Oh, this,
Say respect to me.
this is
Maybe she
degenerate.
Yeah, I was just gonna say maybe she just wants to send you some news, Jess.
Yeah, it's not a real person.
So just let him do
Your
it.
name is Chlorine.
You forgot how to spell Clarice.
Oh boy.
I did the pretzel one time on stream and I got thoughts hit me up.
Got chlorines in your DM.
Chlorine's not a real person.
Sounds like a 60-year-old woman's name.
Maybe Chlorine meant to go into the gene pool.
Sounds like it would be a name of a character in To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, Jack Nicholson, legendary in the screen adaptation. Adaptation. Yeah, we'll stick with that one. Adaptation.
Lord of the Flies.
No, Jack Nicholson was in To Kill a Mockingbird. The screen adaptation.
Is that the black and white one? I've only ever seen the
It's
black
almost
and white
10
one.
a.m. I gotta go soon. What?
Jack Nicholson was
Yes.
Jack Nicholson was not in To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah, no.
Come on, man.
Jack Nicholson was.
That was
Come on, no. It was what?
Nicholson was the GOAT.
Atticus Finch. That was Atticus Finch. Come on, man.
I'm seriously trying. Like, there's a loud buzzing that I'm like. There's something happening.
It's all in your head.
Lotion on the skin. How long is the Ethan and Hassan debate?
Dude, it's like 5 hours. You gotta just watch like the last like 3 hours or 2 hours.
Thanks for narrowing it down for me. It's 5 hours long. Listen to the
I
last
told
3
you I
hours.
could give you a clip of the peak of the debate, but
What?
the Sam Cedar one's only an hour. I don't know what the fuck happened with the Hassan one. They just talked and talked and talked, and then Ethan just ended the show after. He talked about it for like 5 minutes, and he was like, "All right, I'm ending it though. This was 5 hours long."
Did they come to any sort of like?
No, it gets
Wait,
worse
no,
and
all
worse
the rest of your
throughout
sentence is not necessary.
I think throughout it,
question
Ethan
was,
has
JS,
become
what you
more
said.
firm in his position that Hassan's just an anti-Semite that's
Who the fuck
pro-terrorist.
does he talk to?
The question
Yeah.
that
Was it
JS
modern day
literally
debate?
asked was, "Did they come?"
No, I have to. I'm not a fan.
Vigorously.
I'm not a fan of Ethan, but I've got to take Ethan's side in both the Sam Cedar and I already know what Hassan's gonna say. Like, I'm siding with Ethan here, but I still think he's.
Wait, hold on. You think Hassan's not going to necessarily be communist at this particular juncture after this much of
No,
his career?
I'd say the
They
most
openly
surprising.
they
betting on
openly
it?
support
I mean,
Hamas. Like,
what?
I think the most
I mean,
surprising
you're
thing,
saying
JS,
this
Whoever
is the
not
pays
lack
the
of
most
now.
ability to
against
debate.
Weird. Super weird, right? I mean,
Like it
how
becomes
could you
while
assume that of
watching
him?
him talk to Ethan, it becomes very obvious that Hassan could not debate almost anybody in the debate space.
oh,
Like it's insane.
I'll
It's
destroy
like
Hassan.
almost definitely. Like actually, that's where he would just start freaking out and screaming.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I'm on Team
It's-
Sam Hyde as far as Hassan goes.
Sam Hyde's great, but yeah,
No,
I
no,
don't I don't
Sam
like
Hyde said, "No, I'm literally going to come and kill you."
I
at
don't
your
like
house."
Ethan or H3H3, and I'm not a Zionist, but I've got to take Ethan's side in this. And the left is eating itself now, and it's like people are openly supporting terrorist groups, and that's crazy. Yeah.
Maybe my position doesn't sound so stupid now because I'm a Sam Hydenist.
Well, Sam Hyde's cool, but
Yeah, no, I want Sam Hyde. I really
1948.
like Sam Hyde and Hassan Piker.
But Ethan's not even like a Zionist. Ethan's just being like fair. He's like, well, he's actually being kind of fair in this, and
He has said the most appalling things about Israel.
Ethan?
Yes, he does. He literally hates Israel, but he doesn't hate them enough for Hassan.
Yeah. Well, and that's what's
He's too
crazy is
Jewish.
that the left is eating itself because you won't say I
So
openly
funny.
endorse Hamas over Israel.
Said,
If you don't
Ethan
say
has said
that,
that Netanyahu's whole war cabinet belongs in prison,
Zionist.
that Netanyahu should be tried as a war criminal, that they should all be tried as war criminal. He's called it a genocide
Yeah.
multiple times.
Yeah.
He said that they
It's all
need to
small.
pull back the settlers in the West Bank.
Yes,
He's
that's-
literally
that's a
Settlers.
less Zionist stance than I would take, and
The
I'm not Jewish.
the only disagreement
Plus,
he has
you're
is
not
the only disagreement he has is that Israel has a
Christian.
right to exist.
Yeah. But
The only
but
difference
what
between
they
the
want-
left wing in the United States and the left wing that was the actual National Socialist Party is literally that is oh wait, hang on.
No, what
No,
they
not
want you
all of them.
what they want you to
That's the difference.
say, what Sam Cedar and Hassan and the big leftist streamers are saying, you need to say I support Hamas, fuck Israel. If you don't say that, you're not in the club. And now Ethan,
You saw the Sam
I'm
Cedar one,
making
right?
it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
to
I made
Yeah,
it.
I think Ethan's right when he
there's
says that you're
things-
literally just
support them
making the
there.
Jews are
Not
evil
all
argument.
of the Jews.
Like that's their argument. It's just
Not
that
all of
Jews to their core, they're evil people that need to subjugate Arabs and they need to be stopped.
Sam Cedar is Jewish, and he said I would join Hamas.
Yeah,
All of Hollywood is Jewish. Like all of Hollywood.
He
is
said
Jewish.
they're
Depends on where
a
the Jews
he
are
said
from.
they're he said they're a liberation group. And yeah, they've done some bad, but they've also done a lot of good. And right now, I would join Hamas. If I was in their shoes, I would join Hamas.
And then when Ethan said there's a lot of Jews that don't want innocent Palestinians dying, Sam Cedar was like, I don't know about that. I have journalists on the ground. I have journalists on the ground that have told me the opposite.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Ethan's actually taking
Yeah, Sam Cedar is pretty crazy. That's a
Ethan
true
is
fact
taking a
statement.
moderate, position here. He's being fair, and they're destroying him because of a moderate, somewhat. I think he's still
the
leaning.
most tame position
It's
from their
crazy.
perspective.
I think
like
that's what
possible.
everybody's getting
It's
at, JS.
crazy.
Sam
That's
Cedar is not working
crazy.
seriously.
It still completely
And that's
maligns him against the other side, but
That's
it's not
crazy.
enough for them.
That doesn't make any.
Are we still
That's.
taking Sam Cedar seriously?
Are you listening, or are you just talking over? Are you listening?
No,
to
that's
what I'm
not what you're
talking about?
saying.
Have you?
I was,
Oh, you're talking
no,
about
JS, I was just responding to what you were saying and asking.
You
Like,
We're talking about Ethan Klein from H3H3 talked to Sam Cedar, two of the biggest left-wing political commentators, and Sam Cedar said, I would join Hamas if I was in Hamas. He said they're a liberation group, and I would join Hamas right now if I was in Palestine. And they're destroying this left-wing guy. Like, the left is eating themselves right now. Between iDubbbz and Ethan and Hassan and
Yeah, we got that. But then I asked you a follow-up question. But
what was that? Well, you asked it
are
when
we
I was
taking
in the middle of talking, but go ahead.
And I'm sorry for that, and that's because whatever tism. But are we taking Sam Cedar seriously on anything? Like anything?
Regardless of,
Well, I guess it's more surprising because the majority report's known to be kind of moderate in its positions, so it's surprising to see him take such a radical
Is it?
stance.
I didn't know that.
I would never say.
That
I would say it's far left, but
I would say it's like extremely far left. You're getting to the point of like the belief is in the idea that like Westernism is destroying the world and like Pan Arabs are like poor victims.
The idea that you're saying that Sam
that
Cedar's
need
show
to be
is,
liberated.
but I don't even think the Young
That's
Turks
news to me.
would agree with Sam Cedar on this. I don't think the Young Turks would agree with Hassan and Sam Cedar on this. Like,
When,
Yeah,
when
I
you
think
say
that's why
the
Tank's
young
not
Turks,
talking
you
about
mean
it at all.
Anna
yeah,
or
Cenk won't talk about it.
Yeah, he won't. But do you mean Anna? Because Anna's been off on her own arc. Like,
Yeah, she's moving.
kinda like,
She's
wait,
trying to play the
is
Tulsi.
she-
She's trying to play the Tulsi game and trying to.
Well, she had a very
Is she
similar
coming
thing
over?
to Ethan. She disagreed with them on one thing and they ate her alive.
Yeah. And that's the crazy thing. So on the right, like, and you'll see it in VKs, you'll see that we're all kind of, well, not all, but most of the people who go on VK are kind of on the right, and we'll disagree about little minutia and things like that. But for the most part, we pretty much agree on the majority of things, but we can disagree and we can have arguments and we can still be friends. The left is not like that. If you don't if
you don't toe the line, yeah.
if you don't toe the line with everything, you are outcast. And if you don't say, I would join Hamas. Hamas is a gift from well, not God, but whatever thing they worship. Yeah. Hamas is a
government.
gift from Manja.
God.
and
the government or
there's no
climate
such
change or whatever
thing
the-
as sex, and there's 72 genders, and women can abort up to 3 weeks after birth.
Oh
and
no!
If you don't toe that line,
The
Yes,
thing
it's
is,
true.
they don't even really believe that is the craziest part. So like people like Ludwig, like these super large streamers, they don't force them to say anything because they're too big to take out. They wait for them to get weak. It's more like when they notice someone's getting weak, they find a reason to say this person said something racist or they've done something in the past that's wrong, so they can take. It's like taking Old Yeller out to the back. They put him down.
I keep meaning to. So you haven't
Like a
heard anything
broke
about
leg horse.
So Goon, you haven't heard anything about the Unfuck America tour ending because Dean and Parker because of the
No, 'cause
microaggressions.
I don't fuck with Dean Withers at all.
What the fuck? I didn't
Well,
understand any
Destiny-
of those words. Can you wait? Explain all of that to me, please.
Dean Withers and Parker, they're the new like TikTok lefties, and
They're the
they had-
biggest
Still in
TikTok
the they're the new ones?
they
Okay.
started a political.
Okay.
Let me explain. They started a political action committee.
Sorry.
That and they were doing a tour, and what they were doing is they were going to follow Charlie Kirk and TPUSA to all of his tours, and they were going to go to all the spots, Texas, Tennessee, blah blah blah. They were going to go to all the spots Charlie Kirk went to, and they were going to have an oppositional show there with Dean and Parker, and it's all fueled off of TikTok. Like TikTok is where they generate their audience, and
I'd
anyway,
imagine they get their ass blown out the first time they showed up, but did they do any of that?
Well, what happened is their organizer is a girl named Z, and she's a black woman. And she went on a TikTok panel with a bunch of other black women. And one of the black women said something like, I don't know why this is being organized by two white boys. And she's
Oh,
like,
yeah, true.
yeah. And the girl Z said something like, why are you talking
He's done.
crazy? You're talking
That's
crazy
basically
right
it.
now. Yeah,
That's
and
basically it, though.
but
That
but
was the
when she
kill
said
shot.
you're talking crazy, that's a microaggression against black
True,
women.
because black women are stereotyped to be crazy and unruly.
Yes.
So I mean, you can't speak about them like that.
So a black
And that might have even
woman,
been a macroaggression, like a
a
big
black
one.
woman who was organizing a liberal
Aren't most
movement called
stereotypes
Unfuck
true?
America to contest TPUSA, got kicked out of the movement because she said that's crazy to other black women. So this was a racial microaggression.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But it's crazy because
People
it's
call me stupid when I say, "Wait, that's
Yeah.
racist."
it's a black
In jest,
woman saying it to
however,
other black
that's literally
women.
everything's racist.
Where's all the black debate streamers for the left, anyways? There's not that many.
Well,
There's
yeah.
that all relevant guy. I literally
No,
can't think of almost
I know
any.
him.
I don't know.
Irrelevant.
You're getting white boys. I'm sorry. That's where it's at.
I
You're
could
not
say it
gonna-
has
Yeah, no,
something to do with the bell
I know
curve, but
irrelevant.
that might be a microaggression. But
Probably macroaggression. But no, I know irrelevant. What about him?
No, I'm saying like he is a black
pretty white
debater
to me.
for the left that debates for the left. I
Ah.
can't think of that many black debaters for the left though.
but they shut down the whole.
Has
They
he-
shut
has he
down the
done
whole
it?
the whole thing.
A lot of them do like video essays now.
This was supposed to be a nationwide tour,
Or
and
they
they shut
quit.
it down because of
There were quite a few.
microaggressions on TikTok. It's crazy.
JS, just take that headset off, bend over, bend your head down. One more shot before I leave. No, not like that. On the big one.
He wants your knees behind your head, sir. Ribs be damned.
It's behind. It'll catch up in a minute.
I'm not doing it.
You already done
Yeah,
it.
that's crazy too. 'Cause
I just want to see the top of your head just for 1 second. There we go.
I just
Yeah.
don't. I just don't see what. Are you trying to get a picture of the balding spots? Don't.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh no, you got a buddy that's trying to get you
Yeah,
like a prescription for minoxidil or something. That's a good friend.
No, I got Amazon and I ordered it.
I'm not
Minoxidil with Fester in the side. Ooh.
No,
where can
it's
I
not
look
the
at that,
super.
JS, though? Did you see that in a video?
What?
The fact that Dean's shutting down his event because of the microaggressions. Where can I find that?
It's kind of like it's a kind of a big story right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Did you see like somebody talk about it?
Destiny did a stream about it the other day. If you,
I'll see if there's a video.
Now look in chat. Another great picture.
Let me see what you can search.
The
to look
skin.
it up.
'Cause that's fucking that
It's-
is
it's-
crazy.
Hey, did Jeremy wake up?
I think if you search "Unfuck America Tour Canceled," let me see.
They canceled it. That's amazing.
We had a question for you earlier,
Ow.
Jeremy, but I don't remember anymore what
I
it
guess
is.
they're just gonna leave America.
It had to do with the static. and,
Yeah, we're
like,
not gonna unfuck
if he
America
should have one of
anymore.
those mats to build his computer.
Oh yeah, right. You're fucking legend, Jeremy. Does JS need to worry about static when building his computer?
Since he gets static discharges on his doggy, you know.
Oh, is Jeremy back?
Are we
Yeah,
talking
he's
about
back now.
prepper stuff now?
No, I'm still sleeping. So
Wait, Jeremy's the one who changed his picture to the.
He changed it to the chair.
It's,
Look at King Blackout.
systemic
Look at King
racism. Don't worry
Blackout.
about that. Systemic racism.
no, I'm the don't sit on me chair.
No, I have shaggy carpet, and sometimes when I go to pet my dog, it zaps me.
Yeah, well, I mean, hang on. Do you want the absolute technical answer, or you want the answer on whether I would do it or not?
I'm saying what I've watched in videos is most people say
Doesn't need to spend the extra
most
money
people
on that
say
shit.
the way
Missing out.
computers are built nowadays, you're gonna be all right.
Yes. Well, so the
I wouldn't do it.
proper technical answer is yes. You should have the static discharge bracelet or whatever, and all of those things. That would be
You
the
should
right
ground something,
now.
is what you
Hang
meant.
hang on. Fucking grumpy again. You gotta always fucking put shit in when I'm still talking. The answer whether
It's very
I
hard to hear
would do
you.
it or
I'm
not
sorry.
is no, I would not do it.
I hear him just fine.
Bother, and I'll
Is that
tell
just-
you, even in
Wait,
addition to
everything's
that,
turned down.
newer
I hear him
components-
fine. You guys shut up. I hear him fine.
Newer components have actually been built.
Oh, I just said it's on me. I have to fix it.
Oh, Grumple.
Silence, Grumple. But they're newer components have built in such a way to resist those things.
Lower.
And you can also just plug your there's on your power supply itself. You can actually just connect that to the motherboard, but have the hard switch that's physically on the power supply
Good point, Jeremy.
turned off but plugged in anyways, and then that will actually ground your main
point.
components anyway.
I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to hear what you're saying, but everything
So-
turned down just right now, and I
And
don't
your
know
silver
why.
bags are actually static bags. They're not anti-static. They are static.
Well, so if I'm sitting at this desk, I should be okay just to build it here at the desk.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Like I said, if you really want, you can ground it by literally hooking up the power supply to the motherboard and plugging the power supply in, but having there's a physical switch on the power supply. Turn that off.
Very
Then
good
your
point.
ground, you'll still be your everything will still be grounded through the power supply.
Most of
I would recommend that. Ground it that way. Yeah. That'd be
things
perfect.
I
Then you
Very good point, right?
but things I've watched said
But I wouldn't
when
even
you
bother with
build,
any of
have
that.
the
I'm just
power
saying-
switch turned on, but don't have the power supply hooked up. Or-
Yeah, why would?
Well, they're probably doing that for the ground.
Yeah, that'd be a
well,
good
they're doing
idea.
that so
to
that when
not-
they finish building it, that they don't forget to turn. I don't know. I don't know what that is all about.
Well, yeah, but there's like I said, there's a physical button, not the power button on their case that's flipping the ATX power on or off. But there's actually on the power supply itself is a toggle button that literally is an on-off.
On every
Put
one
that
ever
in
made,
off,
probably.
and then that will ground your system while you're actually mucking around with it.
It'll be a
Right.
line. It'll be a
Turn it
line
off
and a
on
circle,
when it's
right?
time to actually turn the
Yep.
system on. But you don't need to bother with any of that. In reality, you don't. I'm just saying, if you wanted to feel a little bit
True.
of comfort, you can do that. I wouldn't even bother with that. In
It should be
fact,
fine
on
if I
Minus
just-
Tech Tips, they had what's his name, like something boom, where the guy like electrocutes himself all the time. He actually has a device that will do static discharge and whatnot. And they did that against several components, CPUs, memory, graphics cards, the motherboard itself. And they were changing the different levels of the static discharge as well, so that they gave with all kinds of stuff. And they cranked that sucker up big, and they could not fuck any of the
It's not gonna
components.
screw.
Yeah,
up.
they're building
Yeah.
them different now. Where like
Yes.
Well, he's
my
gonna have his
carpet,
face
my
on the side
carpet,
anyway.
and me building it at my desk is not gonna destroy the components.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, see,
Dude,
there you go.
if a
That's how
friend of mine built his PC down here where I'm at now, you'll be fine.
Costed you an extra $20, Drew.
No, he
Yes.
said what I kind of
Most
what I
people,
already
most,
thought.
most people who don't know just freak out about
The
they
power
hear from
supply is
somebody, they
gonna
say,
get
"Oh,
you
that sounds
ground."
great," and they freak out like that's the absolute rule that needs to be utilized.
Yeah, like I'm gonna spend $40 more to buy a rubber mat with a bracelet, with an ankle band, with a
wanted it-
clip, and all these things.
You said you wanted a mat.
If you ever find yourself
No,
in that
I
situation,
said
take all that.
I was
equipment
like,
and
I
take it with
wonder
you
how
away.
serious it is because most of the videos I've watched about
And you've
building
been shocking your
computers,
dog.
they're like you really don't need to worry about it.
that was a thing like almost 40 years
They
ago.
just want to sell the
Yeah.
product.
I
It'll
have,
be-
I have built 0 computers using. I have one of those static bracelets.
Yes,
and
I'm reading into this. I kind of
I
agree
have-
with these people's claims.
I've been building computers for well over 30, like 35, 36 years now. I have never once ever used a static bracelet, and I have never ever had a component,
Same with
even
you,
as close
Monkey.
to a single component, that's gone bad from static discharge. And I've always built on. I don't use hardwood floors and shit like that.
I
I'm
have
more
a
for the
point
inner
for you, but did you tell your parents when you started rollerblading, or did you let them find out on their own?
What the hell, Grumble?
What?
What?
Oh no, the static discharge thing. No, like I fairly recently had a contract with a company, and they there were static shoes and smocks and stuff for assembling components. I used to mock it too, but it's very much a real thing.
I was
that
forced by the
static
company I
can-
was contracted for to use them.
Yeah, but we're talking about building a computer. The components are made in such a way now that like it's hard to break this stuff. It's like
No, they 100% are, but also
the only. Oh, also,
what kind of roller skates?
also, if my
How many computers?
No, when they pet them either.
Hold on, I have a real question. If my AIO comes with thermal paste pre-applied, should I also still use thermal paste or no?
You should probably redo it if
One
you
or
want to
the
be
other.
sure about it.
Can you let Jeremy answer the question because he knows?
Yeah, the guy that's been around computers.
It's one or the other. If you're going to apply thermal paste, remove the paste off the AIO. If you're not, if you don't want to apply thermal paste, use the thermal paste off the AIO.
Yeah, the one that I
Sounds kinda
bought.
like what I said, but
The one that I bought says that it comes with thermal paste pre-applied.
They all do.
They all do now.
Mhm.
So I should not even use thermal paste.
You can.
Or do you think it's better? Do you think
You
it's better
shouldn't have
to?
to, but have it.
Well, there are different thermal pastes that are better than the others, and so that's one of the reasons that people will apply their own.
Yeah.
Or they if they switch the or they switch the cooler around or
Exactly.
You obviously can't use the.
So you're agreeing with Grumple on if you want to use it, just scrape it off and use your own, and not both at the same
That's what I
time.
said. That's what I told him. I said either.
We're on the same page.
It just guarantees the heat will.
If it's a brand new thing.
But if it's a brand new cooler and a brand new CPU and it has pre-applied thermal paste, I don't need to do thermal paste.
Not a necessity, no.
That is correct.
It's already thermal paste
You
on
will
it.
use the thermal paste that's on the
I don't.
AIO.
I also really don't care. This is commodity bullshit that I don't even need to like. It's not in my wheelhouse. I don't care.
Well,
It's
you've
just a
been trying to put a
transfer fee.
strap on a guitar for the
Guaranteed
past
transfer
4
fee.
hours and haven't figured it out. So
Yeah, that's that's not static discharge, sir. That's clamping shit, literally. And I keep losing the little C clip. It falls and it goes lost on the floor. And I'm literally that's why it's lost right now.
But
And I have to find it.
Yes,
Again.
I'm reading into what you're telling me about.
about the
And I'm like, fuck it. Yeah, I'm like, fuck it, dude. They're making some good points. Dean Withers and his crew does talk to black people like they're retarded dogs that need to be walked through everything while also being treated like they're good boys. Like it's I'm reading a lot of these criticisms and I'm like,
the
dude, they do
division is real.
they are like the fakest leftists that like get in front of minorities and talk to them like they're like below them, but in the way that it's like, well, oh, you're victims.
Oh yeah,
and
their
like you
language.
can't help yourself from anything that's happening to you.
I don't mean to interrupt, JS. Look at your latest photograph. It's wonderful.
On what?
But also for
But
JS,
the best point I saw
Oh my
made
goodness!
through
Get that out of here!
clip is
the best thing I saw made to everything I read through, and this actually goes to what you were saying, is a quote out of the Destiny subreddit, which is, can you imagine an entire Turning Point USA being turned on its head over this stupid shit? No shot. This cancer must stop.
Yeah, it's crazy that
But, like, I
they're so anti-racist that they're racist. It's wild.
Do you
Yeah, but
engage
they're
with
rotten to
A,
the
Reddit,
core, so
and
it's
B,
like I don't even
Destiny
know if I
Reddit?
feel bad that it got taken down.
But I wonder how like young men can listen to guys like Dean and Parker on TikTok, and that's leading their worldview and their philosophical and
Any
political
pale-faced
ideas.
white guy who's
It's like,
punching.
how do you not just see this dude as like
hand
gay?
and not their parents.
How do you not hear this and just be like, that sounds so gay? Everything you're saying sounds so weak and gay.
I can go a step further. I just
Well,
look
they'd
at
be
him
like,
and
well,
I just
gay's
like
not an
anyone that
insult.
looks
I
like
am
him.
gay.
Like just the way he looks.
Right,
Like, I
exactly.
could
Now
never
it is.
listen to somebody that looks like that.
JS,
Yes,
that's the
now it
entire
It just
problem.
sounds so beta. It sounds
It'd
like
be like
listening
Literally the problem.
to Dean. It sounds so beta. Everything he says, and I'm like, how can any young men listen to this and get on board with this?
The problem is
Because
we're not
it's
allowed
I
to
don't even
say
know who
that.
this is, but wait, this is a like podcast
That's
that's
against the norm.
geared towards young men.
It's
That-
it's too
I'm not familiar
young.
with what you're talking about.
It's two young rising political stars of the left, and everything they say is, "Oh my god, well that's racist. Well, that's a microaggression. Oh my god, that's sexist. Wow, there's
Yeah, I say that
72
in
genders.
jest.
How could you say that? That's
Because
like it's
everybody
just
should understand it's a
it
joke.
sounds so
Sounds like they wouldn't think so.
when I listen to it, it's so cringe. It's so bad. Like Destiny, I listen to
I'm just
Destiny.
looking at photos of him. Why does he look so weird?
Listening to Destiny is one of the places you fucked up.
No, but I'll listen to Destiny to hear kind of how the other side thinks from a like I think Destiny's actually got, he's a lefty, but it's more of a well, after Trump got like they all have TDS now, but it was kind of reasonable.
I'm gonna not change my stance on this ever. I don't think.
I just don't know how they listen to people like Dean and Parker, and young men can listen to that. It's like it's just so
I
gay.
think considering
Might have fell into
Destiny's
shit.
better than like most of the leftists at debating in the space. He's
I don't
just,
mean gay
takes
like
pity
homosexual. I
upon
mean
them.
gay like it's just so beta.
No,
It's so
he's
weak.
pretty good
it's
at debating
so
people who
dumb.
don't know
It's
how to
so
debate. Yeah.
lame. It's
Yeah.
so
No, he's
Like I think
he's
his
very
whole
good at debating
thing,
people who don't know how to debate.
like I don't think he wants to like check them because I feel
Or
like
JS.
if he did, he would feel like he's like tearing down the new up and coming talent.
Oh no,
And-
he on his stream when he was reacting to this incident, the video dropped last night. He's kind of roasting him. He's like, "This is so cringe."
No, I mean like why he's been endorsing him before this. Why he's been like both sizing Dean before this. Because whenever he talks about him before this, he's always going, "Oh yeah, but Dean, he's debating the right people and he's fighting the good fight, and he says some stuff I don't agree with, but he's debating for a TikTok audience, so of course he's gonna be making points that we don't like."
Is he? Because I haven't listened to Destiny in a while, and I listened to that video yesterday, and he was kind of roasting.
First time I ever heard of Dean Withers, that's how I heard him talking about him.
Yeah. Well, now he's kind of like, this is cringe.
Yeah, I don't really watch Destiny anymore, but the last video I watched was him watching a Joe Rogan clip.
Yeah.
It's because I ain't paying for no Spotify to watch Joe Rogan.
I haven't watched anything from Destiny for months, but last night I listened to like a 2-hour video of him responding to this stuff. And
Bro, he always
free.
pulls out
You don't
Kino
need him.
clips, even if he's not talking.
He
always
does
delete
get
the most
his chat
Kino
is on
clips.
point. That's what that's the one thing about like Destiny's channel is that like it makes you so OP when you can say, "What's that time that one politician said that one thing?" and your chat's like, "Here you go, here 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 you go."
Oh, hey, I just realized the time. I have to go do family time and play with my kids for like the weekend.
We'll do it.
No.
Y'all have a great night. It's been a trip. I still need to find this clip, and I'm not going to do it tonight. But I got most of it done. I'm going to stream, and everybody on Grumple's stream, go over to the Dreaded Conservative. He's JS Urban, something or
Well, I'm
other.
about to be in and soon,
JS Urban Adventures. Go over there.
We're
Please,
going
I
till
don't
the
have enough
fight
to
card,
actually read
baby.
them.
Thank you,
I don't wanna
Grumples.
that low.
Grumple.
Please,
What are
everybody go
what are your
to
fans
JS
called?
Urban Adventure.
The Grumpulsers.
Grumpies.
Grumpulsers.
Grumple slurs. I don't know.
Grumple slurs.
The
Damn
slurs.
The Still Skinners.
Where the grumpy slurs are gonna come and slur at you. Just
He's trolling the
no
shit
biggie.
out of you, Grumple. Steel skin.
Grumple slurs.
Grumple slurs.
Come over here.
I know. I haven't even thought that far ahead. I've been doing this since like 2019, and I still don't even know.
Shit, I forgot I had tater tots in the air fryer like 6 hours ago.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, they be cooked now.
Does your
Y'all
air
keep it
fryer not-
sexy. We're not rating anybody
The
anywhere.
terminology, right? You had
they're-
tater tots in the
Go
air
watch
fryer.
Well,
You
they're
now have
done.
black char.
Urban Adventure.
Well, then
Somebody
go
put
eat
it
'em.
in the chat. Y'all
Grumple
get off my
Skills,
lawn.
have a good one, sir.
They're just cold now.
Go
They
away.
wasn't set
Get off
on
my lawn.
All right, later, Grunt. No, I set it for 15 minutes, like
Yeah,
8
but it
hours
automatically
ago.
shuts off, right? So you just now have cold tater tots.
Turn
Now I
that
have
cam back
cold-
on, Goon.
Yeah, I have cold cooked tater tots.
Oh,
Was I too mean? Was I too mean?
No, he's probably about to leave. I'm about to go too, but yeah, they.
What the hell?
Now that he's gone, was I too mean? Did I go too far?
No, you was getting ready to. You good.
But I just woke back up, JS.
In my
I didn't
opinion.
leave already.
Yeah.
You can't leave already. We still have a goal to reach. Yes.
We got a goal to reach. Well, if I stay on till we reach the goal, it's gonna be tomorrow night. We're not gonna reach the goal.
I mean, we could. How do you know? You don't know if you don't try. I mean, that's such quitter attitude, bro.
I gotta
Look,
sleep.
I'm not helping the grift here. I got chair up on screen.
Sleep is for quitters.
Look at that beautiful chair. That's a chair.
And I've got
right
I
there.
got a picture storyboard going in the chat. So there you go.
No, but
I'm actually having fun with this shit.
yeah, if we thought Destiny and Hassan and Ethan were bad, dude, this
Shout out
new
Destiny. We fuck with Destiny.
this new gen is we never would have found Goon if it wasn't for Destiny.
Wait, what the fuck, Spaceman? You weren't here already? What the hell, dude?
You've been ghetto rated by Grumple. It's just me.
My question is, why wasn't he already here?
Because he's a mod for Grumple.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. You know, Spaceman holding it out. That's why he is what he is. King of the Grift. Welcome in, Spaceman. Hit that like.
Yep. And like we had more people here, but then we got dang.
We gotta know if Grumple's mod thinks I went too far. Did I
That
go
was
too
like
far?
a real ass porn bomb.
What did you see?
It
I
was.
must have missed that. What did you do that would have
That
been
was
too
no
far?
joke.
Huh?
Say what?
I might have said some choice words.
Oh yeah, he's just egging on a fight with Grumple.
Did you question his
Oh,
military
Grumple.
experience?
There might have been a 15-second blood sports that went on and then ended quickly.
You was going at him hard there for about 2 seconds.
Yeah, all Goon said was that he
I
held
question
his
it.
hand and he can't fight, but he didn't say nothing about his military experience.
You know, I was gonna say. I mean, that's the only thing I've.
I question it.
He's been any real bit sensitive is when because there's been a lot of people that's gone at him.
He brought it up. He did brought
He
it up.
did
The only
say
one to
people
ask
have questioned. He did say people have questioned my military experience, and I said, "Well, I'm doing even worse. I'm questioning everything you are as a man." But
You was going in hard.
Yeah, no,
It
a lot
threw
of
him off
people.
guard too. He's getting ready to get pissed
Just,
off.
just to be clear, I don't think he. I have no thoughts that he was not military. So I'm not.
Right.
I'm not
yeah.
bringing that into where people think that. I don't question. I think he was in the.
But no,
So
Yeah.
no, to sum it
Only
up,
a
because you
real
weren't here,
man
Jeremy. I basically accused
has
him of being a
cried
man
for
who
the
tells tall tales.
Oh no, I can tell a military person the first time I talk to them because within 5 minutes they're gonna remind you 10 times that they were in the military.
Especially
I just want to be
if they're
clear so people don't think that I'm like spreading a rumor that others are in fact.
You know, that's why I went ahead and I realized that you're. So that's why I told you. I figured I'd tell you. I said that he's a man who spreads tall tales. That's what I accused him of. That he's a teller
Nah.
of tall tales.
I don't think Goom was ever accusing him of stolen valor.
No,
or
but
something.
literally,
He was mad about something that happened
on.
on.
Literally 3 days
He was
ago,
getting ready to go in hard.
Ricky was doing it, and I guess a few days prior to that, somebody else was doing it on a different panel.
Yeah.
So it's It's making rounds.
And that's why when Freddie, that's why like when Freddie comes on, well, he does kind of lean on it, but it's
Yeah, I mean that shit's not cool though. Like you shouldn't have to be.
yeah. And then people will say, "What's your MOS? What's the da, da, da," and they start grilling you, and it's like I don't have to answer your questions, and yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. And it's like even if they are faking, whatever. I don't know you. I'll just pretend like, and you'll expose yourself, but.
Yeah,
Freddy's a little
the
bit
only thing
different,
I've
ain't he?
done on Gripple about it is military bits. Is when he ate the crayon, he made the comment to the other guy who was military on the panel. He's like, "Yeah, if you said to do this," and I'm like, "Wait, no, you're military. You tell him to eat the crayon. I'll eat the fucking crayon." And then he fucking ate the crayon.
Bro, I looked into that. That is the dumbest
The other guy
thing.
could tell him to do it, and he would do it. So I'm like, just fucking tell him. I want him to eat the crayon.
It was that was Raw Dog, right?
Yeah, it was Raw Dog.
Yeah, the problem with Stolen Valor is when you're out like panhandling or something, pretending to be. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't care. I don't really care about any of that. Like,
no, I was just curious when you said that you guys were going at it. I was just because I missed that.
No, we were talking about fighting.
I've seen him.
Yeah,
I've seen Grumple.
That was the funny part.
Goon pretty much.
Roll off him. I insult him heavily and
Yeah, no, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's
no,
why I said that I go too far because I made it about more than just fighting, which I
What did
feel
you
like
say,
I'm not.
Goon?
I agree.
What did you tell him that would be the funniest damn thing if he got up his fat ass something? I don't know what you said, but I thought, oh god, Goon's going in. He's going to get him.
It was something like if you get your fat ass up and get in the stance that I just did, it would be the funniest thing that happened on the stream all night. And he was like, I bet it would. And I was like, it definitely would be because it would be the epitome of you faking being somebody that you're not as you've done all night. So I guess it's not a surprise, but it would just be really funny.
Verbatim. Yep.
Because I said, how much do you lift? I said, how often do you lift? He's like, 4 times a week. And I said, where's your weight set? And he showed his weight. Anyway, it was funny.
Anyway, Grumple he's a good sport though. You gotta give him that.
He's a unique individual.
I think part of that was if he got heated. I think most of that was for show than anything. I don't.
Right. Yeah. He would have raged.
I've gone into him and insulted and gone back and forth and what appeared to be some heat.
Oh, he didn't get heated. He just always makes these sly comments, and I hate people that make sly comments over anybody that gets heated. Like,
one of his feelings is when someone says something about the strap that he's been working on, and just watching his body language. It's not, I shouldn't be laughing, but
that's what I said. I said, you've been working on this damn strap for 6 hours. You haven't fixed a damn strap. And you're going to tell me about building a computer.
in his defense, he was distracted.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I don't think.
But,
no, I don't hate him. It's just he's always making like.
That was kind of harsh.
He's making like sly comments, and he just talks over people, so he can like say random things. It's very annoying.
Yeah, he does do that trolly thing. Where he
gives me that thing like when a mother, like the baby's crying a lot and she's not a good mom, so she wants to fucking shake the baby because it won't stop fucking crying. That's like the state of mind he puts me in.
Yeah.
I still laughed last week or whatever when we were in there and he made this statement.
Yeah, that was last weekend.
I'm like, no, dude, it's Linux.
Linux.
Oh, he's wrong. I'm like, oh, that's
Linux.
Jeremy, you can attest to this, Jeremy, because you were watching on YouTube as well. Did it look like Grumple was trolling when he said he was good at playing bass?
I don't know what it looked like.
I didn't see that part, but yeah, it was.
No, if you go back and you watch his stream,
that was some funny shit.
Horrible. He went back and forth between strumming and then like plucking the bass, and then he'd like I said, he'd pause because he was playing along with the hymn, and then he'd pause it and be like, "That was such an epic part," and you're just like, "What the fuck?" I heard nothing. Absolutely nothing. What was that? I mean,
Accurate retelling, but imagine James in the background being like, "I just believe we get obliterated."
Yeah, dude. That's what it was.
King and I were laughing at his practice and over Discord back and forth.
I tried calling him out on it, and he didn't say yes. He said that I don't know. Because I said you have to be trolling.
No way, he was
And then
practicing.
called him out. He was replacing that fucking strap thing for the last fucking 12 hours.
Listen, and in case he's watching, I want to make it clear too. I don't hate Grumple. He's no bad
not at all.
That's cool.
I'm friends with him on Discord. And I joined his Discord.
I'm just happy
I'm on
it
his
took
Discord.
it took a problem, but we
Yeah,
finally
sure.
we finally figured I finally figured out how to set up mods and how to lock a room and
hang on, Jess. You actually haven't set up mods. What you did,
And to save
that's
20
what I
bucks.
was instructing for you. Well, it isn't. What I was instructing you to do was that basically that big role, so that somebody else could actually set up roles and mods. But what you did is you just created a role that has everything, and then you gave that to three of us.
Right.
yeah, I don't.
We actually technically are admins on the server. We're not mods on the server. We're above that.
Oh shit! I gave you too much power.
This is the kind of honest person I am, JS. I'm letting you know.
Damn.
Hey, you've done this, and I'm gonna fucking run with it, right?
Good luck
At
to
least he's a
everybody.
realist. He's the realist. Dude. That's why Jeremy.
I just clicked all the buttons.
Hey, that's all right. That's all right.
Well, we
Yeah,
got
honestly,
admins.
we can fix and give you like proper roles and have mod roles or stuff, or you can run with this. It depends on how you want to, how much trust you want to.
And trust with the three of us. Yeah, because you gave it to me, Jeremy, and Drew. So it's up to you, man.
As long as I don't piss any of the three of you off, then we
Well, even
should
if
be
you piss
okay.
me off, yes, I don't do those kind of. I'm not malicious in that.
Oh no, dude! I'm on Rome's account and I'm looking at the ban hammer right now.
Wait, so I gave you power to like get on other people's accounts?
No. Like basically the three of us have the basically the power to do whatever we want to your server. Like we can go create channels, delete channels, change all the permissions on all of that.
Yeah, I just clicked all the switches.
We basically have every bit of permissions you have.
It's basically the quadruply.
We basically have all the permissions you
We
have.
have God rolls
without actually being.
Yeah, we have God rolls.
Oh shit!
And we have taken a vote, JS, and we are voting you out of the dreaded Discord.
That's one bit of access we.
Well, wait, hold on. We have not
We
taken.
opened a
we?
brand new channel. We opened a brand new channel without you knowing, and we all voted in it.
Where's this vote at?
Yeah, it's called SJ's Suburban.
Maybe someday I'll go through and look at it, and I might be like, "Well, let's take that power away. Let's take that." But I'll figure that out later. For now, it's okay.
Do I have a lucky charm to get in?
Yeah, like I said, I
don't have to
don't
ask,
mind to go and set up proper roles and stuff for you. That's why I directed you to do this, was so that you could get proper roles set up by somebody, and then you could delegate those around. So you would actually have a moderator role, not a administrator.
Does anyone with the mod role have a JS hating girlfriend? That'll get you fucked too, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta think about who else has access to the accounts.
Yeah, don't let your girlfriend on your damn Discord account.
I'm a married wife. I'm married. My wife don't give a shit.
Yep, I'm married. My wife really don't give a shit. She'd probably prefer I run off with somebody.
I'll figure out the ranks and the different, and I'll go through it because at the time I was just like, oh shit, I need to do this now, and I just clicked it all on. But
I mean, it's fine. I don't.
Yeah.
Probably other than maybe banning Mel maybe once or twice. I don't think I'll even do anything much else.
The wrenches you have now, it's covered, man. You got Jeremy.
No, seriously, it's just like I said to begin with is the only thing that I would do is prevent any bullshit like earlier. That's it. Like that's my only intention.
Did anybody find that name of that person and ban them?
I already banned him a long
Yep,
time ago.
Jeremy got it. Yeah,
Okay.
he said that right
Round
away.
55555, whatever it was.
Yep,
Yeah.
got it.
Get on it, boss.
Yeah, when you gave me access, that was the first thing I did. Was went in.
You better get to work on that goon. Go in there and break some shit. So you have something to fix.
Yeah.
Job security.
Like one night I somebody else came in and he does a stream and like all these people came into the Discord and I wasn't on the Discord for like 6 hours, and when I got back in, the whole chat was just filled with people accusing people of being PDFs and all this crazy. And
That was like the funniest fucking stream ever, dude.
I was like, who are these people that just came in my Discord? It's
Well,
a
no.
whole group
So,
of them.
so you guys understand why this was kind of funny? Is they were all accusing each other of being pedophiles. None of them were like accusing anybody exterior of being a pedophile. They would join in, and then another guy would join in and be like, "Don't trust that guy. He's a pedo."
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know any of you people. Like, who are you?
Why are you in my house? What the hell's
Yeah.
wrong with you?
I had to go through and ban them all, and then I ended up banning some people that weren't with them that had joined the same night. And I was like, "Oh, my bad. I just banned everybody who joined that night."
And they're probably like, "Why? What'd I do? What the hell's wrong with you, man?"
That's funny. All right, well, we got fights tonight, so I need to get some sleep, so I gotta go.
I've got to take my limpy ass outside to do some stuff. God.
Yeah, get some sunlight.
Yeah,
Touch some grass.
All right.
Sit on my ass.
Thank you for hanging out, guys. And I'll talk to you tonight if you're there.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Tiff.
Be there for fight night. See y'all later.
Take care.
Have a good one, panel.
Later. All right, chat. Well, that was interesting. We lost a lot of the Raiders due to the issues, but I think we got that figured out. It's gonna, like, as if Discord doesn't have enough. There's like a barrier for entry on Discord, and people like StreamYard because you just click and you're in. And a lot of people won't even join panels if it's on Discord because you gotta click it, make an account, figure out the UI, figure out how to get into the chat room. And now there's an extra step added to that. You've got to go to the staging room and get brought up to the. And so I understand that it causes less people to join the panel, but the ones who join the panel are the real ones. And so I'm kind of okay with that. I think I'm okay with that. And plus, it's free. So I like free stuff. So I can't argue with that. But that's how it's gonna have to be. That's how it's gonna have to be. Can't have people putting up DPs on the dang stream. So that's how it's going to be from now on. If you're new here, make sure you're subscribed. We got more likes than viewers. I think with the memberships and the subs we got to like 40% of the goal, so that's pretty awesome. And for future references, if you want to join in the Discord, it's still an open Discord, but there's going to be an extra step now because we got to watch out for weirdos who have no lives. And like, really, what's going on with your life where you just, what do? You just search YouTube for panels to jump on and put up gay pictures of gross stuff. I don't know what's wrong with people, man. This is why. What's the term I like? I got this from 1883 Taylor Sheridan show. Impudence runs side saddle with anonymity. Impudence runs side saddle with anonymity. And this is why I'm not a fan of anonymity on the internet. I get the benefits. I see the benefits of it, but really, I'm not a fan of anonymity. You know, I'm showing my face. You don't have to be cammed up when you come on the panel, but you know, anonymity, you can just be some crazy douchebag on the internet. This is the public square now. You don't get to come in the public square wearing a mask and throwing up porn. You get put in you get tarred and feathered. You get dragged through the streets and we throw tomatoes at you. You get put in the shackles. You know? This is why we can't have nice things. Facts. I know. The internet's a crazy place. And as a kid who grew up, like, we're the last generation, boys. We're the last generation of people who grew up with no internet. Like, I know Jeremy and King. Goon's a little young. Goon's a little younger. Like Daddy Jub, that age group. They were there, but they don't remember it. I don't know if Goon, I'm not sure how old Goon is, but like I'm the age, Jeremy's the age, Blackout's the age, Are You Crazy's the age that we remember a time when there was no internet. It's crazy to believe, but we got AOL 1.0 in 1995 when I was 8 years old, and I remember it. I remember AOL 1.0. I'm middle 40s, so they definitely remember it. Yeah, but I'm 38. I was 8 years old when we got AOL 1.0. We're the last generation. In 10 years, these new boys, they never lived in a world without the internet. And you see Dean and Parker, like, you know, the face of the political, like, I don't know, man. This is why AI and internet and anonymity on the internet, I do think it's detrimental to society. I'm starting to sound like Uncle Ted, Industrial Societies and Its Futures, you know. If only he saw today, like, I don't know, people are retarded. Like, waited for minutes on it. Do you remember when we used to go on Kazaa or Napster and spend a day downloading a picture? To get a picture, you had to download it for a whole day to get a dirty pic. Yeah. Other than that, you might find a treehouse. You might find a magazine in the treehouse in the woods. But nowadays, it's just rapid, and some dumb fool could just jump from panel to panel to panel, putting up gross stuff on their panel. It's crazy. Impudence runs side saddle with anonymity. But bear share. But I don't know. But since that happened, it forced me to have to figure out how to do mod roles and set up a locked room. I know Easy tried to tell me I needed to do this months ago, and I was like, well, it's only happened once. It's not a big deal. It'd be fine. Second time, he warned me. And I should have done it then. But second time, you know, we gotta set up extra barriers. So, you know, we can't have nice things. So now when people want to just jump on the panel, you can't do that anymore. Now you gotta get the Discord, join the Discord, go into the room, get vetted, get brought up. Don't blame me. Blame the damn degenerates. Miracle. Flip phone nudes took almost a whole day to get the Yep. Dude, I'm talking pre-flip phone. Pre-flip phone. A phone. You carry a phone on your body, on your person? That wasn't until I was in 7th grade. I think I got my first flip phone I was in high school. I got my first cell phone when I was in 9th grade. I had a flip phone. I think I had a flip phone in 9th grade, but I had my first like nice Sony Ericsson phone that I could actually search the web and play games with a colored screen was like 10th or 11th grade. Bro, what about pagers? Yeah, pagers. I never had a pager. When I was in like 7th grade, I wanted a pager. My parents were like, you don't need a pager. Dude, what did we do? What did parents do with their kids when it used to be go outside and play, and when the street lights come on, come home? How do people survive nowadays without cell phones for their kids? This is a deeper conversation about cell phones for your kids. And people nowadays think you can't live without your 7-year-old having a cell phone. Dude, we used to go run around in the woods and we built a 3-story fort that OSHA would definitely have condemned. Like, that thing was not safe. And it was like 30 feet high. There was 3 stories. And the 3rd story is just a platform on a branch. We'd go up there and just hang out there and sit up there and look around. And that was fun. It was fun to climb up really high and look around on a platform made from stolen. We'd go to construction sites and take all the scrap wood, take them out to the woods, carry in 2x4s and plywood and build a platform 30 foot high in a tree and just go sit up there and look around. And we thought we were powerful. And guess what? If I fall out of that tree and break my arm, I'm dead. There's no calling home. Hopefully my friends are around and they can run back home, which is going to take them an hour and a half to get back there. And then they're going to have to call the ambulance, and then they're going to have to come and find me. Like, dude, we were so much more gangster back then. Now it's so soft. Everything's so soft. You need a cell phone. What's the woods? They don't know what the woods are. They didn't play in the woods, these kids. They ain't playing in the woods. There aren't no woods. It's all suburbs. It's all cities and stuff. That's crazy. I went back to Land O'Lakes after not being there for like 20 years. All the woods are gone. It's all suburbs and ticky-tack houses and townhouses and strip malls. And man, it's crazy. Life is crazy. Life is crazy. Making me feel old. Look at this look at these bald spots in my hair. Making me feel old. Making me feel old, man. When I was a kid, we didn't have no dang internet, no cell phones. If you were rich, maybe you had a pager. But what you gonna do with a pager? You can't call nobody on a pager. You fall out of a tree. It's crazy. And Jeremy's older than me, you old ass. You cannot break those Nokia 5160s. Do whatever you want. The phone would just survive. You just swap the faceplate. We were fucking powerful. We're powerful and invincible. Oh, man. These kids nowadays are soft. I feel old. I'm 37 and I feel old talking about this, but these kids are so soft and they're so dumb. The internet. And I wanted to bring this up earlier. We never got to it. We were talking about AI. And Are You Crazy touched on it, but he didn't make, like, he couldn't build on the argument. But a good example to point to is spell checker. When spell check became a thing, it made people worse at spelling. So when you type a message, you used to have to get a dictionary. How's this word spelled? I'm going to need to go to my bookshelf. I know that's a thing Kids nowadays don't know what a bookshelf is. They don't know what an encyclopedia is. They don't know what a dictionary is. But you had to go to a bookshelf and you had to pull out a book and say, let me make sure my word is spelled correctly. Now you just type it and it puts a little red underline, this word's spelled wrong. And you click a button and it fixes it. Autocorrect. As you're typing with your thumbs, by the way, which this is something people forget. I don't know why we're reversing communication from audible communication, speaking with. When text message first became a thing, I was like, this is so retarded. We went from communicating in person to communicating over long distances with a phone to now, and then communicating with a phone in our pocket to now we're using 9 numbers and then communicating on a keyboard with email and AIM. That's AOL Instant Messenger for those of you who are too young to remember. Typing, and it's regressive. It's like, okay, we talk. Now we're talking over longer distances. Now we're talking with our fingers. Now we're talking over really long distances with our hands that aren't connected by a wire to our home. To now we're typing on 9 things with our phone. To now we have a keyboard. 2 thumbs is dumber than this, which is dumber than this, which is dumber than this. Like, it's crazy. We're going backwards. When text message first became a thing, I was like, this is so stupid. I'm never going to text message somebody. If I want to talk to somebody, just call me and I'll talk to you. Now I'm part of the system. I don't answer my phone. I don't want to talk to somebody. Just text me. And I've become a part of the system. And it used to be, if you want to communicate to me, call me. We'll talk. We'll have a little quick conversation back and forth. And then it's over. Now it's texting and it's not even full words. It's, are you okay? Instead of, how are you doing today? Hey, how you doing today? I heard something happened to you. Oh, you're all right? All right. Oh, okay, cool. I'll talk to you later. That's, are you okay? Smiley face. Yes. Sticky tongue out emoji. It's retarded. We're getting retarded. And then if I spell are you okay wrong, they don't correct me if I put R, the letter, you, okay. They don't correct me on that. But if I misspell philanthropy, then they're going to tell me, and I click a button, and now all of a sudden I know how to spell philanthropy. I still don't know how to spell philanthropy. I don't know how to spell that. But I clicked a button. I find it hilarious people shorthand okay with K. Yeah, okay was too much, Jeremy. Can't be typing okay. Instead of what's up, it's instead of what are you doing? Man, that's so much. That takes a long time to type with 2 thumbs. What are you doing? It's YUD. YUD? YUD? Smiley face. Gay flag emoji. Like, I'm a texter. I gotta get rid of the phone. Dude, it's crazy. We're going backwards. And AI makes that worse. Spell checker did not make people better at spelling. It made people dumber. The internet did not make people better at research. It made people dumber. AI, and I never got to bring this up in the VK, but there's videos of kids, and there's a whole thing about this where kids have to have a conversation with their best friend. And it's a deep conversation like, "Oh, you're thinking about self-deleting? Man, that's tough." And they'll go ask ChatGPT, "How should I talk to my friend who is thinking about self-deleting themselves?" ChatGPT, "Well, tell them this and nurture them with this and recommend they get better help. Here's the phone number. Call this hotline. And for $9.99 a month, they can join BetterHelp." And then this is what the kids do. They read ChatGPT and they go talk. That's like a crazy example, but there's examples of this where kids need to know how to tell my kid that kids need to know how to tell their parent that I got an F on a test. And it's like, ChatGPT, how should I explain this to my parents? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's idiocracy. And he's making a movie reference again. Yeah. People are hitting me up on Discord, but I gotta go. I gotta go, guys, though. Just wanted to rant a little bit. What up, Cat? But that's I'm such a boomer when it comes to texts. You send me a text, I call you to respond. See, Jeremy's still old school. See, I caved. When texts first came out, I was like, this is so stupid. Why are we going backwards? Just call me. And now, if you call me, I'm not going to answer the phone. Just text me. So I'm young enough to have gone with it to some extent. But so imagine in 20 years what the kids are going to be like when these kids grow up, when these 10-year-olds are 30 years old, what they're going to be like. If I'm 37 and when I first saw texting, I thought it was stupid because it is. But now I'm 37 and I text and I don't answer calls. The kids who are 10 and they're like, well, this AI stuff is stupid. I don't want to do that. I'd rather actually learn something. By the time they're 30, oh man, it's a mess. Dude, the world's going to be, we're seeing a crazy time. We're seeing a crazy time, ladies and gentlemen. Like, if you're my age, if you're Jeremy's age, if you're in your 30s or 40s right now, you've seen the birth of the internet. And you've watched the progression. The progression over the last 100 years is crazy, but the progression over the last 50 years is crazier. The progression over the last 20 years is insane. And it's a snowball. And it keeps getting bigger and bigger. And dude, 20 years from now, what's going to be going on? I don't know. But God willing, the earth will be wiped out in a pillar of fire tomorrow. And I'll be good, you know? I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be like, what up, God? Hey, I did my best. You know? That's all I can say. I did my best. I did what you willed me to do. What's good? I might have got some things wrong. I might have not understood some things, but hey, you know, let me in. And hopefully I get let in. That's all I can do. But you missed those emojis? Yeah, what happened? Dude, that's too much work. You could just type in a little lesser than sign with a semicolon and a dash and a parenthesis to make a smiley face. Nah. Now you just click the smiley face button. Now you got a gay pregnant man emoji. Try doing that code for gay pregnant man waving saying hi. Trans pregnant trans. I exclusively prefer phone calls over texting. I'm 41. My kindergarten class was one of the first to have a computer class because Steve Jobs donated a lot of them public schools in the 80s. Yeah. So you're 41. I'm 37. Yeah, you're. So when the internet started, you were in your teens. So yeah. So you know it too, Anson. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong about this. Like, it's crazy. And it's not making people smarter. You'd think having the world of information on this black screen that you could scry on would make people smarter, but it doesn't. It dumbs people down. Because now, whenever there's an argument, instead of talking about it and having a conversation and thinking logically through it, well, let me just Google. Nope, Google says you're wrong. You're wrong. Fact check. Fact check. It's crazy. But anyway, that's a whole nother discussion that we weren't even talking about tonight. We got fights tonight. We got Sandhagen versus Figueiredo. Should actually be a decent main card on a fight night. It's not a pay-per-view. It's just a fight night. It looks like a good main card. There's no women on the main card. There's 3 women fights on the preliminary. Misha Tate is fighting in the preliminary card. I probably won't make it to the stream for the prelims, but I'll be here for the main card and we'll hang out. We'll watch the fights. The 3 headliner fights should be good fights. Sandhagen and Figueiredo should be a good fight. The other fight, I forget. Who do we got? Sandhagen and Figueiredo. Bo Nickel's fighting tonight. Bo Nickel versus Rainer D. Ritter. I don't know who he is, but that should be Bo's only 7-0. I think he's on a come up. I got Bo. I got 24. Figueiredo's getting old. Let me see. Of the 3 fights, Ponzinibbio versus Rodriguez. He's getting old too. He's 31-8. He's got the experience. So the 3 top fights, I'm picking. I don't know who Daniel Rodriguez is, but I'm picking him. Might be a wild call. I don't know. I'm just looking at the stats right now. I'm picking Rodriguez, Bo Nickel, and I'm thinking Figueiredo's on his way out. I'm thinking Sandhagen gets it. I'm going Rodriguez, Nickel, and Sandhagen tonight. Those are the 3 fights. Those are my calls. We'll see what happens. But I will be there tonight. Let me see if there's somebody I can raid you guys over to. Maybe those are wild calls. We will find out tonight. And I will be streaming at the latest 8 p.m. Mountain Time. Hopefully, it's 11 right now. Hopefully, I'll be live by 7, 8 at the latest. Today is my sleep day. I need to get some sleep. I'm going to go watch 1 episode of Righteous Gemstones to be caught up. But I will send you guys over to... send you over to Newsmax. No, Rob's live. We'll send you over to Rob Noor. And send you guys over to Rob Noor. He's live right now. And tonight, 7 to 8 p.m. Mountain Time. It's not guaranteed when fight night starts, but we will be live before the main card starts at 8 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 6 p.m. How's time zones work? I don't know how time zones work. 8 p.m. Mountain Time, 7 p.m. Pacific Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be live by that time at the latest. Hopefully like an hour before that, but make sure you're subscribed and got the bell on and all that. And we got to hit some goals tonight, guys. We're slacking. We got some memberships. We got some super chats in the other stream. So thank you guys for that. And I'll see you tonight. God bless. Go drop some chairs in Rob Norris chat. And I'll see you later. God bless. Peace.